Thousands of creators have started Minecraft Forever Worlds. Hundreds of creators have restarted theirs. And here I've been chugging away in the background for 4 years and over 13,000 days in game. This is my Minecraft world. My Minecraft Forever world. My goal is to build a fully interconnected fantasy world and show how the civilizations I build interact with each other. Please enjoy what I've been up to for the last few thousand days in game, and do me a solid, leave this up and running in the background as it helps me out a ton. Thanks for watching. I've been staring at this mountain for 4 years and I hate it. This dang mountain is getting in the way of expanding the city. I am well versed in destroying mountains at this point, as this is a snowy slopes biome. I can't do that again. This time we're rebuilding the mountain to show what mountains could look like in Minecraft. Something worthy of the foliage university resting at the base of the mountain. I just can't look at that one any longer. All the snow just ruins the vibe we have in here. In order to not burn out while working on this project, I need a plan on how to tackle this one. First up, we need to gather all of the blocks to build up the mountain. Thankfully, as mentioned previously, I removed this mountain about a month ago, digging it all by hand, turning it into this instead, which I absolutely love. But the part that I love the most is that I kept almost every single block I mined out of the space. So a lot of what I need to build up the new mountain today is going to be readily available, like all of these shulkers of grass blocks I need for our flatter lower regions. Then jumping into the quarry, I was able to grab all of our stone, andesite, and diorite that I need for the project, as that was all mined up during the other mountain dig, which I moved over to behind the mountain, where I am assembling all of my boxes of stuff I need for our first round of building. Jumping back in time real quick, before that last dig, I had mined 3.4 million blocks with my pick and 1.7 million with my shovel. And as of today here, I have mined about 4.7 million with the pick, and we are just shy of 2 million with the shovel. So yeah, that's a lot of digging. Right, thankfully for this next stop, I don't need to dig at all. We can flip the switch to turn on my pale moss farm, and that'll just run in the background as I fly across the city to the Harbor District, where inside of Dino's Rock Shop, we have a basalt farm hidden in the basement that I can turn on with a beacon to instantly mine a ton of this stuff too. After I filled up nearly 2 shulker boxes of basalt, I came back over to my pale moss farm and we had nearly 4 shulkers worth. So I loaded all of those up and took it back over to place everything at the project site to drop off all of the boxes into my ever-growing mass of shulkers. New empty boxes acquired from within my house, I jumped over to pick up a ton of logs, as I absolutely love using acacia and pale oak logs for texturing mountains. The bark texture is fantastic for texturing with stone, so I stocked up on a ton of acacia and jumped over to the pale oak farm to find it was nearly out. Thankfully, it was already stocked with bone meal, so I ran the farm for about 15 minutes and we had more than enough. Taking a break from the stones as I grabbed everything I could, a very important element of the mountain is snow, which I thankfully have a good amount of on hand. So I picked all of that up to get me started and grabbed some more dirt materials, then dropped those off at the growing shulker monster, marking the boxes with a block in front of them so I could better keep track of the mess. Back in the dirt storage, I realized that I forgot all of my light gray concrete powder, which I like to use for highlights on our stones. So I crafted down a casual 4 shulker boxes of the stuff like it was no big deal at all. And then I looted my sheep farm for a ton of light gray wool, which is almost depleting the entire thing at this point. So I'm really hoping that I don't need more of this later on. That was everything that I could get locally for now, so we're next making a trip out west, far into the mesa biome, as I need to set up a beacon, and I got to work mining a ton of light gray terracotta, as I really like working this in as blobs of like discolored stone into the mountains. I think it can give a really good bit of contrast against everything else that we're using. This mess here is already so many blocks, but we have 2 very important ones left to get, which are going to require a trip underground into the mines, as I want to fill up 2 shulker boxes of cobbled deep slate that we can use for texturing in those darker shadows of the crevices of the mountain to really give it a lot of definition. I was really hoping to talk about tuff during that too, but I didn't find a single piece in all of that digging. It's okay, I've got a backup plan for that one. Dropping all of that deep slate off, I want to revisit a trial chamber to the northeastern part of my world. I've been destroying this spot for copper supplies, so we have a beacon set up with haste 2 at the bottom of it. So the surrounding caves, I still get that beacon buff, and we can get to work on mining all of the tough blobs I can find. It didn't really take too long to find enough nearby tough blobs that I could insta-mine to fill up our first shulker box. After that, it got more annoying as I kept finding the edges of the beacon range while mining, and this just makes me wish that Minecraft had a haste potion we could make. We can make or find a source for every other beacon buffed outside of haste. So a way to have a short 3 or like 8-minute potion that could give you haste too would be so nice for these small, quicker mining missions like this. Ranting aside, I was able to go above the trial chamber and still in those deep slate layers and found quite a few more blobs of tuff and quickly filled up my second and third shulker boxes of tuff. We also found a lush cave while wandering around and I couldn't help myself, so I grabbed my shears and got all of the small drip leaf as I could for a little break before I went back and found another blob of tuff above a lava lake and got to work on filling up the last box, which I can say is now completely filled up, and that is amazing as my pickaxe is pretty much dead too, so it's time to get out of here. I don't think I've ever had a project that has used so many shulker boxes for just a single thing before. I definitely have had some big shulker monsters, don't get me wrong, but this is absurd here. I didn't even get the snow layers yet. We need like 45,000 of those. I'm not worrying about that until after we build the rest. I'm hitting every key. I'm like, okay, there. Hi. Yeah, I got overwhelmed thinking about that. We're gonna tackle that part later. I want to get building now. If today's project looks familiar, it's because I actually designed this entire space on a creative planning stream a few months ago and made a short going through the design process, quickly talking about how I build mountains using the mod Axiom. And since then, I have brought it over to the hardcore world using Lightmatica, which we're now using to build it back up in survival today. I've decided to try and get as much of the grass placing in as I can to bring up the lower edges of the mountain and start sloping up towards where the rocky cliff faces will have in later. The main reason is, even though I am building over the top of the old mountain, I still need to empty some shulker boxes as we have a few areas that need to be shaved off. So placing the grass allows me to collect that other stuff. This mess right here has turned into 9.5 shulker boxes of grass blocks being emptied and placed down. And yeah, there's our halfway into our 10th, but I still have a ton left to place around that edge over there. And for this, I first need to grab some of our coarse dirt and all of our mud blocks, as I want to add some snow melt with a mountain stream coming all the way down to reach into the river we have here. I plan to take this all the way up the mountain to the snow, but for now I want to create a pond where the water gathers, then bring it all the way down to the river at the bottom, so this has a bit more realism. Adding in a little bit of blue to our landscape can really help it feel more realistic. Minus the floating grass blocks, this is looking really good from the bottom already, but we're not even halfway done with our grass placing yet, so back to another big round of block placing to round off the back end, which connects into a forest I worked on that always had this weird lump of snow coming into it that I said I'd remove, and we are finally doing that, which feels fantastic. Clearing out the Pillager Castle scout force and even removing some of the awkward snow behind the windmills along the main road. At this point, I've cleared out 12 shulker boxes of stuff, and most of the grass that connects to the ground is placed in, so I want to move into shaving back some parts of the existing mountain we need to rebuild. So we need a beacon in the middle of the city for Haste 2, as we're tearing down the main peak of the mountain to push it farther away and create another back street. Right, I've already filled up all of the new boxes, but just look at how many animals have found their way up to the top of the mountain. There's 4 horses and a sheep, and there's a few chickens and goats, and there's a 5th horse. This is just crazy. I also just got back from the dentist to get a filling replaced, and my mouth is half numb right now, so if I have a lisp, that's why. I wanted to keep building, but my mouth is numb and I had to record this thing, and I can definitely hear it in the recording right now. Anyways, the new mountain needs to go up another 30 or so blocks, so we'll have some new heights for the animals to try and reach. In the meantime though, I think most of my elytra, that one's still got some durability on it. We'll just go fix them up later. But I need more boxes, so we're placing more grass in. Thankfully, that front part is the bulk of the block breaking I need to do. So for now, I grabbed my grass blocks again and got to work on filling in the flatter areas of this mountain so we can obtain some extra shulker boxes to fill up again, while also creating some space that is easier to walk around on when I come back to fill in all of our rocks. This path is the last remnant above ground of a village that used to sit right here where I started the city. It feels pretty crazy to be finally removing this thing. One issue I've run into is that I need to remove all of this stuff, and as you can see, that is powdered snow. So I kind of fall into it. And I was thinking, hopefully this doesn't ruin anything in the city, but if we put water on it, we can mass clear all of it as it'll just wash it away. And it's usually pretty deep, and if that gets cleared out too, that's totally fine. But we can use this as a way to just wash away all of the powdered snow in here pretty quickly. It feels great to remove this. I've fallen in this thing so many times. That's all gone, and we didn't ruin anything, I think. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, okay, it's fine. Just a little moss carpet. I can fix that. And yep, outside of washing away a few torches, the no man's land back here caught everything. Moving on, we've got more blocks to place with grass, finally replacing the snow behind the foliage university, removing that awkward transition I had before, and I added a few extra patches along the eastern side of the mountain. That cleared out another 3 shulker boxes and about halfway through a 4th over here, so I can get back to destroying stuff. And I'm starting to get some feeling back in the left side of my face, so that's wonderful. But before I get back into digging, I've got a lot of tools and elytra that need to get repaired up before I go splat. Which means it's time for a quick trip into the Nether to visit my ultimate experience farm, the Wither Skeleton Farm. Tools repaired, and I can eat food again, so nothing can stop me from tearing down the rest of the front of this mountain. Except this. My storage is almost completely full again. But hey, it's done back here. We've got an upper street. Just forget the fact that I haven't actually finished the back of these buildings yet. Yeah, that's pretty bad. We're gonna move on. Oh, I got one more box here. Progress. Okay. And for now, let's just throw everything in here, and then we can grab all these snow blocks, as I can just probably place them back down on the terrain for a bit, and we can clear up even more space. This is kind of cool, seeing the grass and snow shaping out the mountain. It's almost magical looking, like it's holding the shape, even though the rocks aren't there to support everything and we can see through it all. Before we add in the rocks though, I have one section left to dig out at the corner of the mountain between City Hall and the Foliage University, so we can finally remove this snow and clean up the gross flat face that has been sitting here in my world for over 2 years. That feels so much better. Oh, I'm very happy about that, and we still gotta detail it. And speaking of which, I've decided I want to remove this tree. I can build much better looking birch trees now, and it's half chopped off because I never finished it, saying I would do it later, and I'm just getting rid of it now as I don't want to do it anymore. Oh no, I'm destroying City Hall. And here we have another job for future fWhip. Current fWhip needs to remove the beacon, and we have a very, very cool milestone coming up here in just a few more blocks being mined with the shovel, where I think that is enough here, and there we go. Oh, that keeps it. Oh my, I thought I crashed my game. Okay, anyways, here celebrating 2 million blocks mined with the netherite shovel. That's a lot of shoveling. That's a heck of a lot of snow shoveling too. A little bit more digging has been done, and this mess right here is actually everything that I needed to carve back from the entire mountain. So all of the mountain shaving is done, and we can get into building. Oh, I don't have to mine more blocks. This is wonderful. Ah, that's a tree. Who put that tree there? This one right here goes out to all my Lightmatica haters. Feast your eyes upon this efficiency. When creating a schematic, you can make sub-placements within each of them, and we have this entire list here, and the more important part is if we turn off all of these, you'll see them disappearing from the schematic behind me, and then also, more importantly, we have our resource list here, and if we refresh that, you can now only see what's needed for this little section of the schematic, which is going to help a ton keeping my inventory a lot more organized. Underneath the bridge, we have this small pond of water that is cascading down the far side into the lake as currently the only water source flowing into it. So as we start this mountain today, I'd like to extend a small stream up the side, weaving between some boulders and cascading down as a way to show that mountains are connected into the world, and the snowmelt is what is helping to keep the lake full. I definitely want to add more evidence of snowmelt to the mountain, but I really like the little bit of movement we get here with the water coming all the way down. It needs a lot more detail done to it, but hey, at least the stream's in place. And from here, I'd like to start tackling actually building up the mountain, but my inventory is a little bit of a mess, so I'm trying to get like 2 stacks of each thing. That is, except our light gray concrete powder for now, as that's a gravity block, and I think it's easiest just to do those at the end. As mentioned previously, I'm using Lightmatica to tackle this project for something that is so grand and occupies over 100 chunks in game, this is probably the single largest project I have built in a single episode, and I want to make sure the theme is consistent across it and I get it done right the first time. So after hours of creative planning, hours of material gathering, and tearing down parts of the old mountain, it's really cool to finally see this mountain coming together in the hardcore world. All of the little holes that you can see poking out in the mountain here are for light gray concrete powder, but I am leaving that for the end so I don't accidentally place them and they fall all the way down, and then it just takes even more time, as I need to go through and put some stone underneath all of it before I get to that. This is really starting to come together though, and we're slowly getting through all of the block placing. Next up, the peak, where compared to the original mountain we had here, we're already reaching a higher Y level as the mountain grows up. And finishing off the first of 3 major peaks, I needed to fill in some more of our darker spots before dumping my inventory for light gray concrete powder and stone to fill in all of the highlights, being sure to place a block of stone under each concrete powder pillar so that I'm not losing it to the mob spawner I have created under the space. That took so much longer than I expected, but the first mountain is now finished. Well, minus the snow layers and tall grass, but it's finished in stage 1. And I am currently on day 11,950. I started this project on 11,878. This is such a big mountain. Just look at it leaving the foliage university now. It's so good, especially when we compare that to the before of our original mountain. Before we jump into the next mountain section, I need a little break to plant a field. I have a goal in this world to completely transform a 2,000 by 2,000 block area surrounding my world spawn. Part of that includes building huge custom landscapes like the mountain today, and part of that includes building up the life of the people living here, which means we need lots of farmland to show how everyone is able to survive and thrive in this space. If you want to help me survive and thrive in this YouTube space, click the like button and please subscribe if you're new, as it really helps me out a ton, just like this wheat field will help keep our world alive. No. Oh no. I can't wait to look this way and just see endless fields until we hit the next mountain all the way over there. It's gonna be so good. First, we need to finish up this mountain before I start thinking about another, let alone the other 3 mountains I have actually already designed but haven't started building in this world yet. As a next step to help get through this current project, I started up a live stream with the goal of completing the lower hills, going all the way along the back of the mountain, filling in the stone areas, working up towards the new snow level I'm putting in, completing large areas, then going back to fill them in with all of my concrete powders, as that still takes a while. We have a small valley carved out by 2 streams coming down the mountain, so I next filled in this section with a lot of our stones, before jumping out to the western peak to try and complete this, as it's slightly smaller than the main central peak, so it sounded like the easiest project to tackle at the time and would help with eliminating a lot of the stone blocks that need to be added in. We're on day 5 IRL at this point already, and I feel like I've gotten into a pretty good rhythm, so things are starting to speed up. This entire section came together in 40 minutes, almost reaching the western edge. The secret sauce has been keeping a balanced inventory of 2 stacks of each item and 3 stacks of some of the more common ones that I'm putting in to have everything I need to build for a bit again. Things are really looking up now, and I'm feeling super motivated to finish off the western edge of the mountain, as we're able to finally bring this all the way down to the ground at the farthest point, which just leaves the peak left to do. I needed a bit of a break from the stone placing, so I dropped everything off, picked up all of my snow, and got to work in filling up everything for this end. We've still got some gaps up there, but it's starting to look really good. I need to fill in a lot of this stuff, but you can see the shape coming in now, and that makes me super happy to see it coming together. I was thinking next we could take our water, and we need a little bit of bone meal, as I'd like to extend these creeks up as far as I can, which for now is probably gonna be, let's just say right up here, and we'll bone meal that to put our seagrass in so that we don't turn it into ice. And that should bring us all the way down to, oh no, we're going all the way. Perfect. And our second stream should be able to come all the way up to its source up here, protected inside of the rock. And I think we'll add some snow layers to smooth that out up there, but I like the blue we get. And I think this should take it all the way down. Not quite. So this is where our seagrass is going to come in, but we can turn these into source blocks, and then as long as we turn everything into seagrass, it shouldn't freeze. And like that. But there we go. That's looking so much better with the water in already. This is the part of the project where I just need to get in game and place a ton of blocks down. The idea is complete. The framing is in place. We have everything ready to go for this stage. And all this is going to require is time. And well, this took my entire Sunday to complete. This is a little small detail, but check this out. Finally, the random snowy spot of the old mountain that came all the way down here into my custom forest I built a while back is gone. Oh, it always bugged me, but it's so nice. It looks so much more cleaned up and intentional now. It's time for the big problem in the room to arise again. The concrete powder needs to go in for everything that I built already today. And as you can see, there's a lot of holes. There's a lot of holes up here. This actually wasn't too bad to do. The first time I was still figuring out the quickest way for me to get through everything, and now that I've done quite a few rounds of each thing now, the repetition of it all has helped me be a lot more efficient. This should be one of the last spots that I should need to fill in, but first I need to jump inside as, yeah, every single light source that we're seeing in here, where there's not too many, but that is, oh, nope, not gonna make that. Take two. Nope. Oh, yeah. Nailed it. But that is something that needs to be filled in. This is definitely a safe thing to do. Nailed it. Oh, that's a big spot I missed. Okay, well, that'll be easy to find from the outside. And there's one. And this guy needs some help, which we can just fill in right like so. Oh, dang it. For the final element of this stage of the mountain, I need to grab some white stained glass panes, as we can add them in here along the bottom of our mountain where we have the snow melt coming, as it can look like it's being extended down just ever so slightly in like a sub-block space. Just a few added in along the erosion channels, and we're done for now on this end. The reason I'm saying this stage is that I do want to bring in snow layers along all of the snow sections in order to smooth out the mountain, but I need nearly 50,000 snow layers to these mountains alone to do it. Yeah, and that is only going to happen if we can clear out a good number of these boxes over here so I can actually store the 50,000 snow layers in some boxes. Speaking of which, we can actually remove a good number of empty ones here, I believe. Yes, we are making some good progress here. That brings us up to 16 shulker boxes of materials cleared out already. And we haven't even started on the biggest mountain peak yet. Time to load up on another set of resources here and get back into building. I want to focus next on the rocky slopes behind the foliage university. This has been a goal since I built the university a few months ago. I hated all of the snow going right into the back of the build. So to finally push that away from the university and elevate the mountain up further, so it feels like a more natural transition out of the city, is really helping to bring the entire vibe of Path together. Everything was going great here, placing in tons of blocks and making quick work of building up these lower slopes, until I wandered up to see 8 pillagers staring at me with their crossbows out. I had to go full battle mode here to remove them and protect my mountain as we continue to cover up the old mountain with the new, better mountain. All the way down to the city hall that is finally no longer just up against a giant flat stone wall. We have a good amount of detail coming in with the different cliff shapes here to smooth it out as much as I can along a little grassy strip. Up the mountain, I did find a goat trapped in a cave, so I made sure to free them to watch it slowly, hopefully climb up the new mountain. Speeding through the next hour of block placing, I finished off the entire edge along the city side. Which also brings us to another exciting moment of putting enough empty shulkers in the chest to completely fill it up. I was still feeling pretty motivated at this point and was in a good groove doing a stream, so I decided to continue building this up and keep working on the main peak for a while to fill in quite a few of the lower shelves as it goes upwards. But now it is time for the dreaded concrete powder to return. My mountain currently looks a little bit like Swiss cheese, and I'd rather it looks like the Swiss Alps. I'm sorry, that was really bad. I'm gonna go around and just fill in a bunch of concrete powder. Moving on, it's time to make this look truly like a mountain standing high above the city. Filling in those holes along the entire thing makes it feel so much more solid now instead of just seeing the blue sky and clouds through the holes in the mountain. I think I've just finished placing in the last few concretes for what I've built up so far, and let's see. That is starting to look like a mountain. Oh, I'm really, really happy with that. What I'm not super happy with, though, is that Elytra's very busted. And so are my 2 other Elytras I use for flying around. Next, I would like to repair these guys up, but before that, I've got a quick side stop to make, and I'm gonna need this bucket of water, as I completely forgot to do it. But finally, all the way up here at the very top, we can install the water that'll be coming down for this stream, so it doesn't just like start halfway anymore. And hopefully I did it all correctly. If yes, it should flow right into there, and it looks like it is working. And then we can get rid of that seagrass. That little bit of extra blue going all the way up to the cloud layer. Oh, it looks so much better. I could jump into the nether for experience, but right over here, we should still have some potions in my silverfish farm. Yeah, perfect. There we go. Oh, I guess I do have tools to repair. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just stand here for a little bit. Surprisingly, it looks like that's gonna just about repair up everything that I had on me, so that's excellent. Okay, I'm ready to be done now. I'm ready to go and do things now. I think I like broke the game. All the experience is like coming in like a few at a time, and that's pausing. What did I do? I don't know. I think I just burn it all. No, burn. All right, okay, there we go. Let's just do that. It's finally time for some peak building as we put the cap on this mountain, where I'd first like to start by grabbing a ton of our snow blocks so we can get this completed. Whoa, it almost looks like a volcano that exploded out of the side currently. That's kind of nuts. That'll be something I keep in mind for a future mountain build, as for now, I want to have a beautiful snowy mountain peak. This is it. This is the new highest point of the mountain. Still slightly shorter than our tree, but man, the view up here from Y231 is so cool to be above the clouds. It's looking beautiful. As long as you just don't look down at that. But my inventory is filled up, so it's time for a final round of building to seal in the mountain. That's what we're doing. I've been at this for a week and a half. Let's go. I really started to feel the grind on this project, as it's taken so long to bring everything together, placing down all of these blocks. But I gotta say, building up a mountain feels a lot better than tearing one down like before, as with each block placed, I can see this bit by bit coming together. Each time I go back to fill up on materials again means progress has been made, with a little bit coming in here and there. The only remaining step for this stage of the project here is to grab all of my white stained glass panes and add in our bits of snow melt. The mountain looks great as is, even without this extra detail, but I do think it's worth it just to blur those darker areas in the snow just a little bit. Now, this here is probably the stage where a sane person would stop building the mountain, but I'm not that person. No. We still have over 55,000 things to place on it, as I want to cover the entire snowy area where I've got some snow layers. We just need about 45,000 of them. And then for all of our lower grassy areas down here, well, I would love to have some fluffy little grass on top of it. I did take some time to organize a lot of these shulker boxes and condense them all back down to the front here. And thankfully, we've got a lot of extra materials that are going to be going into future projects. So that is super cool. I'll leave it here just in case I missed a spot. And for now, I need to take that many shulker boxes to fill up with some tall grass. It's gonna be so fun. Why did I do this to myself? Thankfully, I have an iron farm where we can pick up a stack of blocks of iron, and I have a castle with a grass farm inside, plus all of these bone blocks ready to fuel it, so that should keep us going. But I should first fix the bone meal farm I broke a while ago. This should be a pretty quick fix. Up at the top, I should just need to remove the 2 lava sources, all of the gross cobblestone that's spawned in here, replace all of the stone back in, and put the lava back in. Magic should begin. Except I ran it dry for so long that it ran out of bone meal to turn the thing on. There we go. That should get it going. Hopefully. First 9 shears are here ready to go, and it's time to get to work. Oh, and I'll turn that on. Having to pick up all of the grass is taking a hot minute here, but that is almost shulker box number 3 done out of 10. So I need to figure out how to speed this up, and I've got an idea for something that I don't think I've ever really done before. We're gonna go get some Malays. I think all the way out here there's a pillager outpost somewhere that I should be able to grab some at. I see pillager outposts, and I see cages. We might have a lays. Please, 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 please. Nothing's in the cage. Oh, man. Oh, yes. Perfect. Okay, you take some short grass, and the other one flew out the... No, he's right there. Now, they should just follow me, right? I don't know how these work. I don't... Yes, they do. Haha. Oh, do I have to walk back? Oh, man. All right, come on, boys. We're on the way back, and I just found this guy who might be able to help me get there a little... Oh, he's so slow. Oh, well, I might as well take him with me now. I've committed. I've still got 2 allays in tow, and they are so incredibly slow, too. Oh, he's so fast underwater. This is a very, very old skeleton horse. Since I built that copper farm back there, that was one of the last times we had weather in this world because of the bug. This guy's very, very rare, and I would have put him in the castle. Looks like another horse has been slowly climbing up the castle walls, and he's just going to be reaching the skeleton horse at the top. Where I think I'm just going to leave this guy over here, and he can just wander around the castle grounds. Now, can I get these two to come in here? Oh, this is going to be rough. Ugh. No, I'm breaking it. I forgot to turn the bone meal farm off again. I broke it again, probably. Ah, dang it. Okay, you two sit up there for a second. I gotta lay-proof this place. Took like 15 minutes to get them back here, and I'm sure it probably is not gonna save that much time, but that should stop them from flying out there, and that one, we're just gonna hope. Please, 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 please. Ah, dang it. Not again. Fine, the farm sucks anyways. I'm not fixing it. We're just farming our stupid grass. I unfortunately just spent 35 minutes gathering grass with many shears. I wish I was joking here. Look at the timeline in flashback. This is the last bit of grass going into our final shulker box, and I'm really worried that I did the math completely wrong on this. We're gonna leave our allays behind. Made it out totally fine. Because I needed just over 10,000, and I think I got 17,000. Because I got 10 shulker boxes. Oh well, I'll use it eventually. Yeah. Look at that on the resource list. I just wasted so much time. Oh boy. You're welcome, future fWhip. You're welcome. I started working out a script of how this was going to be awful and how painful this all was to place in the grass, just to get an idea of how I was going to edit this down. But I'm just going to say it. This was actually not nearly as painful as I expected it to be, and it took only about 2 hours to place in all of our grass across the entire mountain range. I also fixed up the spot where I did forget to cover it with dirt blocks, and the fluffy mountains are definitely looking so much better with all of our little bits of grass all over the top of it. Next up though, before we get into our snow layers, I have a plan for this ledge to do something fun. A friend recently shared a screenshot of someone building bison in their world just off in the distance as some blocky structures, and I got really inspired to try and do that. So we're gonna try and do that here with trying to make a small herd of elk up along this ledge. So this will be the buck with our little antlers right here that we can open up. And then to give some more coloring towards the back legs, we have this, and then the tail of sorts. Definitely from up close, it's kind of giving elk. We need some more up there, but from far away, if you just saw that up on a cliffside as you're going, you're kind of like, yeah, it looks elk-like. And I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's definitely a baby elk. Yeah, that's... Okay, we'll move on from that one. But we have a few more doe around that I think kind of work. We got a few that are like down eating, maybe munching on the yummy allium flowers. And then we've got some that are just like looking out. Definitely a detail you're supposed to see from pretty far away, but I think it kind of sells it a little bit just for something you'll glance by as you're zooming around. Speaking of zooming around, we next need to move on to doing all of our snow layers. And I would like to craft down a lot of these guys into snow layers just to save myself the time from having to gather up more materials. And what is the recipe? So 3 stacks will turn into 6 stacks of snow layers. That is not that good. All right, well, it's a start. Oh, geez, this is going to be a long one. I'm pretty sure this is technically the most detail you can fit within a single block space, and you can have up to 7 layers before it turns into a full block, meaning we can get as smooth of a curve as possible in here, which really makes the snow feel a lot more natural. This little peak over here is now done, and it took an hour and it was only 3,000 of the 4,500 snow layers I still have to place in, or 6% of the total snow layers needed, which means as currently I have about 10 to 11 hours of snow placing at this current rate. So we're not gonna do that. What I've been doing so far is just running around here with the Lightmatica open and filling in snow layers as it goes. And then I decided I was going to do a little bit of research after I finished that side over there, and I found a mod called Lightmatica Printer. And well, if I turn that on here, you can see within a 5-block radius around me, it automatically places in all of the snow layers. And yes, this is extremely cheeky, as where previously this would take me about 15 minutes to do this section, we're done in under a minute. I understand that this is pretty far from vanilla, but at this point, I'm going to make an exception. Minecraft is a sandbox game, so we get to make our own rules, which means for these big mountain range projects, I'm going to allow myself to use the printer only for snow layers, as I would rather speed this up to do something else fun instead of spend my entire life placing in snow layers. That being said, I am completely out of snow. I've cleared all 9 shulker boxes that I had in here. We've still got about 15,000 snow layers left for this mountain here, and it's taken about an hour and a half, which is much nicer than the probably 8 hours that it would have taken. Now that mountain has 45,000 snow layers on it, right? So that's not terrible if you think 10 or 11 hours. That's like 2 days of placing snow layers. So for somebody doing a full-time job, not the worst thing ever. But when you come over and look at this mountain that is lagging my game to even load it in here, on the far side of the harbor that is much, much bigger than that little guy, this one here has 155,000 snow layers. Which means for this one alone, if I'm not using the printer, we're looking at roughly 30 to 35 hours of my life purely spent right-clicking snow layers in this game. I think you can see where I'm coming from for why I made the exception. Part of it is that, oh, where did you, how did you just spawn in up there? Wait a second, do you smell drip leaf? Oh, nothing. Off the roof, please. And he lived. Anyways, we're over here because inside this building, we've got a snow farm that's going to get all of the snow layers that we're going to need to finish off the mountain. All I got to do is come up here and hold left click. About 25 minutes later and 2.5 shovels, we've got ourselves 8 shulker boxes filled up with snow layers, which I'm hoping is going to be enough. I didn't get enough snow. I have to go back and get more snow. Dang it, I thought I had enough. This is the final step of building for the mountain, as we can finally see everything coming together with the snow layers smoothing out all of the different sections and making everything look just that little bit more natural. It's done. I was really starting to doubt that I would ever get here, but oh my gosh, I'm so happy right now. And our pillager friends are even exploring their new backyard. The pillager castle's right down there. Look at them going on a little adventure. Okay, I guess before I'm done, I do need to clean up this mess of shulker boxes where thankfully I have been putting, never mind, that's a lot of empty ones. Dude, even from my starter house, we can see all of it directly from there. Oh, wow, that is going to be changing so much of what I look at in the day-to-day in this world. I'm even going to have to do a third round of picking up all the stuff. Oh, there's so many boxes here. With everything cleaned up, our mountain project is complete. And finally, the backdrop to the Foliage University and one of the 3 main mountains surrounding the city of Path is done. Our upper city and, well, even the lower harbor region feel fantastic to walk around in. Until you walk around the corner and yeah. The middle of the city is literally an empty hole. Today, it's time to finally put in the work to fix this. Finally, you'll be able to walk all the way through the city and feel fully immersed within the medieval environment. I just have 12 structures to build up to fill it in. Before we get to that, I have to mention the lag in the room. With building up this space for years, my frames are tanking from everything that we've added in. You can see walking in the city, I'm getting roughly 90 FPS, and while I'm out in an area I haven't built anything, I'm getting closer to 400 FPS, which is a huge difference. I've already started on this journey and ran around the entire city with honeycomb to wax over 800 signs I used in building, and that helped a ton to address the problem. I've also removed over 90 campfires from the chimneys to cut down on the smoke particles being created. So that's how we're currently up to 90 FPS. I used to be closer to 30. Through my research, I have also found another huge source of lag, something I didn't expect at all: the Minecraft torch. See that little puff coming off of it? Yeah, that right there, That's some lag. And well, underneath the city, you can see hundreds of torches lighting up all of our little corners. Which means it's time to run around and break all of the torches, replacing them with extra frog lights I have lying around so we can hopefully keep this world from being destroyed by lag for a little while longer. Being in this world for over 4 years, mainly building up in this part of the world, has really started to tax it. But I am really happy we have options like this to help increase performance again. About 50 minutes later, and over 12 stacks of torches picked up from underneath the city, which should help out a little bit with the lag issue. The very exciting part is I'm now getting pretty stable over 100 FPS while walking around the city. We're at 120, 30, 70, okay. So removing the torches gave over a 10% boost to my performance, which is really solid. I am happy with 100 FPS wherever I am in a Minecraft world, so we can move on to some chores before we start the city building, which is going to involve the copper factory and, more importantly, the aging rooms I have constructed underground to bulk age our copper. I'm going to use a lot of this in the near future, so I have been laying out entire floors of stuff to age so that I can avoid that waiting time later on. But unfortunately, I do need to manually dig up everything. A quick trip over to the dwarven city of Tough Hall, I dropped off all 17 stacks of oxidized chains in the copper storage room, and then decided that mining up an entire floor of copper chains took way too long, so I set up another secret beacon underground that I can flip on and off to give me haste 2 while I'm underground in this part, as we have a whole second floor of copper bars that have aged down that I need to also dig up, and thankfully with the beacon it was much faster. I decided for the lower floor to fill it with doors to age down, as these take absolutely far too long to age normally, and I really love to use them, but I like them being ready to go. For the top floor, I decided to fill this up with copper lanterns using some of the last bits of my copper supply, as I didn't really realize how expensive these were with an ingot going into each lantern, as you have to also make the copper torches too. I just wrapped up a stream, so let's see how everything has aged down on the inside. For our copper lanterns, they're not quite there yet. We've got some going into the 3rd stage, but we can see the light at the end of the oxidizing tunnel. And our doors are still mostly locked at the 1st stage. These take forever. Thankfully for the first few city buildings, I don't need too much copper, so we can get to work. I want to work top to bottom for today's build, and our first house is going to have a darker red color palette to it, and I thought our stripped dark oak logs could be great for framing out the upper floors of the house. Along with a ton of mangrove and of course spruce materials, I was able to get all of the logs I need together in pretty short order. Down into the quarry with my shulkers, I grabbed a bunch of deep slate for a base foundation, and I lied. I totally need copper for this already, so I flew all the way back to Tough Hall and crafted up a few bits and bobs in the storage room, where I should really make a honeycomb farm inside of this thing. On to the next adventure, as I need blackstone. We're headed into the nether, and unfortunately, my bartering farm is fresh out of the stuff, so I ventured further down to my gold farm, picked up some blocks of gold sitting there, brought them back to the nether, and kicked off the bartering farm to get a few stacks of blackstone. A few more quick stops around the city, I grabbed everything else I need, and with 3 shulkers filled, we're ready to go. Minus my emotional support shulker boxes, I bring with me everywhere, of course, and jumping into the build, I like to use different materials for each level of the house so that I can more easily throw my inventory together for one, and it makes a good stacked approach. For a little detail here, I did go through and add in some dark oak signs to be a skinnier divider instead of the large strip logs going across the build I normally use. Now, I purposely not eaten anything while building up the house so far, as I can finally eat this cake I put here for my birthday in 2024. No, it doesn't taste stale at all. You guys want a slice back there? No? Okay, right. Hey, I got this candle back though. Before going upstairs, I filled in this little corner with a small garden, as it didn't make sense to put anything larger in. Then back to the house itself, I went with a red theme for the upper floors, and we have an extension on the front of the house. Then the back comes up to an additional 3rd floor where I installed a balcony along the backside so the owners can enjoy the park. And lastly, going to blackstone and some deep slate, throwing on a roof topped with iron bars. More importantly, I am finally hungry enough to finish my birthday cake. and I need a pork chop too. But we can now clean up everything down here as the first house is completed, meaning we already have blocked off a good portion of the hole from the upper city. That doesn't help much as the entire hole still exists just another few steps down the road. For our next building, I need to throw together some more blocks. First, stopping at my pale hanging moss farm to refill my supply with this super simple farm that I designed a while back. Then working back towards my house, I need a good amount of tuff for this structure, so I used some leftovers in my storage room hall to craft down everything that I would need for this house. Except dripstone blocks. I am always running out of these, so I jumped into the villager trading hall with my last few emeralds to visit the masons and bought a few stacks. Then for a fun pop of color, I picked up a few pieces of smooth quartz and purple slabs, as I thought a canvas overhang for a little market stall could be kind of cute along the street. I should have done this at the start, but I flew into the pale moss farm to turn it on so that it can run in the background while I pick up everything else that I need from the area. And of course, we have another stop in the lumber mill so that I can strip down some logs for this building too. Then a quick stop in color storage to craft and break some white concrete. I am running around a lot, but being able to experience the world I have built up over the last 4 years is extremely special to me. Instead of some mega storage room I probably could have saved a lot of time with, these little trips around to see everything that I built up really helps me feel a lot more connected to what I'm actually doing here in the Minecraft world. And I've got everything right here for our next house. I have already installed a little pathway going through it to the back, as I had this staircase going up into the park that I really wanted to link back into the main street again. It will go off this direction down here too and link into a lower street off of like an alley, but we've got houses to form the alley to build first. It's way too early. I can't English right now. I'm just gonna build. We'll most likely have a connected basement on this build, so I wanted to start framing that out with some furnaces to break up the tuff before completing a covered walking space through the middle of the building with deep slate tile as a little ceiling. Here in the front, I've started a small vendor stall of sorts where I do want to create that little like awning that I talked about using our smooth quartz and our purple, just so that we can have like over to there. We'll just do these lines coming down. It's pretty colorful, but I think it works out fairly well. It's meant to draw attention after all. Now for the upper stages of this building, I want to work in some diorite, speaking of grabbing attention, and then we're also going to be working with our birch and our bamboo. It's going to be a little weird, but I think it'll turn out pretty good. This whole house stands out as we're blending yellow bamboo into white concrete for the palette, which is pretty funky, but it works out pretty well. That is 4 shulker boxes completely emptied full of stuff so far, and we can place those back but I still can't English even after building a whole house. We can drop them off here in the house. Yeah, we're just gonna say it that way. And I'm gonna sleep over. But more importantly, through the magic of editing, I already have all of the blocks here for our next house ready to go. And I have installed this little garden along that's gonna back right up against the house, just again filling in that little bit of space with some greenery. But this previous one, I think it's looking super cool. We got the hanging signs over here. We got a little market that I mentioned, and I just love the colors on this guy. I think it's so fun. And for our windows, I use shelves to be like the window shutters that they could close over them, just to be different from the trap doors I normally do like that. And even the back of the house is finished up looking pretty good. This is gonna be like a little neighborhood plaza of sorts. We'll get like a well in the middle and some more seating and everything around it. It'd be pretty cool when it's finished. But first, this house, where for most of it, I want to use our cobble or mossy cobble, probably some gravel, and then I wanted to go with our corals and some tuff, and it should be able to blend pretty well together. I did forget that I want to use some vines for this build, so I made a quick trip out to the nearby jungle with my shears to grab up some extras, as I never keep any of these on hand, which we can throw up here on a roughened up wall of cobble, dead coral, and tuff, and then send the building down to our corner with a large window and front door, before turning said corner to start a new street with a little to-go counter of sorts at it. I don't know what this is going to be for, but I kind of love it being here. And for the front door, I had a pretty fun idea. We can use the back of our shelf block here for a unique texture. You can't see that one. And then in the middle, I want to throw a jungle one and then another acacia shelf, which is just kind of cool. And then we can dole that down a little bit and bring that guy in. And then for the center, just a jungle door. And I really love that. The back of our shelves are such a cool block to be able to work with. I think I've done this already in the upper city back when we only had trap doors. Or I guess I just use full plank blocks, which makes it pretty thick and chunky. Or I could really only ever use spruce trapdoors, as every other trapdoor you can see through pretty much. So, I love shelves. See, you can see through it. And soon, you won't be able to see through that anymore. Heck yeah, we're getting there. Going back to the red palette from the first house, I brought up the walls trying to make the feel of this house a touch older, which I think helps come through with a different, slightly rounded roof design, making it feel almost more grungy. Along with all of our additional sign detailing we've done that they've maybe slapped some extra wood planks on to keep it going throughout, I really like this build. I do still need to wax all of the sign detailing I did around to help with the lag, but this might be one of my favorite houses in this part of the city and works really well for one that we will see a lot of as we're walking around. Oh, looks like I forgot the windows up there. Let me fix that real quick. See, can I just slide on in here? Yes. And we can just throw in some grates to fill these in. No, I forgot the granite. No. I'm gonna get this. It's definitely not a bad idea at all. Oh, no. Okay, I give up. I'm admitting defeat. Which is totally fine, as we have finished off all of the houses along this main street, and it feels so good. Now, to finish it off a little bit more, I also added in a small pillar down at the end, as if it was an old aqueduct turned into a decorative pillar as the rest was removed. Just a little dark prismarine up there with some candles on top to give it a little tiny crown spike of sorts. But gosh, this is so cool to be able to walk through here and be fully immersed in the city now. I cleaned up my mess, and dang, just these 3 buildings of the 12 that I've planned today really just made such a huge difference to the city of Bath. I know, guys. I know. It's really good. Yeah, we did a good job. Yeah. Okay, I couldn't help it. So you guys come over here. You get your little chair in the corner, and you get this chair right here. Yeah. Yes, perfect. Now they just need a bowl of spaghetti. Continuing along with filling in the giant hole here in the middle of the city, we need a road behind the Pink Pony Manor, which is going to be our solution to filling in the remaining space with buildings, but also causes a brand new problem I didn't expect. Underneath the manor, I have a mangrove tree farm that I use quite often, and well, we've pretty much cut off the way that I get down here. I was supposed to build the interior of the manor a long time ago with a way to access it, and I never did it. The future fWhip problem is now a current fWhip problem. I want this to feel pretty grand, so we have an entry hall splitting off to multiple rooms and a staircase leading to an upper floor. Since I use frog lights for the windows to avoid the interior, I'm instead putting a glazed terracotta mosaic in with some glow lichen on it and a chandelier in front of that using hanging signs to round it out. A fully completed interior. Yeah, just ignore. Yeah. Well, anyways, through this door over here, we have a little bit of a drop shaft going down to the farm that we can clear out a little bit of dirt in here and get a better glimpse, and it doesn't line up. Okay. Before we dig that out, look at this little chandelier. Oh, it's almost perfectly rounded out. I love it. Ignore that it doesn't touch the middle. It's fine. Moving on, as it's going to require a little bit of digging to build the elevator. I just realized I forgot to wax all of the trapdoors, so this is going to slowly oxidize and we'll just embrace the green. And crisis averted, we now have access to the mangrove farm again. New crisis, that clicking's going to drive me crazy. But it does make me realize how terrible the storage system is down here. So we gotta fix that up too, because oh boy. Starting with first digging out a larger space that I can turn into a storage room with the ever so important chest wall over here, where I want 3 double chests in each column with hoppers behind them all. And the final one is going to put all of the excess into a composter for bone meal. But to make sure it's all sorted, I built up some item filters along with all of the previous slots. I decided I want to sort everything, with 2 columns for mangrove logs, then 1 column for the remaining sticks, moss carpet, mangrove propagules, and mangrove roots all being auto-sorted. After we can get all of the items over to the storage, which I thought a water stream under a grate could look cool. I want to break this. That's going to be gone. And then I want to put a mangrove shelf in here. And then if I do a dark oak sign, we can't fall. Oh, we can fall down in there. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, but I can come up here. And can I still get the angle where I need to place in at? I can. Okay, so that should hopefully work to get the items to fall down. We're going to run the farm for a second and test. Oh, man. In order to make this all functional, I need to bring everything down to the room, including the on-off switch wiring, and of course a new way to put bone meal into the system with a new water column that uses an autocrafter at the end, so I can just throw bone blocks in that'll get converted into bone meal right at the source. Yes! We did it! We redstoned! Look at me! I've redstoned! Oh boy! Everything is finished and we can just drop down here to see the farm as we're falling in and land here at the bottom to see this. Our finished clicky clacky storage room that is looking really, really cool. I'm really happy with how this one turned out. The mud is in place so I can put all the little bushes, and we got stuff around so you know it's for mangrove, of course, if you couldn't tell. And utilizing shelves here to show everything to be sorted, and they are all ending up in their proper columns with our bone meal at the very end, which is absolutely awesome. I can't get that clicking to stop. The farm just does that. I hate it. But this over here is our on and our off, and then we have the bone block storage that goes into there for getting up into the thingy. And I can run up here all the way to the top to where the clicking gets even more intense. And we did have to change this guy over to being at that side because the items come around there and then they'll fall in. When the shelf was this way, they were getting caught, but now it fully is functional. Just don't open that door. We don't like that door. That door's gross. That one's scary. One extra storage room completed, adding a bit more immersion into this old Minecraft world. I'm pretty ready to be above ground and away from all of that clicking, so it's time to focus on making this road no longer floating along here with a few new buildings that'll connect us into the hill. And I need a lot more blocks to put these next houses together. This is going to be a huge step forward as we are finally connecting to the other end of this walkway. And it's a new year, so it's a new fWhip, and I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. So I'm starting a goal of being more organized. So before we get more stuff together, I'm going to put all of these away. I'll be with you soon. I was almost done and I just found 2 more boxes in here that I didn't bother sorting out. Oh man, I was almost so close. Coming in for the last stop finally, and thankfully over here I can leave everything in this chest for the copper golem to sort for me, and I don't have to do it. Thanks, buddy. Now we have a clean front porch and nearly a double chest full of empty shulkers where we can pull a few out to get started on picking up more junk. Did I just spend 2 hours putting all of that stuff away? Yeah, I did. But hopefully that means during my resource gathering sessions in the storage rooms, I can pick up a little bit more stuff than I originally could have. Either saving some of the base materials that would have been crafted down into stuff like trapdoors or walls, or it might just mean that I won't have to go out to a certain forest to chop some extra trees down. I didn't keep track of what I put away, so we'll never really know, but I like to think that I didn't just waste all of that time. That actually worked. I have everything I need here to get all of these buildings built up, and I didn't have to break a single block outside of a few logs that I had to strip down. Let's start in here and grab our bricks, our granite, and some of our acacia. As for our first building here, I'd like to create a bit of a covered area, and 2 blocks over gets us perfect. It's almost like I planned it before in creative. Oh, wait, I did. For our front face here, we are going to be working with a pretty simple palette coming throughout that's going to look a little bit like this. And where we're going to make it super fun is we can grab these guys, round off the corner with some stairs, and then I want to actually bring our acacia shelves in like this and wrap some signs going around. Once we get the rest of the wall in place, we can then just bring all of these guys around and finish off our little archways. And I really, really love the pop of color that we get with our acacia coming in. And I think the shelves coming down from the stair just really helps to round off that archway in a way that we couldn't really do it before. Yep, I like that. Oh yeah, it looks fantastic. It looks so good. Okay, I still want a shop in here, so we have a big window and door greeting the customers. And to tie that acacia into the upper floors, I used it as a trim along the wooden divider. Then got to work adding in an oak and jungle plank section with some messy signs holding it together. But on the highest floor, I want this to feel cleaner, so I went with brighter colors like bone blocks and sandstone to shift the vibe a bit, with a few more details thrown in together like the chimney, a roof made out of black stone and deep slate tile, and even a tiny roof above a window. We can call this build complete. My goal here was to be complementary to the neighboring red house, and I think we pulled that off pretty well. Before I get into the next build, I forgot to do something important that we started today's project with. I need a few more stacks of honeycomb, as using all these signs reminded me I need to wax over everything we've done today. It wouldn't be the smartest move to spend a few hours fixing the lag in the city to only forget to do it with everything new that I'm building today, so well, I just built this new house. I went around to wax all of the signs on all of the buildings I made today to keep that nice 100 FPS we have stable in-game now. I'll try to remember that as we work through these next buildings, this time going for a gray base, but still warmer tones by using the dead coral and light gray wool as the main block, stacking up the stone layer up to meet with the mud brick backyard area up top. Next, this is becoming a favorite build palette as I want to go with orange, using resin, red sandstone, and orange terracotta to create our second story of the home, and acacia coming in for the attic space. Topping it all off with a deep slate based roof so it helps connect back into the city again without feeling too out there. I'm getting a ton of use out of shelves now in different ways, and I'm really growing to love them and probably rely on them a little too much. This next house is going to be more of a facade for now. We have space for an interior, but it's just a little guy in the corner going for a more classic grayscale build with some copper for accents and a simple cobblestone roof on top that helps bring us around the corner of the road. Our next structure comes with a problem, as I made this archway years ago with absolutely no plan at all for how to finish it. We have the colors already in the newspaper company building here that I need to carry through, starting first with the deep slate base and some crimson fences as a color accent. The middle floor left as a more classic grayscale to match the archway itself a bit more, still with the crimson in the top windows to pop. And finally, a little bit of that magenta color coming in for the attic before throwing on a dark roof with nether bricks and our blackstone. To top off the fourth house on the street, I added some chains to the peak of it. And there we go, this whole street is now finished up and looking really nice. But you know what? I think we could throw some extra little decor in this space, especially back here on the dirt. What do I have? I think I kind of want some greenery. Bush, grass, firefly bush, all of the bush. Got a cool little sweet berry in here. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of like that. A little bit of green down in here. And then they probably would be using this for a little bit of storage, so we can do something right here. I don't know. I think that'll work. Store all of their pickles. Yes, that's essential. That's how you decorate a Minecraft build right there. Regardless of our very important decoration details, this is looking really, really cool to be able to walk all the way over here. We can head up that way, all the way over to the main street, and this whole spot is really coming together. Just don't look through that window. That's fine to avoid. I've been in the city for a few days IRL now, building up all of these new houses, so I want to take a quick moment to venture outside and touch some virtual grass blocks. Or, well, actually, we're going to be hoeing some virtual grass blocks to turn them into farmland, as it's time to plant a field for this episode. I've been in this world for over 4 years now, and every single video I've published, I have planted a field and made a stupid pun about why people should subscribe. Today, instead, we're gonna let the video stand for itself, instead of me trying to convince you to subscribe to enjoy a new pitcher pod field outside of the city. This location here was something that I just never filled in because it was kind of a tiny spot when I built the farming region as a whole, and I saw it today as I was leaving the city, and I was like, yep, change of plans. We're making the field here. And I'm really glad I did. I like it a lot. I also haven't built a pitcher pod field in like 2 years, so it was fun to do. Kind of forgot they existed, not gonna lie. Oh, there's torch flares too. Nice. Back in the city now, it's time to work on some new roads on the western edge, which is going to require a bit of mud. So that in itself requires a trip to the far west, into a mangrove swamp, where I have been slowly removing all of the mud from underneath the biome, as we use far too much packed mud in builds, but it's such a good block that I just can't help myself. That'll get turned into packed mud soon for the roadway, but first we need to clear out the space, which was going really great until I reached an old Halloween skeleton from 2023 in a boat with a pillager. I don't want to kill this mob since it's super rare, so instead I let them both shoot at me constantly while I pulled them up the hill with a lead and dropped them off under the canopy of the tree. And I got back to work smoothing out the hillside for our road, leading me back to the dirt storage, where I stashed all of that mud to turn into packed mud for our new road out to the west side of this region. Again, I have a big mushroom lumber mill of sorts, which has a farm I designed myself to easily gather up a ton of any of the mushroom blocks in a nice field of mushroom trees. All I have to do after harvesting them is plant new brown mushrooms on the podzol and flip a lever, and we have a new forest. We also have all of the blocks together now, as I grabbed some jungle planks to have an extra slab to work with and got busy filling in the road leading all the way down to the back city gate from the archway, finally no longer floating. And curving my way up the hill, I continued the same pattern leading to an upper road that loops all the way back around to our park to add in more options to explore the city on foot. I've been working on cleaning the space up with some more retaining walls and little gardens along our roads, and I do plan to throw a big old tree in right here, as we don't really have any in this space yet, minus this default oak tree. Oh, it has a beehive, but I don't want to look at this anymore. Aw, no bees. Right, I just finished putting away the newest shulker mess again. I hope you're proud of me. I'm learning. But it's time for another shulker monster to come into existence so we can get all of the blocks needed to build 4 more structures in the city. Try to take out this. Nailed it. Here's to round 4 or 5 of resource gathering today, but I want to get everything I need to finish this expansion. So we're in the quarry to craft up tons of deep slate materials for roofing, along with tuff and some stone stuff, while grabbing some diorite and andesite I can use for some of the finer details on these fancier looking homes. I am close to running out of deep slate now, but thankfully I had just enough, so I picked up my boxes and relocated to the lumber mill to start this process over again, which of course begins with a huge stripping session and tearing down a mountain of logs, while running around with the zoomies, crafting up all of the other things I could get from in here. Unfortunately, that did not include spruce. So I flew up north to where I have a huge blob of them ready to be torn down and got to work on just chopping a ton of spruce logs for a little bit, which turned into a load more logs than I really needed. So that'll be nice for the future, but we need a few stacks of fences, tramp doors, and pretty much everything of spruce. I just left color storage heading into the foliage market to pick up some plants and wanted to just walk through this street with you, as wow, this is what I get to experience now walking between the storage rooms, and it's awesome, especially when the foliage market had everything I needed ready to go. Finishing up in the city of Path, I flew east to Tough Hall and the copper storage room for a few more goodies, including for the first time ever copper golem statues, which I created using fully oxidized copper and was really surprised at how quickly they turned into statues. Oh my god, that was fast. Wow. I was not expecting it to be that fast, but that was fast. That was the last bit of stuff, so we can lay down the new and improved shulker mess and get to work on the new structures. This is probably the most basic build palette with just stone and stone brick for our basement floor. To break it up though, I am installing a staircase to reach our second middle floor using some spruce. Of course, we need to keep growing this build up to reach the upper roadway, swapping to a wooden build palette to contrast it all, which needs a full inventory reset as it's already a mess, so I put everything I had back and proceeded to get instantly distracted by building up a small storage area along the roadway with the second one right around the corner that could almost serve as a market stall as well. But back on track before I get too busy decorating other things, I got into the third story of our building with a few windows and mostly something that could be like a simple living area or looks like a small farmhouse just set on top, to be honest. I don't feel like the shape of this I've really grown too much as a builder here, but you know, I think the texturing shows me growing over the years, which is pretty cool. So we've got a little brown mushroom in the jungle going into the oak. I really wanted that vertical texture to it for almost like a darker wood paneling. Oh, I wish we had a gray wood in Minecraft, but I think it's gonna be a nice squeeze between the 2 other buildings. And honestly, down here it looks like it's just kind of squeezed in the corner too, but it was mostly for just bringing that wall out a touch, to be honest. We'll get a nice little workshop in the bottom, and then this guy will really fill in this whole corner here. First up, I realized that I have a direct line to the previous pillar I built, so I added another one to give that idea of an older aqueduct now turned into decorative pillars. This next structure is something I don't think I could have pulled off last year. We have a weird rounded corner, and I really wanted the building to really work with the curve of the road that we have, meaning the top structure has turned into some amalgamation of different sections sticking out to create a roof line and a front balcony area to help smooth out the transition from the curve of the road to the more rigid shaping of the building, leading to a roof that somehow came together like this. This literally took me 2 hours in a creative world to get something that I actually like before I added it into the world here. Oh, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. I mean, just look at this. Look, there's a point there, and it comes up to this weird point. I don't know, it works out. But taking a moment to look at our newest building here from the road and comparing that to one of the original buildings in the city, you can definitely see the growth in my building skills since the start, which I think is really cool as they still generally work together for a theme. And I do have a rule about not tearing down old structures just for the sake of rebuilding them, so it's a cool challenge to try and bring everything together somehow. But there is some skill to making your builds fit together. There are 5 major aspects of any Minecraft build. You have shape, scale, style, space, and color. As a general rule, keep 3 of them the same, and everything should fit together. Let's take a look at the 2 buildings we just made as an example. The scale, style, and general space usage between these 2 structures are the same. Then I altered the colors and the shapes used to block it out to make them unique, but they still fit together fairly well. Which leads me to moving our shulker monster up here to the upper level as we can continue to experiment with this theory. As we keep the scale, build style, and space of the structure locked in here, I want to experiment a lot with our color and the shape. The only similarity is going to be using spruce as a trim, as I want to make a greenhouse using concrete, terracotta, moss, and green wool to bring up all of our different walls, even highlighting this with the yellow of bamboo for our windows and window shutters, and a large bay window overlooking the city. Then to calm things down a bit, I throw in a darker roof of blackstone and deep slate. And I think it fits pretty well within the city, and it only stands out as it's pretty tall being on the upper road. But taking another look at it here from ground level, I actually really like the addition of it. I feel like it works well with the crimson and then the reds over there, and we have our green up in there. And there's some bright oranges over that way. I feel like it fits in really well here. When I'm talking space, I mean basically how much detail you're adding to the outside of it. So this is pretty clean here with just the bushes under the windows and some shutters and things like that, which also lines up pretty well over here with some bigger shutters. There's just no bush, but it still kind of blends in for the amount of space and stuff that is open versus used with something. Unlike, say, Cyberpunk, where you have chains and gadgets and gears and blah, blah, blah all over the place. On to the final building, where this starts with a pretty classic base, and this is where it's going to start to differ, as I would like this to feel almost like an older mansion sitting here on the edge of the little park that we have, and I thought polished diorite along with some diorite walls could help give the effect I want here. Mostly just for this little decorative feature down here, bringing us to an upper level. And then I want to try a Tudor design. I've seen a lot of people do this with banners recently, but I really wanted to give it an effect here using actual wooden stuff sticking outside the build. So we can throw our sandstone in here for a wall coming in, and then I want to in the middle include a bay window on this one just because I love them, that are always pretty simple to do, except this guy. Oh no, I need that. I don't have enough of them. Instead of being too thick on that, I want to bring these in so it just feels a little skinnier. And it'll get topped here with something like this that'll come up to a roof line. We'll add in a little later. But anyways, that Tudor stuff. We need all of this spruce here, or I want to do that. And then we're going to bring in a shelf here. We're going to do trapdoor and trapdoor, flip those up. And then we're going to bring another shelf in here, which helps to give like a little bit of like that angle crossed bit. Now, it's not perfect, and it definitely sticks out a lot more than you see with the banner tech people have been doing, but I'm just not a big fan of banner tech, and I think this can actually be something we can do some more. I've been bringing that around the rest of the building, and it looks really weird. Oh, I missed a trapdoor. It looks super weird here without the roof on it because we need something really to like smack a top layer on that guy, but I think it actually is coming through fairly well. And I'm really just loving all of the deep slate that we're using in the roofs up here for some reason. So I'm just going to grab a load of this again. And tough brick probably could be good too. Picking up a few different blocks in the roof came together pretty easily with 2 sections going all the way to stone brick from our deep slate. I kind of wish I added some windows into the roof for like the attic space, but it already has a lot going on, even with the little brown mud brick being thrown in there. So I think I'm just going to be leaving it and stewing on the idea for now, as we'll mostly see this from the main road, and as is, I think it looks pretty sweet. That does, however, leave us through here where it's a little empty. I have already scattered a few leaves around, and I think we need to change the rest of it. So I was thinking we start here with a little well in the middle, and I'll need to steal some water from the park. I'll bring this back in just a moment. We can make ourselves a little infinite water source. And then we can invert the same thing for a top little cover. I use this well design so much. It's just so good. I keep imagining this as a little spot where people can just hang. So over here, I was thinking we make it look like people are like playing chess or something. It's gonna be really just black is really winning out here. There's 4 of those and 3 of those off the board, and then this is their chessboard. Yeah. And then back on this one, I just want to make a little potted plant here where we can have some vines hanging, and then we'll just throw a little bit of grass on top. And I did add a bunch of greenery up in here just with our bushes and our firefly bushes, and I also put some greenery over this with some ferns. But now this looks like a nice little place for some of the community members who live in these houses to have their own little private backyard. But it still is like an access point through the city with our side roads going off of here and down to there, up into the park. Vibes. Feels so cool. You can sit over here and be fully immersed in the city. That's so fun. I'm just gonna sit here for a few. Yep. With that upper plaza done, I have a few details left to throw in. First up, I like the idea of a custom tree being in this planter box, so I added a medium-sized tree in. Then farther down towards the back entrance of the city, I figured a statue could work great on the corner. Resting in a little fountain carved into the side, there wasn't enough space for a new building here, but I still wanted something to finish off this space, which inspired the statue that's slightly inspired by the famous thinker statue, but instead holding a plant in its hand. It's kind of abstract and weird at the scale. I feel like this angle, you can kind of see like the knee coming out. There's like the raised leg, his arms resting on his leg, and he's kind of thinking. Yeah, abstract, but I kind of love it. And I also love these little dudes. This is the first time I've ever used one. You can change the stances that they're in, but I kind of like them just sitting up here. I was thinking they could maybe be standing to be a little bit taller, but I think the sitting kind of helps with the bush height as well. And of course, we have a little bit of small drip leaf thrown in here and some storage along the back and a nice little bench where you can sit and watch people come in and out from the quarry. Probably not the fanciest of gates to watch people walk through, but it's functional and I like it. We definitely have space for another building in right here, and I'm probably gonna have to trim this tree back a touch when we get around to building it, but I think this guy for now works really well too. I consider this a huge success. We have a city that has been built for over 3 years, and finally it is starting to look like it's almost done. And I can walk around on a majority of the main roads and not stare into any random holes or uncompleted backs of buildings. I do still have 3 major areas to fill in for the city to absolutely finish every structure that will be placed inside the city walls of Path. But I am extremely happy with our progress today. We do still have to finish off the upper wealthy district here with a cathedral of sorts, along with crossing over the quarry to build up to the base of the mountain on this side, and finally expand the neighborhoods behind the dwarven district. Yeah, it's half a house. Literally cut in half. What was I thinking? I didn't even finish the roof. I just stopped right. Oh god. Anyways, I am on a mission to complete this entire city by the end of 2026 with 4 major districts left to build. Today we are focusing on the Cathedral District to build my first ever cathedral as a place to worship the World Tree with a fully completed interior, so I can actually say this finally completes the western edge of my city. Looking at this hill I have to destroy, I'm just now realizing how big of a project this is. Oh well, which means it's time to dig. So I'm going to need a load of empty shulker boxes, place all of these down here, and I'll get to work on digging out all of this dirt. I'm guessing I will likely need a beacon to clear out a chunk of stone here, but I figured it couldn't hurt too bad to tear off all of the dirt and potentially save me the time of needing to set up a beacon, as I don't want to completely flatten the mountain, just push it back to make the build space. I knew leaving this Halloween mob here was going to bite me in the butt at some point, but let's just pull them up the hill with the other ones. Oh, there's another boat. Okay, please don't break these guys out. Ow. Ow. I'm gonna leave you here. There we go. I need my lead. Thank you. Okay. Okay, they hurt. They hurt. Dude's got a sword. Oh, this skeleton I don't need to save. You don't have a pumpkin on your head. Yeah, let's get rid of you. You, though, you got a glowy pumpkin. I love it. Ow, hate that. And this guy will just drop off here. Okay. What do I do with them? Besides get constantly shot with arrows. Back to work and time to set up the beacon as we still have a lot to dig. That should do the trick. Now for the actual hard part, material gathering. I started by first putting away everything we just dug up from the hillside. And while flying back to pick up more shulker boxes, I noticed our zombie friend found a creeper to join him in the boat. That's so fun. But more importantly, we need to figure out a block palette for the cathedral. And for that, we already have a grand building in the city to go off of, the fWhip University, with a ton of browns and red tones between mud bricks and bricks to make up all of the walls, which I will grab in a bit, as first I want to get deep slate that we're going to heavily rely on for the roofing areas. Heading down into the mines, I have been slowly chipping away at this space for the entire 4 years I've spent in this world, with the gradual goal of removing all of the deep slate from this entire beacon radius that comes out the top of the tree. Today we're picking up 2 full shulker boxes of cobbled deep slate to restock, as I'm completely out, which now has been crafted down into everything that I'm gonna need for today. And over here in this little quadrant, I have all of the tuff that I need too. Granted, that doesn't really fill in any of the red or brown tones of the university, so I need to also craft down loads of granite and some terracottas to help with texturing. Unfortunately, there was a lot on the list I couldn't get, so I grabbed everything else that I could in here before we head out on an adventure. And also, unfortunately, I have been putting off getting more emeralds, so I am a very poor whippersnapper right now. There's more iron than emeralds in my box. Oh boy. Thankfully in here I still have a lot of melons sitting around and a few pumpkins, so I can at least get some emeralds real quick. I'm not sure, but this might be enough emeralds. All of those emeralds went next door and turned into a bunch of bricks. Kudos to the army of stonemasons back here. Something tells me I'm gonna need a lot more shulker boxes though. And next up, we're headed to the lumber mill. So far away. So much adventure. Starting off my daily exercise with a big stripping session, as I really enjoy using the logs to texture in all of the extra brown tones. Another 30 minutes later, I managed to get all of this stuff crafted down here, and unfortunately, again, it's not everything I need. Oh, don't want to leave all of those behind. As next, we can head back into the city, into this building where I've recently built out the interior, which is looking super nice, and down underground to my new mangrove tree farm. Have I run it at all? Ooh, that might actually be enough. That might. I'm gonna get more. This is actually the first time I've ran the farm outside of small tests since redesigning the bottom, so hopefully it works. Nearly a stack of propagules later, and yep, that's gonna do just fine. I do need to strip down a few of these to turn into some more shelves. Did I put a crafting table? Oh, yes I did. And the rest of these, I'm just gonna bring back with me as much as, yeah, we'll just go drop them off. Might as well restock the actual storage room and get away from this clicking. Nope, that's the way down. And up we go. The last wood type I need requires a trip away from civilization out into the jungles, as the stripped jungle log has turned into one of my favorite building blocks. I used to hate this thing, but now I would easily put it as an S tier build block right up there with stripped spruce. Yep, I said that. Now, of course, jungle logs are S tier because of the other additions to the game filling out the brown tones super well, like our packed mud, which I need almost an entire shulker box full of different pieces today. Most of the big ticket items are done now, so I just need to make a few more trips around, like picking up some glass in color storage, which I just now realized that I've called this the Color Cathedral originally, so I'm a fraud. I've already built a cathedral. That's fine though, it's totally fine. I have to pick up some plants from the market and move on to the east, as I need to visit the copper storage in Tuff Hall, where first I want to oxidize some golems, so I made 64 of them to slowly turn into statues. Well, I crafted down and waxed all of the other copper goodies I could get inside of the storage room already. We may need to go clear a trial chamber soon, as it is starting to run pretty dry on the copper front, which is not good. But that's a future problem, as for now I need to first pick up all of the golem statues we can use today for building. I next placed down all of my shulker boxes I have ready to go so far in our new cathedral district, so they could be ready to go for building up everything, as I only have a few items left to grab, like some lanterns, and I need to age lightning rods as well, so I placed some more down before jumping into the nether, as we have some distance to travel for our next bits. First, going 2,000 blocks west to the deserts of New Papyrus, or well, the ocean off the coast of the desert, as I want a few stacks of dead coral blocks that I can use to texture in with our stones for a big plaza, before going even further west to the mesa, as the final red tone block I have been using in the city is terracotta, and I am fresh out, so I filled up the rest of my shulker. On the way back to the City of Path, I stopped at my bartering farm in the nether for blackstone, but it was empty and out of gold. So I jumped over to my gold farm, picked up what I could, and then brought that back into the nether and turned on the bartering farm. Then I decided to just fly down into the nether to harvest blackstone myself manually because I had to wait around anyways. Where thankfully now this is the entire shulker mess we need for today's build. That I want to get started on straight away with a huge moment here. We are finally building the wall on the southwestern side of the city, starting with a deep slate base like I have on every other section of it. Then every so often, I want large towers to break far above the walls themselves. I have built a ton of these in the city, so I know the design well and threw on an Age of Empires 2 inspired wooden top, which I gotta say looks pretty good even on its own. Our wall design works from packed mud to bricks and granite at the top, then using diorite as a highlight on the ramparts itself, creating a ton of little arrow slits along the entire thing. Which I'll be the first to admit, at points it does look a little goofy coming up on the diagonal going up, but I wanted the style to stay in line, so it's gonna get up ass here. That was really hard to walk through this. Bringing together the entire design with our additional tower next to this, it all starts to blend together and look more cohesive from a distance, and the balance comes back into the build as we aren't really meant to be walking on top of this in game, just passing by the wall as you enter the city, which means we need to extend this all the way up to the tree to make sure people can't just walk over the top of the hill. I have these large flags on the city gates already, but we don't have space with the quarry entrance, so I'm putting the flags on our towers up here instead. I also do plan to add a bridge over the quarry here and continue this wall along the far side going all the way up to the mountain, but that'll come later as we're focusing on our newly boxed in cathedral district. Sometimes purely just putting a box around a build space helps me with containing the story I'm trying to tell. The box is currently in the ugly phase, and it's about time that we go ahead and fix that by making it easier to walk around and making the plaza floor. For that, I'm gonna need a load of blocks from out here, and I think I got everything I need to get started. I've fallen in love with making simple but decorative open spaces. A lot of the times I really fill in buildings close together to create that thick city atmosphere, but I want a lot of good sightlines to the cathedral itself, so I'm leaving the front rather open and accessible. Of course, we need some actual staircases to get to the top as well for people to actually walk up here. As previously, the only route was through the back exit of the brewery, which honestly doesn't sound too bad before going into a cathedral. We do have this nice railing so people don't fall down the hill into the park as well. And over here in the middle, I want to make another mosaic floor design, but I'm realizing I missed a few blocks back here for the entrance itself. I've really fallen in love with creating trees of sorts, kind of just etched into the ground, so we're gonna try and bring that idea in here with this being like a tree trunk something or another. Yeah, that looks like a diagonal tree trunk blob of sorts with some branches. And then at the top half, we bring in some of our greener blocks so it can almost feel a bit like a tree canopy of sorts. And then the regular stone is just going to be representing like the sky, but that's starting to feel a little like a tree canopy. And then down here, copying how we have the big old tree up there, there's sky down below it, so we can just bring in some of our regular stone and everything again. And ooh, I need some cobblestone. I thought I grabbed some. Well, it is very easy to get back up and down now. Some cracked stone bricks to fill it in, and yeah, that is looking pretty sweet. Now for this big old hole in here, I've got a bunch of prismarine stuff together as I want to kind of copy something that we've done throughout the city already with some design language here, going for these brighter colors in big decorative splotches of sorts. And then right in here, we're gonna go into the middle and bring up some prismarine bricks. And I would like to use some glazed terracotta. That'll go up there. How do I? Ooh, wow, look at me. I'm so good at this game. And that goes up to that one. And then now, I think it's gonna be that side. No. This side? Nope. This side. Yeah, I'm so good at this. I've done a few of these around the city already, just in smaller fashions than what we have here. And I really, really love how it just kind of adds this extra bit of a pop of color and contrast against all of the bricks and everything that we have. I think it's really, really cool. And we can bring this one even more to life here. I've got some cactus flowers. And of course, every other one I put alliums at. So we're going to bring those in here on the corners. And that looks pretty sweet. And then some of those copper golem statues that got to be like little guys along the edge are looking good, except the whole archway, where that's gonna do it. Except I did leave a little hole up there that I would like to block in, and it's a wee bit dark now, so we've got our glow lichen, and we can just bring that around the center to even illuminate that a bit. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Back up top, open doesn't really mean empty, so I want to first add in a railing along the ledge, and then add in some decorative street lights with our copper and little ferns on top, just to add some flair. We also need some seating up here, as this seems like it would just be a great spot to hang and vibe. So some little double-backed benches to where you can either look out or you can look at the tree in the cathedral, and a few pots around with some flowering azaleas on top of them. Then over on this side, I thought a little fountain right here could look pretty good, using some pale oak shelves and trapdoors to almost round out the sides. Nope, I want those back. Thank you. No, I want that back. Stupid shelves keep stealing my trapdoors. And then in the middle, on a point, I thought we could have a copper golem that is running or walking. Of course, filling in our water sources here so we can get a cheeky little infinite water source up top. And I think that looks pretty cool. I think I'm also gonna add some glow lichen in here, just so it gives some light off of it too, to help keep everything mob safe. Been adding a little bit around in the middle, and I think I've got most of this point in here mob proof now. Minus all the dark, scary caves in that. A creeper just about exploded down by the shulker mess, and that would have been a day ruiner. Right next to my bed, too. Which means we need some mob proofing down here. I could set up a torch and call it good, or I could actually finish building the corner here with a small white tent as a market stall of sorts in the neighborhood. We can add some candles right here, and boom, light source complete. It's a pretty nice light source. Now we can finish boxing in the remaining side of our district with this hill. On the far side of the tree, I have some boulders along the hillside that I would like to take inspiration from. So we can use that same idea to help hold up this hillside, as it's far too steep for buildings, and I want that really open space in front of the tree to still exist, as it helps the tree feel more grand and interesting overall by having a blank space surrounding it on most sides, but that doesn't mean we have to leave default Minecraft terrain in place. Now with the light overlay mod turned on, I want to run around with some glow lichen and make this place a little bit more mob proof here, as all of the red means mobs can and will spawn as soon as it gets dark out. Eventually, I would love for the entire inside of the City of Path to be completely mob safe, and I feel like that also includes these open green spaces we have. Oh yeah, because we don't want that to happen. Yeah, he's still in there. Okay, good to remember. I was thinking as the sun has set, I think I've got pretty much everything up here. That's almost all green as far as I can see. On the far side of the district, I spent the next day adding in a few more rocks to clean up the rough wall I left after digging. Fun part over here is firefly bushes actually have a light level of 2, so they spawn proof a little bit of the space around them, meaning I don't need as much glow lichen, and hopefully also we can remove some of the glow lichen that we put down on that far side, but I'm just gonna hide a few of these guys in here. And with that, our entire upper shelf here is now completely spawn proof all the way around there, minus them, which we can jump right into the main cathedral building now, as I want to go with an iconic look of 2 large towers and a main large middle window right in the center. Our first up here is going to be building the outer tower, starting with the southern one. As with cathedrals, I feel like everywhere you look, there is some intentional detailing, so I'm trying to cram as much stuff as I can in here, even using our copper golems to help give archways just a little more shape. Here at the base of our towers in these little archways, I thought we could add in some plant potters, going something like this with our acacia sapling I use as a way to symbolize the world tree. And while grabbing materials, I remembered that sherds exist. And what better way to add subtle storytelling than to put pictures on things? So I'm really hoping somewhere in here I still have a ton of sherds. Please, those are brushes, close. Any sherds? I know I've got a box of them somewhere, just where is the box? Well, I found where apparently I'm storing all my music discs. Forgot about those. Random mending book, nice. Oh, that's a lot of diamond gear. Ha! Remember I put those in here. Not with all of my end loot. No, still no. Come on, where is all of my stuff? I have nothing in these chests. Are they in here? Yes! Oh my god, I've been looking for these everywhere. And I don't have any of the one I want. Unless... no. Well, I wanted 4 shelter pottery sherds and I have 0. So we can go hunting down some of them soon in some more ocean ruins, but that'll come after we build up some more of the cathedral. I've put this off for long enough. Adding in golems as little gargoyles and mostly using walls, we can add in 2 more layers on top. Then stacking up deep slate, we can finish off the tower to a point, before doing it all over again, as the references I found typically had 2 towers matching near perfectly. So outside of some texturing changes, I pretty much just copy pasted that original tower again on the right side. And with that, you can start to see how things are going to come together here in the middle. We want some smaller window there. We want a big old circular window up there. And then down at the base, of course, we need our door that I think is going to be a little temporary for now, as I'm not exactly in love with this one I've come up with, but I think it's going to do the trick. So right now I'm saying I want to come back in the future and change it, but who really knows? I might not find time for it, but ideally I would love to. And we're going to throw a mangrove plank right in there. And then for the actual doors, we're just going to do 2 mangrove ones right like in that, and hop up on top of them and toss some shelves in. And then to help bring this a little bit more across, as it's kind of very pointy back in there, really breaking away from the clean diagonal that we have, I want to just throw a mangrove sign, not like that, like that. It kind of smooths it a touch. Again, not perfect, might change it. Right above the main door, I want a pop of green using some moss, tuff, and mossy cobblestone. Then we can get onto our windows. With this being a diagonal, this is very funky to work with while trying to get a fancy stained glass window look. And I'll be honest, it took me about an hour in creative to design the large central one to even loosely look like a fancy window. And of course, now that it's done and in place, it looks pretty simple from down here, but man, that was a absolute pain to figure out. Oh, oopsies. It does have that cool, like rounded little windows feel that you get on a lot of the big fancy cathedrals, so I'm really happy with how it came together. The cathedral is looking good for a front facade, but I want to extend back into the hillside, taking inspiration from the Foliage University towers for a rounded top to complete the build. There it is. The outside of the cathedral is done. You can barely see it from here, but I did also add a little flock of birds flying off the left side here, using some of our gray candles just for a little bit of added movement. You may have also noticed in the last time lapses that I do have these new pots in here with the shelter sherds on them. I needed a little break from building a while ago, so I decided to fly out west to the warm oceans, as the shelter pottery sherd can only be obtained from suspicious sand in warm ocean ruins, with no luck on the first one. I spent a good hour flying over the ocean trying to spot the ocean ruins underwater to dive down and brushy the sus sand, hoping to find the sherd. The hard part is that even if I do find a sherd, it's not instantly the shelter one, so I have to get super lucky. With 5 ruins down and only 1 sherd to go so far, I was really starting to think this would be another terrible grind until I got extremely lucky on the 6th ruin I found. It's gonna be this one. It's not. It could be. It is! Yeah, 2 in a row! Meaning that every little detail on the outside of the structure is now completed, and oh my gosh, I wish even without that guy on there, like you could continue these lines going around the whole pot. Oh, that would be such a good sherd, just a blank one. This build has been very fun to work on as a brand new challenge for myself. I really had to think a lot on this one. Probably shouldn't have attempted my first cathedral on a diagonal, but here we are. Next up, I want to tackle the interior of the cathedral, but I have a small side project to tackle first. Inside of the cathedral, I want to use a load of glow lichen to provide ambient lighting to stop mob spawning, and currently on the far side of the city, I have a glow lichen farm hidden inside of this house that needs some TLC. Our side project is going to be building the interior of this space, being sure to first collect the farm and then getting into digging out the space inside of this building that I can turn into an interior where thankfully I don't have to do the hard work of redesigning it. This project is helping to complete the city as a whole, as I want every building to have a fully completed interior space. Totally simple, right? 11 shulker boxes of stuff to put in this dang interior, dude. Oh my god, wait, no, it's not. We have more. I forgot. I also took items off of these. Here's another 6. We're not using everything in these guys. But a while ago, I gave my supporters access to a copy of the city in Creative, where they could claim a building and create the interior for it, while I provided building tips and worked with them to perfect it. And now I'm going through recreating 3 of those here in the actual hardcore world, so a huge thank you to Crimson Twilight and Dana for designing this apothecary and herbalist combo structure, bringing the 2 buildings together. I thought this would be pretty simple, but after the 11 shulker boxes of stuff I had to put together, granted, bundles would have helped, but I want to complain here, so let me complain. Recreating these took me nearly 5 hours in-game to do so, and with the 4 hours of resource gathering, this puts our little side project at 9 hours in total, just to complete the interiors of these buildings. But hey, they look absolutely amazing in-game, so let's take a quick tour around. Ignoring the shulker mess that I need to clean up. Here on the left side, we have Flowers, Fauna, Medicine, and More, interior by Dana. Then over on the right, we have Crimson's Rooted Remedies. Dana designed their apothecary here almost as like a community workspace that the vibes inside are immaculate. I love the little workshop and place where you can purchase your potions, you can get some goodies and all that stuff. This actually connects into the first floor over here of Crimson's interior, where they made it look like the roots of the tree are actually growing through the interior space. So this actually does connect even more into the cathedral of the trees also influencing this building. But you can see this is just absolutely nuts for the herbalists. There's so much stuff crammed in here. And yes, those particles on the floor you're seeing, let's see if I can find one in here. Ah, there it is. A lovely ender chest sitting in the floor, just so that there's extra little particles going around on it. There's 12 ender chests in this building. Anyways, up here we have a nice little workshop area, and the coolest part about this one is we still have a glow lichen farm on the inside. You remove that book or put one in there, and that'll open up this secret testing area in the back where we have some terrariums? Whatever those things are called, with plants. And then we got a skulky one. We got a little fountain in here. We got another root growing in, and inside of the root we have the Lichen Tesseract 3000, where our new glow lichen farm sits. And this thing is very, very cool, hidden behind our secret wall. So we still have the fully immersive interior, and then you have the even more immersive workshop area in the back. Back over in Dana's side, we got this little workshop where you can head up to the upper floor where they're like teaching lessons and classes and stuff over here. So there's a lot of little workshop areas where maybe students can learn. Big old brewing vats and chambers that connect to the stuff sticking out of the roof of the building. And then the staff area in the back also connects the 2 buildings together, which is very fun. So they got a little space where they can hang. And that connects to the upstairs of Crimson's spot that comes all the way back over here to a newly redesigned back garden space. So we actually are using this little spot here in between the buildings. So that's finished off too, right underneath the tree. And then naturally, of course, Crimson added more details in here with another tree root that is also being used as a staircase to get you up to the top so you can actually get to the bedroom. This did take me 9 hours to complete everything, but oh my gosh, it is absolutely gorgeous in here. So a huge thank you to both of them for helping me bring this city even more to life. Okay, I know I said cathedral interior next, but I'm not ready for another interior after that one. Let's flush out the rest of the district, as I want to add in 5 new buildings to the upper bluff today to help finish off the space and set the cathedral into the city more. Starting to the right side of the cathedral, I want to put a really contrasty building in, as it helps make the cathedral pop even more. So the base floor is out of our darker grays, and then I want to do something really fun, funky, and fresh. So I brought in sandstone with a ton of dark oak elements for the upper floors to just play with the colors a bit before throwing on a deep slate roof to help pop against the boulders behind. I really need to figure out what to do with this space soon, but my brain is not braining right now. But my brain did brain yesterday for this other side, so future fWhip can brain back over there later on. Why brain when you can build? Building is so much more fun than braining, obviously, and I have no idea where to take this joke, so yeah, here's a new building coming in. Another 45-degree angled build sitting right next to the cathedral, where this one gonna need a little bit of digging for the interior. Yeah, we'll deal with that later. But regardless, these 2 new buildings framing out the cathedral here really set the scale into place. Even with the giant world tree behind it, this looks pretty large compared to the houses that are on either side, as these are pretty standard sizes for the city itself. So it really makes this guy feel super large. I keep finding myself coming down here just for a glimpse up the hill, and I'm loving that. I'm kind of bummed that I'm going to build some buildings here and we probably won't be able to see it, maybe minus the very, very top of it. But maybe I try and like right through here, keep a little sight line of the cathedral. Could be super fun. I think my absolute favorite thing to play with when I'm building in Minecraft is actually the sight lines between the buildings, to be able to catch a glimpse, like right here, looking at that, just perfectly framed. And then you come up here and you get this whole view here. Oh, and I got to make sure whatever building goes right over there. Future fWhip, this is a note for you. We have to make sure we're framing to be able to see the castle there. And we get this big old view that'll see the mountain, and it's gonna be so good. We have 3 more houses to throw up top here first, the first of which connects to the lower street level and upper plaza as a bold orange building. I am flying through these, as these are pretty much just glorified set dressing at this point, so that the cathedral doesn't feel alone up here. But I threw this extra one in over there, which we'll talk about in just a second. As first, this guy with all of the orange on it looks really cool. We could have a workshop at the base down here. You clear this down and you get an extra floor in there, which is really fun. And I like that it connects to both levels. Added a little bit of greenery right here into this little in-between, because there's no real purpose. Come on. Okay, there, up the slab. There's no real purpose for that. And the interior of this one is actually pretty decently sized. There's a lot of space to go up. The roof well is pretty crazy. It goes full block wall slab, full block wall slab, and all the way up to the top. It's a wonky one, but I think it looks really cool for an angular roof. We'll bring life into these later with our interiors eventually, but for our final 2 structures here outlined with the diorite, they're actually gonna be one with an alley coming in between them and the building go over the top, as I want to create a barracks that's going to be built into this gap of the wall. Meaning we're going back to the classic path build palette with our bricks, granite, and terracotta, making up a load of the stone works using some little grays as little supporting pops of color, and the upper floors being mainly our oak, birch, and jungle primarily. This looks great, but I am struggling right now with not adding more detail into the plaza, like a wagon or like a traveling merchant stall or something over here. It just really looks kind of empty. The fountain helps, but like the rest of path is so full of stuff and also not flat. But I'm thinking we need to leave it to give that big contrast against the rest of the city as like a more grand feel and like a revered place. Oh my God. Wait, I could get pigeons. Those are always hanging out in plazas. Yeah, we're gonna go to the jungle shortly. But first, my new barracks over here. This house kind of just goes into the wall of it. We've got a door into there, and then you got this underpass that can lead you out to the back, where those are just doors blocking things right now, and they'll get a little training ground in here, and then just some greenery space, maybe a small tree, and a wandering trader at the bottom of the hill. This one, I really love all of the different roofs that come together. So we've got one this way that tops at our stairs here. And then we've got one going over there. We've got another one here. We've got a lower one there. And it continues all the way to the back side of this too, coming down into just a secret little window back there. Okay, let's get ourselves some seeds. Ooh, that's not many. Parrots are hungry little burbs. And we can head to the jungle. I have no idea how long this is gonna take. Oh, a burp. Oh, it's a blue one. I'll tame him anyways. Oh, a first seed. I love you. I've only found one parrot in this entire jungle so far. What did I get myself into? Second burb's been located, and it's single seed again. Wow. What is going on with this bird on my shoulder? Oh, no. Oh, that's a mod glitching out. All right, jungle number 2. Burp number 3, and another blue one. Oh my God, they're one seed each. I'm starting to think our pigeons are just going to be blue. Oh, yes, a light blue one. There's 4, and sit down. 5 birds here for our little plaza, and I think that's gonna do. We're just gonna say that we have really colorful pigeons here in the city. Can't believe I was going for the gray one. I didn't find a single gray parrot, not pigeon. Ah, they're so cute. Carrying those seeds around reminded me, I need to plant a field out. Every single video I've made in this world, I've planted a brand new field, meaning we have over 113 fields throughout the entirety of this Minecraft world, which in itself seems crazy, but it's something that really helps sell the medieval environment as a thriving place as well. People need to eat. Without food, there really wouldn't be a society here, and without subscribers, there really wouldn't be many fWhip videos. So if you're enjoying today's episode, please consider subscribing, as it helps me out a ton, and I really appreciate all your support. I was waiting till I built up the wall here to continue adding any more details in this space, but I think the new potato field fits in really well. I also threw glow lichen across this entire space, and it looks a little spammy, but it does mean everything from the tree to the cliff edge down into the quarry is now completely spawn proof, so that's absolutely amazing. But what else do I throw up here? I was thinking like shrubberies and stuff. I threw those guys in over there with some firefly bushes, large ferns, and grass. I've been on a bit of a kick of spawn proofing, so for some reason I recently went through, we just did that area, but I've also spawn proofed the entire lower city, and so I can be in here all day. Even the roofs, I've double checked all of the roofs, so they're all spawn proof now. I don't know why I randomly decided to do it, but I'm pretty happy that I did. Back to the project at hand. We've got some extra goodies left over here, but it's time to clean up this shulker mess and just plop it all down here with the rest of my shulker mess sitting at my front porch, as I'm gonna need all of these empty ones to get back to digging. It's time to tackle the interior of the cathedral, and for that I need to carve back the mountainside even further. Did I put the beacon one block above the ground to avoid breaking that one piece of glow lichen? Yeah, I did. Many people have asked what the lore is behind the world tree, and well, with digging out this cathedral, it's finally time to answer that question. Years after building the tree, I can finally reveal the truth of what I've been cooking this entire time. I just wanted to build a really big shattered tree because it looks cool. But over the years, the lore has grown, and we can use the interior here to showcase that, but it's a touch dark in here. A keen-eyed viewer would notice at the top here, I used composters and non-full blocks at the highest point of the tower. So we have a very important block to break, as removing this leaf block will allow skylight to go all the way down to the tower spire, which also allows light through, as composters are not a solid block, to provide natural light into the heart of the building. At this point, I cleaned up the shulkers I left on my porch, well, most of them, and got back to work on gathering materials so I could fill out the interior and finish the lore of the cathedral. I'm definitely not writing right now as I'm doing all of this. Next, very importantly, I needed to run the new glow lichen farm I spent 9 hours building up for approximately 13 seconds. But let's get into the lore. Resting in the center of the large circular room, we have a basin of water, shining bright, enticing pilgrims to toss in a coin for good fortune. Surrounding the chamber, we have walls going up to the dome on top, slowly arching inwards, with magenta candles burning, matching the magic coming off of the world tree, with the top coming in with a more simple ring to it to keep the windows as the main element that gives the idea of where all of that light is coming in instead of secretly through the roof. Now, a quick note here, as the whole ring has been filled in, you can't see the windows on the outer towers. So to help with that, I did install some black terracotta to block it off, with copper bulbs below for some subtle lighting. As I've now completed this entire ring in here, yeah, I should have used the happy gas. They are, I think, actually perfect for this type of building where you're arching inside of a space and you still have enough space to move around on them. The amount of up and downs and head bonking that happened here, I went through a lot of cooked pork chops. Look at it. It's so good. But back to the ever so important lore of the world tree. As we complete the hall, as you know, the tree is big, and therefore the people want to know why the tree is big. So they started with researching the magic of the big tree that somehow continues to grow even though it's missing the middle trunk, as magic binds it together, which comes from an unknown source of power that seems endless, as the tree is ancient, being the entire reason for the city of Path being founded this far inland, and has caused the expansion across the entire world, as all roads lead to Path, due to the pilgrims wanting to visit the big tree in hopes of being blessed with some small amount of magic that is in the land. Which also explains why there is farmland literally everywhere around the city, as the space is full of nutrients and magic. So TLDR, his tree is big and magic, and people want to come and like snap a selfie with the big tree in the background in hopes of their Insta followers saying that they're blessed. Jokes aside, I really like the interior space for the cathedral. It's small and cozy, but still feels pretty grand. I love these chandeliers I came up here using the hanging signs to round it out, and our little signs on the end to even round that further. It looked better than like an extra hanging sign in the middle. I didn't have a ton of space without this feeling like a TARDIS on the inside, so I worked with what I could. We do have a tree growing at the back here with a mural inspired by the Minecraft clock with the sun over there and the moon with our diamond ore right over there. Yeah, I had to flex a little bit. There's also diamond blocks right over there because I couldn't help myself. There we have it. The first cathedral I have ever built in Minecraft is now complete. Nether hubs are always so boring. They are so predictable. You have a big box and a square of portals stuck in the middle and probably a foggy glass floor to spawn proof it. And don't forget the iceboat road tunnels going in every cardinal direction. It's time to change the game. I don't want to be boring or predictable. Today I'm starting to build a project I've been planning for well over a year. Transforming the Nether into a functional cyberpunk city we can use as a new Nether hub. I say new Nether hub as I already have an old hub on the roof of the Nether, but the Nether roof is so boring to build on. I want to take our Nether experience back into the Nether itself below the roof, not hidden in any tunnels. And I have a 5-step plan to make this happen. First, we need to use the power of lore to stop gas from blowing up my builds by building a mob switch inside of the giant tree the city will grow out from, meaning everything within 128 blocks of the tree will be safe. Second, we need to clear out a few 100,000 blocks of space to make room for cyberpunk skyscrapers. And we can throw most of those blocks directly into the lava lake. As third, I will need to go gather over 100,000 blocks to build the city itself. Fourth, I need to deal with the lava lake. As enticing as it sounds to swim in the lava, we need a bulwark to stand on. Finally, a very simple task, we need to build the cyberpunk city. Not sure when I'll see the sun next, but let's get moving as I have a huge problem straight away to deal with before I can even start construction on the city. Well, two problems. First, we have the gas trying to blow up everything. And second, we have hoglins swarming the Crimson Forest I want to build over. Using the power of lore and a Minecraft mechanic to actually make it happen, this tree is going to become our beacon of safety in the depths of the Nether. I want to create a mob switch. While working on other projects, I've turned on my villager breeder back in the overworld as well. I need 128 zombie villagers for this to work. Before we start moving them in, I'd like to create a nether portal at the back here and see where it ends up. Okay, I can work with that. Step one is going to be building out a rail that will connect a minecart track from the villager breeder all the way to the inside of the tree. Then from the inside, we need to create a glass box for the zombie villagers to exist inside of as far away from the perimeter as I can, but still inside of the tree. That is a very important step. We'll talk about why later on. And lastly, another extremely important step, we need an activator rail here at the end to spit the zombie villagers out to the right side automatically into the pit, and then a minecart will go off and break and end up in a chest. Lastly, we need 40 minecarts in a chest so I can easily keep track of how many I have done. Cycle through it 2 times and we're done. I realized that that doesn't equal 128 as I was wrong originally. I actually only need 70 villagers, but I'm doing 80 just to be safe. You're so mean right now, Mr. Ghost. Yes! No! No! My rail! No! I don't have enough to replace those! No! Soon those gas won't bother me any longer. I just need this lovely boy to take his job as a stonemason where I'm not threatening him at all right now. The way this works is I need to trade with the villager once, then send them over to the zombie to get converted. That zombie villager is now special as I've traded with them and Minecraft won't despawn them anymore when they're unrendered, making these the perfect mob switch to power up the tree's mob-proofing lore abilities. This lovely death pit of zombie villagers will never despawn, and they will still fill up the hostile mob cap when I'm nearby, so I can keep sending in more and more of our zombie villagers, which turned out to not be too terrible of a process as I started queuing up 6 zombie villagers at a time during prime trading hours, then moving them all into the nether quickly when the villagers were being annoying and not picking up their stonemason job. Now, I chose stonemasons for this purely because each stonemason will always come with a trade for 1 emerald for 10 bricks. So not only can I stock up on bricks, it also only costs 1 emerald to lock in a trade, which is super cheap. meaning I was able to get through the first 40 trips with our adult zombie villagers in just about under 90 minutes, and with a shulker box on hand, I picked up all of our minecarts to reset it for the next round. If you're wondering how this villager breeder has a ton of villagers in it every time, I've been recording this slowly since December 2025 and doing other projects in the area to keep the villager breeder loaded in and running in the background to pass the time. For this project, I have already built up a pretty big section of my city in the overworld. Another day IRL later, the breeder is stocked up, and I have 4 more zombie villagers ready to send through to end up in the mosh pit with all of their friends and family. This is just taking many trips back and forth between the dimensions that I am starting to hear the portal sound in my sleep. So let's see if somebody wants to take a job. No, I already goofed it. Ugh. Despite many hiccups along the way, we now have a liquid mass of zombie villagers that I do not recommend swimming in. You will get an infection. Meaning we now have a fully spawn-proofed region around the nether tree. As long as the tree is loaded in, we won't have to worry about any hostile mobs spawning. But more importantly, if I unload the tree and go farther out into the nether, hostile mobs all start to spawn again. Oh no, not those. You are what I wanted to get rid of. This is all great for today's build, but it comes with a few problems. On the nether roof, right above the tree, I have a ghast farm and a hoglin farm I built about 2 years ago that both no longer work. All of that obsidian gone to waste. I mean, the ghast farm was already basically broken, but like, still annoying. The hoglin farm, though, is my source of food, so that's a more pressing issue. Thankfully, I was smart. Before starting this video, I AFK'd for about 2 hours above the hoglin farm to stock it up. Meaning before I starve, I have all of this food left over before I need to start thinking about a new food source in this world. Oh, that's... okay, we have 5 chests worth. We also have a slight annoyance with the wither skeleton farm. In order to use this now, I have to drop my chunk render distance down to 11 so that the tree is no longer loaded in, and that'll mean that wither skeletons can start spawning out here. Yep, you can see them dropping into their little chambers. It's time for stage 2 of my plan. I need to dig and dig and dig. But before I get too far into digging, I know I will probably be dumb enough to fall in here at some point, so I'm going to cover up the zombie mosh pit we created for the mob switch. And now we can get back to work on digging out this space, starting with the island in the middle, as I would love to fill in the lava, so this all needs to come down to that level, which didn't take too long, as most of what I need to clear is actually in the walls and ceiling, as we are going for stacks of buildings that will reach all the way up to the bedrock ceiling, so I have a ton of netherrack that needs to be cleared. Thankfully, this part of the nether naturally has a huge cave in it, so I don't have to dig too far down before the blocks are just falling into the lava below. I brought 8 shulker boxes with me to get started, and even with tossing out most of the netherrack, I filled them up super quickly. Taking a look at what we've dug out so far, we've got a long way to go. After dropping the stuff off in the overworld, I came back in to repair my tools and get to digging, as thankfully my best experience farm is literally going to be in the middle of the city with the wither skeleton farm. Locking in for a massive digging session, I was able to, in about 2 hours, clear out the blob blocking the sightline to the tree, leaving behind a shulker monster on the ground that is quickly growing even without saving any more netherrack. Next up, we are going to the right side of the tree, as this is the area of focus today, which needs to have a huge section cleared out, as I want to leave open airspace around the tree, meaning I need to push back the walls more than 30 blocks. Leading to a large chunk of the Crimson Forest needing to be torn out, where I am forever annoyed that the netherwart blocks for the canopy doesn't despawn like leaves do. I guess that is at least a lot more open space and can still be insta-mined, so I guess it's probably faster. Taking a quick break from digging to jump scare all of you, I mean repair all of my tools again, as yep, that's another 11 netherite pickaxes nearly broken. It's all for the grind. That cobblestone bridge right there, by the way, that was from the first episode in this world. Kind of a crazy moment to be finally breaking something that was put here in the very first episode of this world 4 years ago. Wrapping up an entire day spent digging, I decided I needed a break. But to keep this moving forward, I AFK'd for about an hour at my gold farm while I got some dinner. Let's see how many gold blocks we were able to get out of that. Oh, well, that's a pretty good amount of gold blocks here. Since I'll be loading in this area for quite a while with all of my digging, I thought we could just bring the gold in here and get to work on bartering, as I am gonna need thousands of blackstone in order for this whole thing to be finished. Right, there are all the gold ingots dropped in now. I need about 6,000 blackstone and we don't have a single piece. Oh God. I just realized somehow my bartering farm's not working. I don't know how many materials I lost. I've been gone for like 5 minutes. Oh, I just wasted so much gold. Great, how can I fix this? I think that slime block's not supposed to be there. Oh my God, how many materials were in here? Okay, let's try this now. Yes, okay, thank you, that was an easy fix. With the blackstone now successfully being stored, I continued along with digging at the landscape, carving back the entire cliffside of the Crimson Forest to be able to fit in some pretty large buildings we will use to mark a passage into a future expansion to the city. Then I realized I need to clear the ceiling up another 2 blocks to make space for the tops of buildings before getting back to work on the underpass. Our final digging task in the nether before I can get started revolves around removing the infrastructure for the mob switch. I'll for sure remember where I put those. I did it! I hate it! I hate this so much right now. I don't even want you. Ah, dang it, we lasted the entire dig without doing that with our non-soak touch pickaxes. We'll get a new ender chest soon, but I might as well finish digging up the rails first. I can't believe this is done. The city is ready to come into existence now. Well, that is after I get all of the materials here on this absurd Lightmatica list that I have of things that I need to get. Oh, this is gonna take a minute. I just finished putting away everything that I could, and let's grab some new shulker boxes and oh no, that is not nearly enough. What do we have out here? Okay, well, there's an extra and a lot of soul sand and soul soil. Do I not have a storage room for these? No, they're all just sitting in here. Okay, we can fix that. I think this will all fit in pretty well over here in dirt storage. It's kind of a related shovelable material. And up top, I have this big ol' room that I'm currently only storing red sand inside of. So we'll take this little wall right here. 2 soul sand. 2 soul sand. Well, soul sand. Make a nice little chest wall, and we can start filling everything in. That is going to help out this situation quite a lot, with 13 new shulker boxes. But for today's project, I need close to 90,000 blocks, which is going to need a lot more than 13 shulker boxes. Now for the obvious solution, get more shulker boxes. Why would I sort out my materials to store them better when I could just go to the end, kill a few shulker boxes, and keep on moving? Oh, that's terrifying. How can I not hit them? My goal is to get another stack of shulker shells for another 32 boxes to work with. I know I could build a shulker farm and never have this problem ever again, but for me, the only reason to come to the end dimension is to kill shulkers. So if I build a farm, I will have 0 reason to visit one of the 3 dimensions, and I just feel like that's a problem in itself. You know what? Since I'm already out here, I am going to need a lot of end rods for a cyberpunk city, so I might as well grab a few of them. I just found my first ever spear. I got a diamond spear over here. Oh, wow. I've never had one of these before. Wait. Nope. Yeah. No, it doesn't work on those. Oh God, not good for shulkers. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's there. I now have enough for 60 new shulker boxes, so I think that should be enough. Time to head on home. I found a few more shulker shells at home, so we can go ahead and craft up our 32 shulker boxes. And thankfully, I am a little bit of a resource hoarder, so I'm gonna start by getting everything that I have on hand already. Cobblestone, mossy cobblestone, andesite, diorite, granite, stone, where 2 shulkers can go here in the super smelter, or a ton of smooth stone, end stone brick, copper ore, emerald ore, deep slate lapis lazuli ore, and blocks of raw copper, dripstone, lodestones, tough, a whole box of pale moss, muddy mangrove roots, mud, packed mud, mud bricks, gravel, coarse dirt, dirt, one rooted dirt, smooth red sandstone. This site is everything I was able to get just from pulling blocks out of our stone and dirt storage. And we still have one heck of a material list ahead of us. To get started, I need a load of copper to age down, and the current aging rooms are full of other stuff, so I need to clear this all down and hope that we have enough copper to craft all the new stuff. That's a lot of doors, more door than I'll ever need. And we're taking the lanterns to Tough Hall. We're gonna make 8 stacks of chains and copper bars, then place them all back down in the aging room. I did this part first to help me get more things done at once. I don't like to AFK much, so I'll do anything I can to keep doing something in the game. Starting, I went next door to the basalt farm and got to work on harvesting the 3,000 basalt I need, with a quick stop to my iron farm here at World Spawn to craft the 8 stacks of chains and bars I need here too. And apparently 200 trapdoors that I completely forgot about. At this point, I'm already feeling it. I'm 4 hours into resource gathering, and I'm avoiding going into the lumber mill to see what I have or even just need to get from there. So instead, we're headed to the nether tree farm, as I know at least I need a few warp logs. We'll just drop some logs off and sprint away to avoid this for a little bit longer. Taking a trip into the nether, I need to visit all of my farms in here pretty much to collect blackstone from the bartering farm and pick up all 3 types of frog lights from that spot, but apparently I didn't have any pearlescent ones, so I had to hang out for a few, where somehow my iron golems inside died, so I had to make a few more, which all died pretty quickly as well. But I managed to get enough pearlescent frog lights while they were alive, so we're off to the wither skeleton farm to grab some bone blocks. And I really had to think on this one, but yeah, I actually do have a black dye farm in this world with my squid farm. I completely forgot that this thing existed. Thankfully, it does still work fairly well here, so it should have all of the black dye I need, and we need a ton of black stained glass here, as I want to use them to shadow in the windows a lot. Here goes all of the stained glass that we're going to need for the build. I do also want a ton of tinted glass, however, and I need 15 stacks of the stuff, so we're down in the villager trading hall buying glass from the librarians before jumping over to the amethyst geodes I have cleared out already with a minecart connecting 4 different geodes together for very quick amethyst shard mining. I was today days old when I realized the tinted glass recipe doubles the amount of glass you get out of the thing. So that's neat. I'm 1 glass short. I'm one tinted glass short, or just making a ton extra. I'm sure I'm gonna need it. I don't know why this has turned into my staging ground instead of putting it all in the nether, but we've filled in more than half of the floor of the quarry storage room. Oh god, okay. I'm gonna need even more boxes than this. Day 3 of resource gathering begins with a new journey into the snowy taiga to a trial chamber I've slowly converting into a bunch of auto farms for keys, and I've also been stripping the entire thing clear of materials. I realized that I need over a shulker box of tough bricks, and this is a much easier way to get them than digging around looking for the regular tough blobs. After 30 minutes of tough mining later, I jumped around to mine up some of the copper that is still sitting down here in a few of the hallways I realized that I had missed, and I also grabbed up quite a few of the copper lamps as well. Back in storage again, I got to work on crafting down all of the different tough that I needed, and you'll absolutely love this as much as I do. I don't have enough. Still, I'm about 12 stacks of tough shy from the full material list that I need, but at least we got a lot of it, and I'll deal with that in a bit. As next up, I want to deal with the concrete powders. I hardly build with these, so I don't have any farm to help the process, but I really want to use bold colors in the cyberpunk city, and I crafted up a ton of different stuff. Flying east, I set up a beacon and got to work on converting it to concrete and tearing it all back down. Back to the tough, well, deep slate, I need over 5,000 deep slate too. Whee! And there we go. That 5,000,001 blocks mined with the netherite pickaxe. Right, I finished crafting all of it, but this is getting to me, dude. I will now fully admit, I have underestimated how long this would take. The burnout is setting in for real. Look at all of this stuff. Oh. You wanna know what sucks? I'm not even close to being done. Oh look, somebody that I can go beat up real quick. Oh, I missed. I feel better now. All right, here we go again. More empty shulker boxes. I'm gonna do it. I don't know how long this is gonna take, but I'm gonna get started. The dreaded lumber mill. I didn't leave this room for literally an hour of straight stripping and crafting down all of the wooden materials. Okay, not all of them, but that's enough complaining. We're turning over a new leaf. And I think I'm on the downhill of the resource list. Speaking of hills, I need to chop down pretty much this entire hill of cherry trees. Leaving the cherry forest behind, we need one more wood type that I seem to be constantly out of. Dark oak. I find myself needing to fly out here always and chop these down. I might use more spruce, but for some reason my storage is always out of dark oak logs. There goes our dark oak and our cherry completed, which means we can clear out of the lumber mill now. My impromptu staging area here is filling up very quickly. And we're not even close. Let's grab a bunch more shulker boxes. We'll probably need even more than that. Come down here into the honeycomb farm and fill up my entire inventory to head on over to Tough Hall, as I have a ton of copper to wax and collect. Have I ever talked about how expensive it is to create waxed copper chains and bars of any type? For each and every single bar or chain you want, not only do you have to craft it from the copper, but each individual piece needs to be waxed to stop from aging. And I wish these had crafting recipes that were not just ingots. But copper is now completely done, minus some lightning rods that I didn't age any down originally, so I'm adding a few more rows as I don't think I had added enough, and that's about how long it took for me to craft the rest of the copper for those to get to where they are now. This place has chunk loaders under the ground, so we can keep moving on with everything else. We can drop the 4 new shulkers that I filled up of all of our copper stuff back down in here first, and grab yet another empty box. Grab some of the ink I brought from the squid farm earlier, as it's time to visit the Guardian Farm for my next resource gathering stop. I need all types of prismarine for a few different pipes and even a spaceship. This storage room definitely needs a renovation, but it does work, so that's good. I've got everything I need. I have 2 major stops left before it's just a few final little bits here and there, and I can go back home. This one here makes me feel a little evil, though. We are making a cyberpunk dystopia, so I guess this feeds into it, as I need to destroy a coral reef for nearly 1,000 dead coral blocks. Whoa, look at that, a nautilus, 2 of them. I've never seen these in game before. And oh wait, I did kill a pufferfish because he poisoned me earlier. Can you be my friend? You're my friend. Do I have a saddle? I might have one in here. Yes, I do. Here, buddy. Oh, and you don't lose your air either. Wait, that's so cool. Next up is the Mesa, and I decided to travel over by Nautilus in style. Most of the terracotta I need doesn't spawn here, unfortunately, so I got regular terracotta to die down. Everything is died right in here for all of the terracotta I need. And look at this, the list no longer scrolls. I'm so happy right now. And most of these items are just lightning rods, which we already have aging down. Oh my God, the light at the end of the tunnel is here. First step, more honeycomb, a little bit of string, grab some of those candles. I'm just gonna make a stack of white ones, as I'll need them later, I'm sure. And ink sacks, we can make our stack of black candles. The extras go in the candle box. And now my watch begins, where I can start by taking a few of these. These are weathered, perfect. I need 11 of them. Ooh, actually I need a ton of the exposed ones. I might have got in here at the perfect time. I don't need to leave many of these stage down, I think. And there we go. These last 2 are gonna be literally everything we need. That's it. That's the full material list. And I also got all these things ready to go because I'm gonna need to glow and dye some signs when we're out there, I'm sure. But I'm off to go get a pedicure with my wife, so building can wait till later. I started doing this last time I built a mountain to help with quickly knowing what was in each box. And I cannot recommend this enough for the big chest monsters, shulker monsters. Oh my gosh. Simply just putting the block in front so you can know what's going to be inside of it for that row is so incredibly helpful, and actually probably saves multiple hours. Okay, hours might be an exaggeration. An hour, but when I'm going to be building this thing for probably 15 hours. Yeah, it's gonna save a lot of time because bam, look at that jungle and spurs right in here. Also, it's a really good thing that I got this extra dye box over here and with our glow squid ink, because that brings the total up to 68 shulker boxes. It would have been a little awkward otherwise. It's time to get into construction, and I want to start off with our bulwark against the lava and farthest out that I plan to build today. Then it's time to build the main road so that I can move around safely in this space instead of trying to dig over the top of lava, which doesn't sound fun at all. It happened already. I didn't even get the first road in. It already happened. Anyways, very fun part here is the primary nether portal that I use to access path. We can already move down into the city like it's going to be at a little subway station. And that brings us out to here. And then I believe going back. Oh my God, it does link here. Oh, I thought it was going to link to the roof. Yes, that means I can keep both of them. Love that. I got to figure out what to do with those guys. There's so many of them trapped back here. Okay, with the rodent next, I want to get started on the buildings, but this is a little chaotic here to be looking at that. So we have this section in here where I can turn off every section outside of a single one, and I was smart about doing it. So everything we need is currently just for that building right over there, and we can just focus on that guy. I'm in the lava. I need to stop doing that. I really need to stop falling in the lava. That's going to be a problem soon. Before we make any buildings, I do want to finish the main road around the left end of the project site. If it's not obvious by now, I want to mention that I did plan out this entire build in creative. I've never made anything in this cyberpunk style before, so I had a lot of learning to do. And if you need a rabbit hole to jump in, I streamed almost all of the creative planning process here on my channel, which are all available for anyone to watch if you have no plans for the weekend. They're all linked in a playlist in the description for you. Getting started on the building, I quickly realized how much of a mess this is all going to be for inventory management. So I found some tools to help me out a bit, being a little more efficient. I'll share later, as our first building is coming up on the far right side in the perimeter. So I need to make sure everything in this building is spawn proof so it doesn't ruin the Wither Skeleton farm that we've made. This is a shorter building for the city, so we'll need something behind it eventually, but this is a great first step. Yes, I know the sign says Blaze. There's a Blaze farm kind of nearby. It's real clever of me, I know. Our next building also connects to the road around being the corner. It needed a little mini mart on the main level. Above that, I want the building to expand over the base foundation to give it some more presence and round the corner off, where we're going to be bringing in some big fancy windows using chains and carpets to get those fun detail lines in. And behind that, as I don't plan to do all interiors, we are bringing in a dull light with frog lights behind tinted glass. Stacking this up a few times, it gives nice horizontal lines of some big penthouses or something, I don't know. On top of here, we do have some decorations coming in with some of our vents. We've got pipes, we've got water towers, where everything is spawn proof up here as we are within the perimeter. So again, all of this stuff needed to be absolutely safe, but I really love all of the colors we get up here. And the lights coming from the windows, I have the brightness up a lot for the time lapses so y'all can see things, but this is the moody vibe I want. And down at the bottom, we have F-Mart. This was about 6 hours of building between the roads and the two buildings here, and I'm taking the city to the far end where we finished the road all the way down there, so I think I've got about 15 to 20 hours of pure block placing ahead of me, and I forgot the wall back there. Okay, well, we need that in. Now a new mod comes into play here, Tweakaroo. Well, 3 mods, Tweakaroo, Tweaker More, and Item Scroller. Now we can go into the settings of Tweakaroo. And there's this guy right here, auto collect material list item. Turning that to true. Take our Lightmatica file down so it's just a few layers, and then we refresh, show rendered layers material list only. You can see it's a really small amount here. And I know this is not exactly vanilla, but it doesn't change anything about vanilla gameplay except save me a ton of headache and time. So I can run through here, and what this is doing is automatically pulling out the blocks that I need from this resource list. So instead of being like, all right, where the heck are my 24 stone, I can just come over here, tap, 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 go through the entire row, and I now have everything that I need for this little section here, because I went full creative mode when doing this thing, and there's a million different block types in this whole place. I want to be transparent about how I'm doing this, as YouTubers tend to make these massive projects look super easy, but in reality, they're not, and they're super time consuming. But thankfully, with Vanilla Plus mods that pretty much everybody uses, we can make them manageable. Between the tools we have in Minecraft and some extra mods, we can really bring the art in our brains to life in our survival worlds. Day count wise, I'm currently on day 12,533. I started this project before 12,300, so we're already over 200 days in game on this one. And this is probably one of my favorite buildings I've designed for the entire city, and we're throwing it in here earlier as I love the shape language on this thing. With all of the big lines going vertical up there, we've got all of our bold horizontal colorful lines, even a little diagonal thrown in there, and the dark windows as like a background element. You can see we have the black concrete in most of them, and then for a little variation, I threw in our skulk too, as it has a bit of an animation to it. This here is just so bold and colorful, and it's really what I want my cyberpunk style to embody. With that completed, I jumped up top on the middle structure to keep stacking it up, with a long of strong dividing sections for different purposes, with a port for a flying ship to dock at, before moving into even more apartment or like office spaces, and then topping it off with a section inspired by the stacks in Ready Player One for even more housing vibes, which completes building number 4, and I am so in love with all of the colors used on this one and the shapes. Oh my gosh, the shapes are so good here. I am very proud of myself on this one. To complete the space, we need to introduce a tall, skinny building as a big dividing point, where I wrote my own name in the enchanting language, of course, and added in subtle windows and shapes to make this look just wide enough to have an interior. I did have an issue with coming back into the nether, however, and a ghast had spawned, so I decided next to make the subway entrance for my nether portal to path so that I could at least get my bearings before I was under attack. In front of the subway, we have a larger flat space, so I thought this could be perfect for a little market. In the time I spent wandering around Cyberpunk 2077 for inspiration, I kept stumbling across roadside vendors and little markets, which I didn't really expect, but I thought including that right outside the subway could make sense for people walking around. So we have a merchant selling rare plants and some crystals over here, a small coffee stand or brewing something or another. I don't know, they're making something with another word. A place to grab a quick bite to eat over here, and somewhere that sells speakers, I guess. Yeah, speakers. Oh, hey. Expanding the road further to the left side, we can start on the chonker of a building, and I figured now would be a great time to mention, if you're enjoying today's build and want to check it out in person, I have new downloads available for channel members. With every few episodes, I provide a new world download to all tier 1 supporters. I really rely on y'all's support to keep making these videos, so if you've gotten something out of them, please consider putting something back in, and you can cancel at any time. Thank you to everybody who takes a moment to check out the memberships, and you can come visit the Piglin Bar, sitting underneath the road itself with a little vending machine, some garage for all their bikes, I don't know, some weird advertisement sign, a diner up on the middle level. Before we jump into that, I want to share how I go about texturing builds like these, as I've thrown in some pretty wacky colors and so many different blocks are going into each building. But for that, we need to take another step backwards, as the shape of the building helps determine the colors a ton too. Adding a few of the main detail elements like AC units or random cyberpunky looking gadgets also is a big step here in defining the shape and popping things out a little bit more. Using the Axiom Color Picker tool, I can start to find some blocks to work with and throw them down on my hotbar to use more easily. And we can take some of those into the Gradient tool to figure out any blocks that could have been used in between. Placing them down in the world, we can show it works or doesn't, so I usually tweak it myself from there. And start to apply the darker blocks around the shadowed points, and then a blob of lighter color where I figure a highlight would be hitting, and then try to merge them together with a gradient smoothing it out as I continue throughout, before grabbing a few different contrasting tones to just make it more interesting overall. This is still pretty rough, but you can see the idea coming in here. Something I also really love doing is changing out the glass for tinted glass so you don't get the glow coming off of it and it just looks bright on the inside. Before we get back into the big buildings, I want to finish up the remaining base foundations in place, so I'm running around to grab all of the stones and things I'm going to need for it. So this gives us some more structure to work up from and walkways so I don't fall in the lava again. Even though this is a dystopia, I still want it to be walkable between the levels, so I'm installing a large staircase on the corner, which continues along the road, where I'm installing large supports to hold up an entire building over the top of it that some locals have decided to set up camp underneath with a fire lighting their space. And I got to work finally installing the rest of the base foundation. Throwing in little shops into the walls has been super fun. So we have Trinket right here, along with some graffiti of a salmon, a heart because it's hardcore Minecraft, so I had to, and this cute little zombie I found online and kind of tweaked myself. And lastly, down here at the main road level, we have some big fans as exhaust pipes for the buildings. I've been in here so long that my rocket shulker box is pretty much empty, and my 3 elytra are very torn up as well. So it's time to go look at that beautiful Minecraft blue sky. Oh, my portal's not. Why am I back on the roof? I literally just built many buildings so that I didn't have to fly up to the roof to take a portal back to the overworld. What am I doing? Well, let's hope the rocket factory is stocked up. And no, not really. So much for seeing the blue sky out here. Time to put myself in a little box. One StarCraft game later, and we're up to this, which is at least good enough for now. Just did a little bit of villager trading in here, and my elytras are repaired up. Before we go back in, I have a few more stops to make. First, I need 2 shulker boxes and a load of buckets, because for the next step, I need a load of lava. For the island I cleared out in front of the city, I want a lava front, kind of like a waterfront, but molten hot lava, which is spicy, so I need these walkways. As lava doesn't merge together like water sources do in Minecraft, so I need to put a lava bucket in every single one of these spaces. Right, that was my entire lava farm, and I got that done. Oh no. And we didn't miss anything. That's good. I guess I can clear out these little spots. It will be covered up eventually, so it's not a bad thing if I get rid of the lava. Oh, nope. Hate this. Okay, we're at. Right, new idea. Bartering farm. Fire resist potions. I'm just gonna keep one of these on the hotbar. I decided since I have a lot of lava that will be covered up with just buildings, it's probably quicker to just bucket lava here and then fill in the middle instead of waiting for the lava farm to refill, leading to a full hour of bucketing lava to move it over a few blocks and place it back down. Part of me wishes lava sources could merge together, but the amount of chaos that would cause, I'm okay that it doesn't. Back to the city building now, where I proceeded to quickly take another dive directly into the lava again. And twice. But moving on, as we're finally done with lava for now, I hope. I got to work stacking up some garage type spaces along with the idea of a road continuing along, well, having one of the garage spaces open so it sells the idea some more, which also helps to bring the city as a whole together in the moody environment. But I need a little break to get away from the lava and go touch some water instead. Ah, yeah, that's much better. And you know what else needs water? Crops. Definitely not turtles. So it's time to plant a field real quick before we finish up the cyberpunk buildings, as I do this with every episode in this hardcore world. Even with pushing myself today and stepping out of my comfort zone, it's good to still have some things that you come back to. So as you are going through life, maybe you need a cozy Minecrafter to keep on in the background to keep the good vibes going, and I can help. So be sure to subscribe if you have not already, as it helps me out a ton, and I'll do my best to fill the cozy Minecrafter role. That's enough blue sky time. We can head back underground now. Now for one of my favorite spots in the entire build. I really love the texturing and just everything about this. The burnt orange coloring along with the blues of the pearlescent frog lights hidden behind tinted glass and the white accents for the fences really just sells the whole space. Above that, I wanted to normalize things a bit with some more subtle colors with our bamboo and oxidized copper detail. To avoid another flat face, I thought this could be great for an outdoor market of sorts with a ramen stand and some seating up here to show a place for people to live in without needing to go to the road level. I really wish glow ink would show up farther away because the vibes here are so good. This next part was supposed to be a big fancy time lapse, but I forgot to unpause it a few times, so yeah, we get this. But more importantly, we get this. Cyberpunk builds are always so full of advertisements, so I decided to throw in a huge billboard on top that's supposed to look like the album cover of the Minecraft Legends soundtrack, because honestly, it's some of my favorite Minecraft music. And to make that pop out a little bit more, even with the lights on top of it, I used a lot of darker colors for our structures along the back, as if they're more shadowed and pushed farther off of the road and away from the city mess down there. Just adding more to the skyline and blocking off, honestly, more of the Crimson Forest back here. This is probably one of my favorite parts. But no, I swear there's still good things coming. Like the rest of this mega structure braced with a large tough rectangle at the bottom, as I don't want the entire thing to appear to start on the same level, just to create more interest. So on the corner, I went with some L-shaped living spaces with kelp blocks for windows and a full green palette with our dark prismarine, jungle, and mangrove log. I especially like how we don't have a solid line on the corner itself. Sticking with our earthy tones here, I want to add a taller section using mainly brown colors. I feel like this just really hits on an OG Minecraft build style, just slapping random shapes next to one another, and some crazy amalgamation comes from it all. I can really see the light at the end of the tunnel now, which is helping to give me some more energy to continue on. Here with another shorter edition, going for a washed out blue palette, even using deep slate lapis ore for texturing, then adding in another billboard inspired by a Minecraft painting. I think this gets the idea across. Can you guess which painting it is? I feel like it's fairly obvious. And up top, I've still got to expand this farther back here, but we're gonna have another rooftop balcony of sorts with the buildings just kind of growing up around it in a back street. But first, I want to finish off the middle stack with a pink building in the front and a small alleyway with a black stone structure coming up as a wall. This was kind of a last minute decision for the color palette up here for the pink, but I think it works out really well, and that locks in everything. It's a little clicky clacky when we're walking through the space with all the spawn proofing on the ground, but I really love the cramped vibe we get in the alley. Time to block out some more of the nether and continue building up the mega structure. All the way up on top of the tower, we have a penthouse with a little pool using glass as the best I could do. Some seating all the way around here, and of course, plants. Tons of potted plants. Much smaller, less fancy apartment buildings behind in the Blackstone and Deep Slate, our Yellow Edition popping out with a new billboard, and the primarily birch slot to the left with some of my biggest fans. Seeing a project that I have spent almost a year designing finally come into reality in my hardcore world is such a surreal experience. The entire project, I asked the question of, can I do this? Not should I do this? When it came to designing the structures and what blocks to put into each, I didn't limit myself. If a block looked good and it made the overall outcome better, I used it. No holding back for the sake of being survival friendly. This was the first project in nearly 8 years that I let my creative self just fully unleash. And man, oh man, it has been a journey to get to this point. An uphill battle is an understatement. We're nearly 400 days in-game working on this part of the cyberpunk city, from the resource gathering taking me across my entire Minecraft world, the digging and excavating of a few 100,000 blocks of netherrack, reaching 5 million blocks mined with my netherite pick, and now each and every block I've placed brings me one step closer to finally finishing what is quickly becoming the Minecraft build I am most proud of, with by far the most variety of blocks used and probably the most time I've spent on using shape language to really bring something to life. So there's only one question I still have left to answer. Taco Squad, I need to know, does this look cyberpunk to you?
Yeah, it looks super cyberpunk. I like it a lot.
I'll take that. I'll take that. That seems like a win to me.
It's like a bunch of separate parts all tied together.
Mm-hmm.
We got levels of density. We have like patterns, but then disruptions in those patterns. We have vertical and horizontal, and there's like a lot of interesting parts without it being just overly complicated.
Okay, good.
Good use of color. I'm gonna give this 9 tacos out of 10.
9 tacos out of 10. That sounds fantastic. Well, that's all I needed for you. Thank you, my friend. This is single player world, so kind of awkward you're here. I have one more addition to the city here, which really brings in the lore. We need a spaceship. Not just any spaceship, a fish ship. Something I designed back in May of 2025. I randomly decided to build 2 spaceships inspired by fish. Today, I want to take the larger ship that I call the bottom feeder and add it into the city as a form of cargo transport, floating next to a landing platform as a way to introduce the idea I plan to expand on a lot, with a ton of ships and vertical travel options going throughout the city. I'm thinking monorails, spaceships, and maybe even some lava boats, and whatever else comes up. Regardless, our first expansion back into the Nether is complete. Minecraft weather is the bane of builders everywhere. The moment you try to show off a new build, rain. And then there's my world, where it hasn't rained in over 10,000 days, and I'm kind of missing it. More importantly, I want Toto be there when the rains bless us in path. But what if it happens while I'm in the caves, deep in the Nether, or far out in the end? I'd miss it all. Introducing the cauldron. These babies can collect so much rainwater, which can trigger an observer to kick off a redstone system. That gave me an idea. I'm getting technical. We're building an entire ruined shrine setup with redstone machines to welcome the rain back in style. We have to start somewhere, as the land I want to build on currently looks like this, with a road running through it. As much as I want an overgrown vibe, we need to remove some of the trees to make space for the structures. Then we can add the nature back in after. And I can never complain about stocking up on more oak and birch logs, as I tend to go through wood very quickly in this world. Even more importantly, I found 2 OG doggos in a ravine. These are the original wolf texture that does not spawn in a forest biome anymore, so they've probably been here since I started this world 4 years ago. So it feels fitting to include them in the shrine as well. Nothing too eventful happened while I cleared out the remaining trees, even going up the side of the mountain, as we are going to need a load of space, as I plan to fill this entire region with new buildings today. First up, we need to terraform and create a new landscape for everything to sit on, which is going to start with the usual picking up of a few shulker boxes and going down into the mines, as I need to gather up a load of deep slate and tough blocks for the mountainside. Thankfully, I already know what every block is that I want to use on this project, as I am still working on the same mountain range that I have around the city. So we can just use this same block palette for the new mountain, which is going to lead me next to the east to my tree farm. Yes, I forgot I never emptied this thing. Right, because I ran it so many times just in case it was going to run out, because it was going to break in a new update. But yes, look at all of this acacia log. Coming back over again with some shulkers, I packed up a ton of the acacia logs and brought them back to my storage room, so I wouldn't forget that I have 9 double chests of acacia logs again. On to the next tree, turned stone, I need pale oak logs. Thankfully, close to Tuffall, I built up a pale oak tree farm, which works very, very well. Yes, both tree farms are a bit of an eyesore, as I need to build a little teeny tiny build of an entire mountain around each of them. Super casual. Yeah, I'm getting to it. Eventually. I'll get there eventually. As I have to first, very importantly, go to the mesa and gather terracotta. I need light gray and white terracotta today, and I am always running out of regular, so I gathered some extra of that, as I'm already out here, so why not? Now, inside of my storage rooms, I should be able to quickly tackle a few materials that I need, like stone, andesite, diorite, mossy cobblestone, dirt, grass blocks, coarse dirt, rooted dirt, mud, muddy roots, and hopefully moss. Yes! Between my 2 sheep farms, I was able to pick up the 1,400 light gray wool I need. Back in dirt storage, I can grab a bunch of sand and gravel, where I can craft up the 8 stacks of light gray concrete powder I'm gonna need as well, which finish off the lighter colors, but I'm still missing basalt for the shadowed areas. Thankfully, I have a basalt farm in Dino's Rock Shop in the industrial district to help out. After dropping all of that off at the project site, I have 2 more items I need, snow and snow layers, which come from the same farm in the mountain castle, which still desperately needs an interior, but it'll work for now. This here is everything that we are going to need to build up everything for the mountain. But as you can probably hear it in my voice, I'm a little sick right now, and talking hurts, so no more talking, just block placing. Okay, first block breaking, because I need to clear out a bit of dirt here and there to make space for some rocks which are coming in along the main river network that connects all the way back to the city harbor, with space for a dried stream bed between them. Then jumping up to the mountain itself, I got to work on laying the groundwork for the southern edge of the mountain, as I don't want to get too carried away here. The full snowy peaks can wait for a bit, as for now we just need a backdrop here for today's build to sit on top of, instead of needing to redesign the space in the future to work with an updated landscape. This next part is a little interesting. As you can see, I am printing snow layers here using the Lightmatica printer mod. I decided to allow this mod only when placing snow layers, as it speeds up the process more than 10 times me doing it manually, meaning in a full day of sick brain work mode, I've been able to create this entire landscape here, fully equipped with dried out stream beds up here in the snowy area, waiting for the rain to come back, which we'll set up with some whole redstone-y magic-y stuff that'll flow down here into the rest of the mechanism. Oh, that's pretty dark in there. Yeah, we'll move on. With that done, let's talk about the lack of rain in the room. A little over 3 years ago, I updated this world to a snapshot as I was impatient on waiting for new features, causing the weather counter to bug and set to the maximum possible tick count in Minecraft. Here in a copy of the hardcore world, you can see the advanced weather command is set to true, just so you know I'm not making this up. Normally, clear weather in Minecraft lasts between 12,000 and 180,000 ticks, maxing out at about 2.5 hours of clear skies in real time. But the maximum tick value in Minecraft before the game can't register it is 2,147,483,647, or the maximum integer value of the Java programming language, or 1,789,569.7 minutes. Still too big. How about 29,826 hours? Nah, still can't conceptualize that one. 1,242.75 days, getting better now, or roughly 3.4 years. Now that's the maximum possible time till it rains. There's still a chance it can happen sooner, but wait, it gets better. That is only time that I am actively playing Minecraft. So if the game is paused, the timer stops. And I currently have 106.71 days of playtime. Not exactly sure how much of that has happened after the bug happened, but I've got quite a few days to go, so I really want to make sure I'm there for when it finally happens. My Seattle love of rain is really showing right now, huh, isn't it? As you could probably hear it in my voice, I was still not feeling the best, so I decided to just get into resource gathering, starting by sorting through the last project's leftover shulker boxes, which have now been emptied and fully restocked the shulker monster in waiting chest. And it's been 5 days since I did all of this in game, as I got pretty sick and lost my voice, so I couldn't really do much outside of put blocks together. I'm still not back to 100%, but at least I'm not doing stuff like flying directly into a bridge now. Sick brain was alive and very well there. Next up, in the lumber mill, I need close to 400 pale oak shelves, as I want to use a ton of white blocks today, so that was a fun trip to strip it all down. Among quite a few other wooden materials I was able to grab and craft down in here. You might have guessed where I was headed next, as of course we need to stop in the foliage market for some plants and leaves. My storage barrel was completely out of ferns, however, which led to a quick trip out to the fern basement farm to grow up some and collect a few more ferns to use. Continuing along with the journey, I needed copper, so I harvested the copper chains and bars in the aging facility, then jumped out to Tough Hall to craft down a few more goodies before stopping in the redstone shop on my way out to trade with the clerics, as we need quite a lot of redstone. That covered most of the overworld resources I could get in this region of the world. Next, leading into the nether, where I am still so happy with the cyberpunk city build and needed to visit the bartering farm for dried gas to use as a decor block along with a ton of quartz. which promptly got crafted down into observers back in the overworld. The shulker monster is growing pretty quickly here, and I'm down to the final goodies I need, which first led me in a wild lush cave chase as I needed rooted dirt. I explored a few thousand blocks before finally finding a tree in the desert and dug all of the rooted dirt down to the lush cave below. After that, we needed to use some more redstone and some of the gold stores that I have to craft down a ton of powered rails, as I plan to use that instead of redstone dust on that side of the build today. One item remains. I need 3 stacks of dispensers. And Sick Brain here decided, why not? Why not try my hand at making my own auto crafting system? How hard could it be to make an auto crafter set up for dispensers? Super simple and easy, and nothing can go wrong at all. Oh, that's not good. I just made a stack of droppers. Oh no. Well, every single dispenser I need is now here, and we've got a bunch of droppers later that I can use when I need them. I still got to return all this stuff, and the other part I didn't really realize is I'm almost out of redstone again. So I gotta go get more redstone. Time for one more trip back to Tuffall here so I can buy even more redstone, and hopefully I have a decent amount. Oh, I can sell these too, right? Yes. Okay, we'll turn our gold into redstone. That seems better because I'm almost out of emeralds. Right, I hope that's going to be enough. We're going to be building out the system in order, starting up here in the mountains with the source. At the top of the 3 streams, I want to install a dispenser hidden below a stair to start the water cascade. I'll put the water buckets in these guys later on, as I don't want to accidentally trigger the system, as it's not super easy to reset the thing, which the flowing water is going to trigger our next system, which I need to clear out some space for a bit further down. As here, I want to create some large pools that will fill with water when the rain comes. I didn't design any of the redstone myself. After how the autocrafter went, I reached out to my friend the Egg to give me a hand. And by that, I mean I kept designing and offered words of encouragement. Well, they did all of the actual work. This system should work in theory unless I goofed it up when I was installing it here. So when the water hits that little... Oh, nope, I'm definitely missing something here. Yeah, see, that would have been sad. I'm putting a lot of faith in this system working the first try, otherwise it's gonna be so sad when it eventually rains. And my voice is going again, woohoo! But when the water comes down and hits that observer, now that it's connected, all of these dispensers should fire, filling up some pools that we need to create up here. With the redstone in, we can build the actual pools for the water to sit in, starting with a big wall holding it up against the mountain. And up top, I want 2 different pools that will hopefully work out to have some waterfalls connecting them together. You know, I didn't really think about getting to the dispensers that are under the stairs here, so I'm gonna need to put those buckets in now. Putting some water down underneath, I crafted 78 buckets to fill with water so I could put 1 in each of the dispensers we've placed down. Well, here's the 2 buckets remaining that I used to create the water source, and as far as I can tell, every single dispenser has water in it. I ended up just tearing up the stairs and placing them all in, so I don't think I missed any. Hopefully it works. It is very scary building a redstone contraption that you can't even test to make sure it's gonna work. Wrapping up the pools, I took some inspiration from old Roman baths to create a crescent-shaped back wall carved into the mountain using the main palette I want to continue with for the rest of the build, spiking up 4 towers with dried gas gargoyle statues on top. This is great and all, but we need the water to reach the river once it rains. I did cover up the observer that triggers it all for now, so that I don't accidentally activate all of it, as I don't want to do it. I don't want to redo it. That would be awful. But anyways, it'd be so boring if the water just came down here, turned into a little river, and flowed all the way down there after building these fancy pools up top. The next stage of the plan involves a large aqueduct that will continue the water cascade down the mountain all the way to the main river, being held up by these 5 large decorative pillars I had a ton of fun designing to be as intricately shaped as possible, continuing along with that whitewash theme. From here we come to the part of this build that took me the longest to design, the archway that is going to connect each of our pillars. This led me down a huge rabbit hole of learning about archways and how different Minecraft blocks can affect shapes. Here we have a pretty normal archway of concrete, and then I smooth it out before finding the secret hack: signs. Yes, signs. Using a sign outside of a slab, you can make it just that much more of a smoothed out line horizontally, even incorporating stairs to further the effect. Bringing us to the final version I came up with for the aqueduct today. Each of these archways is extremely important to the build as they create a picture frame for viewing the world beyond it. With some slight differences to shading, I extended these throughout the entire aqueduct. Here's the middle archway I was talking about that just goes right over the top of the road still. We've still got the top end to go up a bit, but first, I want the end to be a bit unique here and almost looking shattered, leading to something I randomly doodled a while ago as an idea that I just couldn't get out of my head that actually brought this entire project to life. I have re-envisioned that here in my Minecraft world as a crescent shape with floating candles, giving almost a shattered, ethereal look to it. Yeah, that is looking really, really good. We're gonna have to figure out a way for the water to come down and not hit any of the candles. So it'll probably be like right here or a little farther. I don't know, somewhere out here. Honestly, yeah, right there works. But you may have seen one extra element in my drawings that I haven't included in the arches yet. And for that, I need a happy guest. And if I remember right, I think I left one down here just floating around. Yeah, there they are. Oh, perfect. Now I just got to get all the way back. Spacebar should really be a boost for these things. On the bright side, I think along this journey, I've recovered from my cold. It's been that long. No, I'm still kind of sick. Unfortunately, it's been like 10 days. Yeah, it's been a long one. But I have gotten a lot of time to stare at the build here, and I'm very happy with these archways. Okay, you don't fly away. As in here, I need somewhere, we'll find it in, yes, here. I need all of these things, all of the bars. I need my spruce fences. As in the little drawing I did, I added, nope, that's, how do you, oh, right, you have to go down like this. I've never used Happy actually for this. I've added all of these vertical and horizontal intersecting lines that I just thought were so freaking cool. So I want to add that in here with a few different widths. So we have this guy that unfortunately can only be used up and down. And then going horizontally, we have chains that we can use. And then for other vertical elements, we can also use our bars going up and down like that, giving the end result here that has this really cool aged look, almost like ancient Star Wars-y tech, or maybe they set up some scaffolding at some point to repair the thing. I do especially like this little like plus shape that we have at the end over here coming within the crescent itself. I just think these are a lot of really satisfying either parallel or perpendicular lines. Yeah, there's big words for you. But what's not very big right now is the top. It's a little flimsy. We got to bring this thing up. And my voice is starting to go again, so back to build. I spent the next hour or so drinking tea and placing in the top few layers of the build to wrap up the main exterior of the aqueduct before we can bring it to life, which I am currently putting off by watching the sunset here under the middle arch, as I'm scared to put this redstone in, so we'll do it in the morning. Oh. Oh, that was so close. I just realized what happened. My bed. The creeper blew up my cyan bed. I've had that thing for nearly 8,000 days at this point. Oh, no. Oh, that's so sad. Okay, I need a new one. We need to put off redstoning for even longer. It's time to move to a different part in the color wheel. So we had cyan, I had light blue before. That would move me to blue next if I'm going continuous, but I'm really not. I've already done a green. I've already done lime. I think I've done orange. I'm kind of thinking purple this time. Yeah, we're going with a purple bed. Hopefully this one doesn't get blown up. Next problem I have to tackle for the system is making water flow the entire length, but it's all completely flat, and water can only flow 7 blocks from its source before it stops. Now, I haven't done math in a few years, but I think this is more than 7 blocks long. So back to my old friend, the dispenser. Hooked up to an observer line going all the way down, and we should be in business. Going from the observer chain that'll activate from that side, coming boop, 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 all the way down through here. On top of every single one of these observers, we can throw in one of our dispensers, and then in between, we can throw a pale moss block. And if we put a water bucket inside of these, they'll pop up slowly coming from there all the way down. And then after that pops up, this one here, and then that'll turn into a source block. So I originally was going to do a dispenser on everyone, but thankfully, eggs saved me a lot of dispenser and probably a lot of accidental dropper crafts. The water up here is going to be really cool, but unless I'm on top of the aqueduct, I'm not going to actually really see any of this until it's falling down the end. So this is where another idea I had, where I want dispensers here on every single one of these little pillars that I've created, and we can fill them full of decorative firework rockets. These are just going to be, you know, placeholders. Every single firework dispenser is in, and I will have to manually reset this thing, but I want to just verify that it's all working here. So if I do that, yes, we have that one going. That one goes. Number 3 and 4. And I think I'm out of render distance for number 5 to go, but I hope it went. And I will need to remind myself after this eventually happens that I'll have to come and turn off these little redstone clocks, but that's fine. fWhip problem. Just a few more steps, like filling and placing over 50 water buckets and covering the line with copper, and the aqueduct is done. For the fireworks that will go in the dispensers, I want a few varieties, and I need quite a few pieces to make that happen. So I've been hanging out here on top of this mountain that I actually have a creeper farm hidden inside. The storage does connect up to the storage for the gas farm, so hopefully those made it over. Yep, I think, yeah, there's some gunpowder coming in now. And we've got ourselves a little bit that might be able to make as many rockets as I need. Okay, after much trial and error, I think I figured out. We have that one, that'll be a small little boo, yay. We have this one, a little bit more fancy, boo, yay, super fun. And then we have this, our fanciest one with diamonds and everything. Boo, yeah. And this one here is the proper flight rocket. That would have been bad. Okay, if I divide this by 10, that gives me 4 of each per. These are all going to rapid fire out of here because they're all just going to be the double observer, bam, 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 bam. But I think it's still just going to be a cool wow factor of boom, it's all going. And now we got to figure out how to get this all thing to trigger. Okay, the end product is done. Now we work our way back. That's enough techie stuff for a moment. I need to touch grass and plant a field. This may seem like a random thing to do, but I've actually planted a field in every single episode of this hardcore world so far, meaning we have over 115 fields in this world, probably actually closer to 200 if I'm being honest, and we really need a new village in this world soon, as I am running out of spaces to plant fields nearby to civilization. So leave your ideas in the comments below for what type of civilization I should make or expand to next. And subscribe while you're at it. Yeah, that'd be cool. Just like this new tater field is cool. Right next to our wheat field, these are just sitting here along a random road that at least needs a farmhouse somewhere nearby soon. The closest is our cattle ranch over there. But for now, it's back to my redstone thinking cap. Today is a great day. We've been blessed. Look at this. Look at this small drip leaf. Whoa! We have so far built the back half of the system with no real way to test it, as it's a one-time use. So we need to carefully design the start now, where everything is going to rely on this cauldron caching water in it during the rainstorm. But in order for that to have a chance to work, we need the chunk to stay loaded in, which also provides the ability for me to snap here instantly when the rain starts through an ender pearl stasis chamber set up within the same chunk as the cauldron wired to a redstone clock. So if I throw an ender pearl right in there and back up, give it a moment to stabilize itself, and then we change the water level at all in the cauldron, using the bucket here as an example, I get zapped right over here to a nice little sticky piston that'll push forward. And then the secret here is we have stairs there, so the source block can come back in after the block gets retracted. I'm gonna try my hardest not to activate this again through the building process. I'm definitely going to, but that can stay there. Alongside that, I want something visual to change down here as well. So with a hopper clock, we can set up a system that will fill some extra pools of water right here as I zap in. Going with the classic hopper clock, this thing works based off of how many items you put inside of it. So the more blocks that I put in, look at that, it worked, the longer it's gonna take to tick over. My hope is to line it up somewhat correctly with I get yeeted in over here, the whole system goes through, we see the water cascading all the way down the aqueduct, lands in about there hitting the bottom, and then blam! All of these dispensers fire, and these places are going to fill up with some water too. Now for the part of this where Egg said, don't worry fWhip, it's so easy. There's absolutely no way you can screw this up yourself. I need to get this super speed redstone line with our rails and observers here all the way up to the top there. Oh, I need to put water in these dispensers too. Okay, many steps that I can screw up, so let's hope I don't screw up any of them. There goes one pool loaded in with our water buckets and one shy for pool number 2. Hopefully this will create water sources kind of going all the way along here, and then that'll just automatically fill in the rest of it. So it should work totally fine. Now back to the thing that I just hope is going to work totally fine. I ran out of observers and there's llamas shooting at things up above me. I'm gonna go back. New observers acquired. The rail line should now be in as well with all of the buckets placed in. I just need to walk back the entire way to get back out of here. And up here to be safe, because I can actually test this section without breaking everything, we're gonna double block that off. So it's blocked off down there and up here just to make sure I don't trigger these pools. Now, if I were to break this, that'll force an entire update to go up the entire way, hopefully. And we see the water flowing on all 3 of them. Yes! Now the true test. Did I put... Yes! It fills in everything. Yes! And with those being buckets in there, if I do that, that should stop the water flow too, I hope. Yep, looks like it did. Perfect. Okay, that is a functional system, because from here, that'll lead into that observer, which then leads into this, and then that, and then that, and then that, and then fireworks. And rain and water. It'd be really cool. Yeah. Don't worry. I still have a lot of cold medicine in my system. Yep. Don't worry. Totally fine over here. Next up, we can work on the final structural element for this build, a shrine to house the sacred cauldron that is crumbling apart and now an ancient ruin, where we need to first build a platform for it to sit on top of. Then, to connect up to the existing roads, I threw in some front details and an overgrown pathway, before doing the thing every builder is doing right now by burying leaves into the ground and adding some extra foliage. Not gonna lie, I always thought this looked kind of stupid before, but I did it here just on a whim off of a recommendation, and I like it. I actually think it looks pretty nice for just some darker splotches in the ground. But you can see a little bit of the vision here that the shrine is going to go along. And this pathway here, I love the texturing on it with the mud brick and the rooted dirt thrown in, the pale moss and the mossy everything. Oh, it's really nice. I like it a lot. Ignore the spiders underground. You can just ignore the spiders hissing underground. That's totally fine. Because look at these cool little dried out pools. This one's over here is really crumbled down. This one still has a copper golem statue sitting on top of it who's no longer active. Do we want him standing or sitting or like doing the star pose? Nah, he can just stand. And then not even to mention this old wall over here that makes it look like there's an entire level of our complex here that's just been under the earth, and the earth is just rolled down from the mountain over the top of it, giving this that much more of an ancient feel for everything. Moving into the main structure, I want to really emphasize the ruined aspect of this, trying to bring in the idea that this was once a very fancy, magical space, but it's barely held together now with multiple broken parts, a caved-in roof, and more of those copper beams just barely holding things together. I love the little walk up we get here, and I've threw in some pots and some dead bushes on these as if this used to be something super lush. We've got terracotta in there that thankfully we can place dead bushes and dry grass on top of. We really need more blocks that we can do that with. But anyways, now inside, I wanted to give a little cameo to my friend Rofo, who actually gave me the idea for this entire project here. We've still got a ton of work to do on this entire space, and I'm going to be taking your chest from you there, little buddy. But I thought a pretty aged copper golem walking around could just be fun to add in, and we're going to name him Roth, who is now the caretaker of the shrine. Just don't mind your statue buddies over there. Oh, I did make him out of wax, but do I have to wax? Oh, I do have to wax him again. Oh, I'm glad I caught that for Roth. We'll just throw his chest over there so he doesn't go too far. Now, along with that, we have the 2 doggos that I found earlier, which I thought was only fitting to bring them up here and have them be guards. Nope, in front of the shrine, please, buddy. Where these 2 definitely need names, so let me know down in the comments below. Yeah, they look beautiful there. We're not done yet, as I want to make this space appear as if foliage is growing through the very cracks of the structure, which will be unfortunately destroyed in the pools when the water returns here. But it's really pretty for now. And to give more vertical interest to the space, trees always help set builds into the environment. So I designed one that's like intertwined with the ruins of the shrine. To help hide Roth's chests a little bit more, I threw in this like decayed shelving unit, like it's barely being held together here. But more importantly, one of my favorite things to do when I'm building in Minecraft is to play with sightlines. I think they can add so much to the world. And this tree right here just adds so much to the space as we walk along the road. I love how it helps hide the end of the aqueduct and also kind of hides the front half of the shrine. We're really gonna have to get the happy gas out of here, but I also moved this branch back. Originally it was forward out to here because I wanted this middle archway, the gas is totally helping right now, to stay relatively clear. As you get up to this one, you're kind of in the region. You can see more or less the entire arch. I think I'm getting rid of that tree too. Honestly, I didn't plan for any of those trees to get there. I just haven't removed them yet. But I just absolutely love it. And then you get here, and before you're too close to the archway, you still get that full vision of the entire thing. Again, minus these trees that I'm gonna get rid of. I need to find something to do on this side, but I'm just not too sure what to do over here yet. And I feel like it could have more than just adding in some extra custom trees or something. Speaking of, I would like to add some more custom trees over on the far side of our shrine. And we need to continue the foliage coverage down among all of the lower rocks. First up, those trees I mentioned, where I want to add in a few more types of trees to the space with some pine trees and birch trees, filling out a small patch of forest, using a lot of different stages of growth to help it look a little bit more natural. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Oh, I have my hoodie on from Misadventures. Whoops, that's not supposed to be here. But I even changed out for this cool cape and ow! Why did I just get jump scared by Jack Black? Regardless, Misadventures will be back in a video somewhat soonish. I've got a huge project in the works. And over here, these trees are looking pretty awesome. I'm super happy with how this little patch of forest has come out. Still needs the underbrush and everything, but for now, I would like to adjust our focus to covering all of these rocks with a lot of foliage. For now, we need to focus on finishing up this part of the build by bringing the environment to life with our foliage. Ignoring that part of the riverbed, still, I am super happy with how this is starting to come together. I like that it doesn't just slope down like that, like most of the riverbed work we've been doing. I really like the rockiness that we have in here. But we still have one more extremely important thing to include that's gonna be going right in here. Starting with a little more landscape removal, as I need to make some space. In the side down here, I want to add a vault that we can only open when the rain comes that'll store something extremely important, as with all of the good of the rain coming back, there's a lot of bad that will happen too. And we need to be prepared. For that, I have a lot of redstone on hand. As for the first time, I think in this world, I want to build up a 3x3 piston door so we can have a fun way to access the interior. It works, and I built out this little landing area so I had something to actually stand on, but we have exposed redstone, and that's a big no. So next we need to build up another extension of the shrine to cover up the lever and redstone door itself. I am very curious how much of my Minecraft time has been either building or destroying rocks. I think at this point it's pretty high. I also added in all of this little bits of foliage here along the riverbank to give it that overgrown look that we have there, and just a little bit of grass up around it too. The vault will be closed until the rains come, and then and only then will we know what's been hidden away inside. Now we wait. We continue growing this world and seeing everything that has come through in the time until this structure will come to life and teleport me from wherever I am in the world or any dimension to here. And then we can witness something really awesome. I've been in this hardcore world for over 4 years and I've built a ton of stuff. Sometimes it still feels empty, even with everything. It's just me in my Minecraft world, which can get a little lonely. Here's my plan on how to fix that. Number one, we stop living in a Minecraft base and we live in the world, which I've already started on by scattering my storage rooms around the city of Path. 2, another step further, we need reasons to explore the world I'm building. The main goal for today is to move most of the villagers out of my starter cave. 3, the world needs to look lived in, not only along the streets and pathways, but inside of the buildings too, with interiors. And 4, the world needs to be set up to last for a long time, meaning we need to do a lot of lag busting. To get started, I first want some more reasons to travel out here to New Papyrus, since I already have a huge librarian villager trading hall here, being a spot that I can purchase a ton of glass from villagers. I figured this would be a great time to relocate the existing librarians and cartographers in my original trading hall, as they all currently live in here. Papyrus is, however, over 2,000 blocks away in the overworld, and I don't think I can safely get a happy ghast in and out of this cave. And since they live in minecarts already, we are going to use the nether. So if I take the coordinates right here, head back into the nether. Oh no, nope, 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 nope. Not the time, you stupid jellyfish. Oh, that was so close. All right, we're running. We build a portal right here on the roof. They should link up. Yeah, perfect. No, why am I down here? Crisis averted, portals are now linked up, and we can build a minecart track headed west to easily move our villagers across the world. Right to here, a portal that I built just floating over the balcony that we can use to get villagers in. As I want to design an interior space for this structure to fill with the librarians, then across town we'll use this house for the cartographers to call home. The only problems is I have no blocks on me outside of rails to build this thing up. The villagers are currently sitting in a minecart so they can't run away. This is actually 2 entities per villager, which basically means twice the leg. For our first round of leg busting to fix that problem, I instead want our villagers to be sitting on top of honey blocks. And the next problem I just realized is all 3 of my elytra are pretty much in tatters. So it's time for a quick trip to the Wither Skeleton Farm to fix them up. And it looks like I have a lot of broken tools too. We'll do these as well. Everything is repaired up, so I got to work on resource gathering by visiting my stone storage, and then some acacia and spruce wood from the lumber mill up top. Where this is very rare here, and I was not expecting it, but somewhere, yeah, right there, I actually have lecterns. So I think I'm set to get building. Oh, I guess I could just use the lecterns from the librarians, but hey, we got these. I'm not sure the last time I only needed a single shulker box for any build. This is amazing. Before I realize I forgot anything major, let's get into the build, starting with the floor, carrying in the tile pattern from the courtyard, and plotting out where the librarians will sit with the honey blocks, and then we can stack up some easy walls going around the new trading stalls with orange terracotta and acacia to complete the space pretty easily. And I need a little bit more room, so I expanded to a second story to fill in all of the librarians in the same house. Where it's almost time to bring our first test subject in, as I'm just realizing now that I probably need a way to get a minecart rail down to the bottom. So as I just finished the build, let's destroy the build a touch more. Yeah, that's going to be totally fine. No issues whatsoever. This should be pretty simple, but the stakes are very high, as these villagers are all extremely important, including my mending villager for 12 emeralds for a book. These villagers have been around for years. It's not quite possible to get these cheap trades anymore. You have knockback, protection, and feather falling 4. Never mind. Fire prod, unbreaking 3, depth strider. Okay, who's a simple, easy one that I don't really care if they die? Oh, here's another unbreaking 3. Yeah, we'll just use him. Or projectile protection. Yeah, we don't need that guy. Oh, squeeze by your friend. You're so close. Into the nether. Please work, please work, please work, please work, please. Yes, 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 yes. Amaze, 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 amaze. I should put more powered rails on this thing. And yeah, go. Okay, I don't see him, so yes, he's right here. Perfect. Let's go ahead and block this off so he can't get out. If I just give you a little nudge, close that there, and break the minecart, he stays. Yes. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Okay, this is not going to be as bad as I thought it would be. We have 16 more librarians to move out of the cave into their new home, so I got to spend the next few hours going back and forth through the nether, chasing down minecarts and villagers, trying to get them to stand on their little honey blocks and just stand still. No, 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 no. Oh, God, no. Why the fortune guy? Take 2, let's hit it there. Perfect, and he's in. That would have sucked to lose this guy. Thankfully, only the one issue, as the second floor villagers were super quick and I could actually move 4 at a time. Which means our librarian trading hall is complete, and I want to try... Yeah, honestly, I kind of like the pink. I think it actually looks pretty good. Everybody has been labeled, as you can see, and our second floor has a lot of villagers, including our ever so important mending villager up here, and 1 extra stall if we ever need it for anything. And I'm purposely leaving these closed so zombie villagers can't get to them. I don't think they can through right there. Hopefully, we'll find out. That is one training hall done. We can move on to the next simple one, being the Cartographer Villager Hall, where I rebuilt the nether portals and rail line on the nether roof further into town. Then, making a trip back over to Path, I jumped into the quarry to pick up a load of different stones and terracottas we can use for the interior, and then another trip into the lumber mill, as we'll need to strip some logs and grab a lot of stuff. Meaning it's time to build up the new interior for our storage room, going for a dirty terracotta floor. Then for subtle lighting, I'm using glow lichen between each of the cartography tables, before finishing up with some red walls and a jungle plank ceiling. I did forget to add trapdoors for the spot all the way around, so I decided on the fly just to add in some warp trapdoors for a pop of blue color, and I like it. Now for some fun, and by fun I mean transporting villagers over through the nether, where I did the first one solo to make sure the system works, and we successfully have our cartographer in their new home. We don't have as many cartographers as librarians, so this did go a lot quicker, and I'm feeling much more comfortable. So I was moving 4 cartographers at a time. These aren't really as important as the librarian trades, so I was more willing to risk it, which turned out great as I saved a few trips overall. And I didn't lose a single villager in the process. Yeah. But more importantly, we still have 3 open spaces over here if I want to go around to try and getting a few more item frame trades, as currently the only villager that actually sells them is this guy right here. And let's be honest, that's the best part about cartographers. And I hate crafting them, so I always buy from that dude. We've got a nice little table here in the middle with some maps being displayed or something like that. And this actually has an access point into a little garden that's currently has a wandering trader in here who doesn't have anything for me. If I really want to get crazy in Lego My World with item frames, we do have the second floor where I can still install a lot more of our villager trading stalls and villas up here, and even access to a 3rd floor if we want it through the tower. Back in the original villager trading hall, I'm honestly not too sure what to do with this space anymore, but I'm cheap and I want all of the rails, so I'm picking them all up for now. Any ideas what to use this room for? There's just kind of not really any stuff in here, but it feels weird changing it. It's been here forever. And we'll have to move this another portal for the next one, so we might as well break it down too. Don't worry, I didn't forget. We have to bring them over their clock. Where do we put the clock? Right here. Sure. Yeah, sorry boys. Sorry, I forgot. We've worked a lot on our first goal of living in the world by adding new reasons to come to the region of New Papyrus. And don't worry, the original cave will still be used after today. It houses 4 amethyst geodes I use for farming and my super smelter that I'm always visiting. I still want to move the farmers and the stonemasons today, but first I want to work on goal 2, creating a world to explore. Okay, much better. Right outside the village too. A world to explore to me means details along the pathways leading to spaces, not just a bland road. In this coastal village, all of the stone has been replaced with granite and terracotta, showing it blending towards the mesa landscape in the desert. I want to experiment in the dead space to add a little bit more interest to the theming as we walk through, starting with removing the trees and jungle bushes. And we can use all of these blocks that I just grabbed here to rebuild up the space, and somehow this flooded? Not too sure. Oh, it's still flooding. Oh, okay. You know what? Maybe we can actually redirect this and keep the water. That'd be kind of cool. But not right now. We'll need the rocks in, and then we can figure out how the water will reach the river, but I like the idea of working with what was already here. So I brought the cliff out slightly while trying to maintain quite a few of the grassy outcroppings to keep the lush vibe in place. Before we can move on from the rocks, I love this break in the sightline we get with this boulder along the pathway opening up to this, but the stone cannot stay. Yeah, that is much better. Now for our little stream, I've carved this out so far, and I would like to bring it across the road because it has to cross at some point, and then from here we can probably just send it like straight up. And then if I break that, it might make it all the way. Ah, so close. Okay, that could go too. And perfect, all the way to the river. To cover that up, let's grab our jungle trapdoors for the simplest of simple bridges that's literally just gonna stretch like this. You can still see the water underneath, and then you can get across without getting wet. I cleaned up the flooding up top for the stream, added some fences and lanterns along the pathway, and got to work filling in the area with some more foliage that fits the bit of a warmer vibe, which helps a lot, but being right next to the jungle still, we need trees. Using some palm trees, custom savanna trees, and even mixing in a few jungle-ishy type ones, we get this as a result. I kind of also forgot firefly bushes also make fireflies, which are really pretty at night. There's a lot of space left to go this way before we reach the desert itself, but for a little tester plot, I just want to sit on this one for a little while and see if I enjoy the vibe or not the next few times I ride my horse through here, and if we need to change anything up. But for now, I actually think I do like it a lot. This project also actually applies to the next villager hall too as we transition out of the desert. Around the next corner, I've planned to start a Tuscan region, and that feels perfect for farmers to call home. It's time to move some more villagers, but first I need blocks, so we're back in the quarry for the third time, which took a few minutes of pillaging my chests. And to show how predictable I can be sometimes, yep, next I flew up into the lumber mill, turned on my stripping light, and got to work getting the wood needed for building. But wait, I changed it up. No, I didn't. Dirt storage was next. And hey, something new. Man, nah, not again. Yeah, I needed copper, so I flew out to Tough Hall and grabbed what I could from within there. The new part being my copper supplies are running dangerously low. A new one for today, though, I needed to go to color storage for some concrete powders and down into the villager cave to trade with my stonemasons for probably the final time before we relocate them, finally bringing us back to the Tuscan village with all the materials I need, hopefully. No! Why? Why did you do that? I patched the creeper hole, and then I've cleaned up the land a little bit around here and built out this little garden that's going to be sitting along the road, and I think this is going to be a very present element throughout the entire region. Over here, though, I've worked on the base floor plan and separated out where our villagers are going to go, standing on these honey blocks that we have, which will be pretty good. So we'll have a little side room and then a big open space that I kind of want it to look like an interior farmer's market. I think it'd be kind of cool. This house was extremely fun to design and was actually done on a live stream a while ago. I found a cool reference picture that I liked of what I later realized was a French countryside home, not from the Tuscan region like I was trying to, but changing the color palette to match the current home, and we get this. I love the view from over here. The interior still needs a little bit of work done for it, but I think it's ready to house a lot of villagers in safely as we've... Oh, nope, I gotta fix the trapdoors. Never mind. And I didn't even make trapdoors for those two. Right. Yeah, all of them are us. Okay, well, we got to make sure the villagers can be here safely. Well, this is a great start, at least. And upstairs currently just hides a bed, as I used a lot of the space in here to make this really cool window design. I've been experimenting with layering my windows so we can get a lot of really cool, interesting shapes. From up close, it looks really chaotic, but it starts to feel like a more intricate window frame of sorts when you get farther away, which is pretty fun. I'm hearing a lot of mobs down here. I need to get rid of these before we bring any villagers in. Can't really have my cozy, cute farming area with zombies and skeletons rattling underneath. Next up, as with the previous builds, we need to get another pathway set up so we can bring some villagers into here. And I'm thinking these guys will just drop like right here so that they can just roll on down. Sorry, Etho, I'm not doing the corners. On the other side, we can definitely clean up all these as we aren't going to need to go out to New Papyrus anymore and get rid of this temporary portal. And the new portal should be down this way. Nope, I am way too far. Miscounted that. I think it should actually be right here. Please work. And it does. Yes. Moving the farmers went pretty smoothly. I moved the villager cave nether portal down and just sent it over, moving 4 at a time. And all of our farmers are inside of the new villager trading hall chilling. And you know what? That felt a little too easy. All of these guys are in here, but I've still got a bunch of open spaces over here that I can throw more farmers inside of. And yeah, we still have plenty of villagers in the breeder, so that'll be easy. For now, we'll move 8 villagers over, so I got to work on locking trades in and then turning them into zombies for even cheaper trades. After I had 8 ready, I brewed up some fresh potions of weakness and splashed the zombies before giving them a little snack so they'd stop being grumpy. They've been chilling for a few minutes now, so hopefully, yes, we've got 8 farmer villagers here ready to go. And if I turn all the rails so they're going out that way, we should have this system set up to go lower level. That'll zoom all the way past our stonemasons and here into the portal. We'll unlock their trades completely soon, but for now, I got to work on moving them over. Okay, everybody's in, and I realized there's only 2 slots left here. I gotta fill these or I'm just never gonna do it. So I gotta go get 2 more villagers. Double checking. We got that one. We got those. All of our farmers are in. Yes, it is just the 2. There goes 1. And now we wait and watch them sleep so nobody can hurt them. Remove the last 2 minecarts, and there we go. We are fully stocked up on our villagers. If we ever need to trade with farmers, this is the spot to come to. Let me just put the door and the stair back. Much better. I need an actual nether portal out here soon, so I guess that means we have a new project of expanding this place. I really want a super fun vibe here, and we are starting off something solid with these 2 buildings, but it might be time soon to start transforming the village itself to bring it to life. But you know what this place really needs for farmers? A field. I'm channeling my best gladiator for this one, as I want the region to be a majority wheat fields out here for a fun vibe of rolling golden hills of wheat with probably cypress trees dotted around eventually, and it's just gonna be amazing. And you know what also be amazing? As if you subscribed. I hope you're enjoying the video so far, so why not? Subscribe so you don't miss out on the future uploads with new builds, new adventures, and of course, new fields. That was nearly a full shulker box of wheat seeds. 'Tis a good field. I also changed the field border on this one and then changed it out on all the previous fields in this region for our stone walls. I still have the leaves on the back end for now, but I like the more uniqueness that we get to this region already. Just these little changes today, it's really coming to life. Right, so I just found this horse out here with a saddle on it. I have no idea where it came from, but it's literally the maximum possible speed you can get on Java Edition. This dude is far from home. As excited as I am to continue the newest build project in the world, we have a huge task still left to do. Back in the cave, my original goal was to move the villagers in this building. The army of stonemason villagers here need to be relocated to Tough Hall, my dwarven city, taking us to the far eastern edge of my Minecraft world, where I also have a rocket factory in this building that I'm desperately hoping has made some fireworks. Please, 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 please. Aw, man. All right, that's at least more than double what I had. But more importantly, we have this building where I have set up a ton of clerics on the inside for trading rotten flesh for emeralds and emeralds for redstone. And right across the valley, I want to set up all of my stonemasons right over here. First, carving away the mountainside to get a bit more space to work with, as I want to build more than just the structure. And now, as expected, I need blocks. Otherwise, the stonemasons will be very sad living outside. And the stone and dirt I got from that ain't gonna go too far. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, don't kill him. Don't kill him. He's supposed to be there. No. Excuse me, wandering trader. Don't kill my pillager in a boat. He's been there forever. You know, it's also been here forever. Before I get stuff, I should probably put all this away. Oh, jeez. Look, I sorted out my shulker monster. I know, I can sometimes put my laundry away. With that done, I next got to work on throwing all of the lumber together, but I was fresh out of dark oak, so I had to make a quick trip over to the forest to strip a ton of logs for all of these dark oak shelves that I think can make some pretty cool girders for like an industrial feel. Next, I made a quick trip down here to grab a lot of the stone materials that I'm gonna need, so I got a lot of this stuff together, but unfortunately, even with 7 boxes here, I still have a lot of stuff left to get. For the masons to be involved in their new home, I purchased a ton of bricks from them. Then I grabbed some hay bales from my wheat farm and crafted up a load of packed mud to use over at the dirt storage building. Leading next to the foliage market, where I put together some leaves or random foliage bits that I still needed. And there's 2 things remaining: tough, because I ran out of it, and a load of copper stuff from Tough Hall. But the storage room in Tough Hall is already running dry. The solution already exists in my world, my drowned farm. A little bit of time spent killing drowned, and now we've got ourselves a fresh 1.5 stacks of copper blocks. While that was going on in the background, I did have the opportunity to jump on Hermitcraft for a little tour for the Gamers Outreach charity event that they are putting on. So it was really cool to be able to wander around the server and see what some of my friends are up to over there, and I'm super excited to be part of the event.
Oh my god.
That's so good. That's so good. I love that. Which was a much needed break during the resource grind, as I next crafted down a ton of copper items, leaving the last 2 items, which together needs about 2 stacks of tough. So I ran into the mines to find a new blob to mine up and restock my storage just a little bit, as I have a rule. If I go mine tough, I have to mine the entire blob of tough. But now this right here is everything ready to go to build our next new villager trading hall. This feels good to finally cover part of this hole with a road actually linking up to the resin mine. After that, we can get to work on the base foundation, as I really like the valley here in Tough Hall to have buildings lifted up and pushing into the mountainsides to give this all some more structural shaping to it. I think it helps bring out the grandness of it all, which is important as this building really is coming in to add a ton to the valley, with space for all of the stonemasons between 2 stories and a very industrial look for the entire structure. This is one of my favorite additions to what is actually starting to look like a city, not just a few random buildings thrown around. But my dwarves love trees, so we need to add some out in the front. Then, building up a nether portal on the top floor, I flew into the nether itself after doing some math and built another portal to link them together. Flying over to the farmers on the nether roof to tear that portal down, and I picked up all of the rails that went west to place them all back down going east to complete the new track, where I sent the first villager through as a test again, as I've got a good system in place to move all these guys, so why ruin it? And thankfully they made it safely, leading to the mass frenzy of villager minecarts zooming across the nether roof, shoving them into their new stalls, and then going back for their friends to bring everyone over to Tough Hall and get a breath of fresh air. For the remaining villagers left in the original village, well, I grabbed a lava bucket and cleared out the breeder to help remove some lag. Yeah, that's the reason. Speaking of lag, I did this entire process on a live stream and learned something new. Placing a magma block under the job station stops villagers from trying to jump over it, as they'd burn their toes, meaning they stop pathfinding and cause a lot less lag. I flew around to my other villager trading halls to install the new magma blocks throughout all of them, and I wanted to mention, YouTube recently changed the algorithm and they aren't always pushing notifications to subscribers. So even though you're subscribed, you could be missing a ton of my content. Be sure to turn on the notification bell and you'll be notified for streams and videos so you won't miss out on any of the adventures in this world. Speaking of adventures, we're back here ready for the next addition to the build over there. Whoa, lag, hello. But man, this is looking good so far with all of our villagers on the inside, apparently causing a ton of lag, but that's totally fine. At least it's not lagging path anymore. I did have 4 extra stalls over here, as I built a few too many stalls for all of the boys that we had so far, and the rest are all located up here at the top floor. So if stonemasons ever get some new trades added into the game, we can just add them in down there and that'll be great. To finish the space off, I want wagons parked along the street, then some new custom cliff faces to border the back of the platform, and finally a big rock crushing machine showing the building is used as a factory, not just a Minecrafty villager spot. I really want this to look full of life when we walk through the city, and this will be a very industrial part of our dwarven city that I swear is going to happen eventually. But we can show a bit of the work process here, as the cart is bringing up a bunch of stones that gets unloaded into here, goes along a little conveyor belt where these things come down and smashy, and it gets turned into little rocks. We love the big rock to little rock industry. And then that would get moved in and all of our stonemasons can actually be doing the work that they would need to be doing. Probably could have done something more here in the middle, but I want it to be very open so I can run around and place shulkers down as I need to. So this is more of a Minecrafty work zone. In order to fill those shulkers, though, I actually need a way to get emeralds, as I currently only have 65 to my name. That's not good. Oh well, it's time to clean up all the boxes. Now that we've successfully moved villagers out into the world, forcing myself to experience even more of what I spent the last 4 years of time building up in this world, the thing that really brings the place to life isn't the villagers making noises in their boxes. It's the fact that you can open a door, see something inside, and go in to explore the interior space. Not the empty space that is most of my buildings. Something that is plaguing many of my builds in this world, the lack of interiors. I need help. This is where you all come in. I've uploaded a copy of the city to my supporter server, and community members have been picking homes to design the interiors for, well, I help them with some tips and tricks. Then I am subjected to gathering all of the materials here in the hardcore world myself to build up what they have created. People always ask me how to build. This is the best way that I can do that, by working in a one-on-one case to help guide some of y'all on how I might do something. But even with that, I am still learning how to build interior spaces myself. So even I get surprised by some of the uses of space, like Yentl here creating an awesome candle shop in that initial interior that I showed a few seconds ago. Now here finished up, we have Momo guarding the shop with a ton of candles on display, a little checkout counter, and upstairs you can go and see their workshop space. All the way back here with extra storage of a ton of honey. And one of my requirements that I have for everybody doing the interiors is there's also a living space inside of it, as there's not really going to be empty buildings for the top half in a lot of the city. So they've got their little bedroom for the family and everybody to exist in. On one of the back streets, Themo created a very cool clay craft creations building as a workshop for building all of the large decorative pots you see around the city. Now, initially, they did have sherds on every single pot, but I would never financially recover from that if I tried to add them all in, so we just have blank pots for now. But more importantly, there's this really cool basement space for all the crafting and dyeing of the pots. Oh, imagine if you could dye decorative pots. I wish. There's even the required upstairs spaces with our living quarters with this beautiful wallpaper. And I have made sure that everything inside of these is spawn proof, so we can explore them at any time of day and come in here and even sleep if we need somewhere to run away to. I mean, just look at all these pots in the attic. It's so good. But it's time to move to the upper districts, as I have 2 more interiors ready to go. First, we have Lud building a clockworks in half of this building. That part will be important for later, but I really love how much detail they were able to cram into this little space. Lud did a fantastic job with our towering apartment. We've got a kitchen right in here. There's just so much life in this space that you can really see that a family is definitely living in this space, and whoever's got this room has a great view. And there's even a sneaky little attic that's super cramped and cozy up here. Now for the other half of the building, Faf built a compass company to complement the clocks, which I'll be honest feels like a crazy inventor or tinkerer's workshop in here that is so cool. I mean, just look at all of the machinery, and we got a bell. You can come back over here, authorized personnel only, as they've got their full-on workshop right back in the corner. That's so fun. And you can continue exploring upstairs to just see so much stuff that is going on throughout here. I love the banners instead of doors to be able to get through the spaces, but there's just a little like sitting room in here, and it moves up to where we have some more bedrooms and plants and all that cool stuff just flowing throughout the entire space. I've got to come clean on something. You know this classroom? Yeah, it doesn't exist in the world yet, and it's time to fix that. Almost done with another round of resource gathering here, as these are the last few things that I need to gather up, which almost fills up shulker box number 3. Okay, plus my normal boxes I bring everywhere. So that my classroom is no longer just a set piece for teaching you all very important information about the world or about building. We need this to actually exist in the hardcore world itself to start giving some context to this entire university actually being a university. With some paintings on the walls, a very cool window to bring some skylight all the way down through, as otherwise it's extremely dark here in the middle, and just some extra details hidden around the space. I am really happy with how this whole classroom comes together, and it still has the ability for people to get up to the greenhouse for hands-on lessons. Oh, and of course a little happy gas to watch over everybody. With villagers moving around literally the entire world, new interiors to see as we wander, and new builds to encounter, this really helps bring my Minecraft world to life. My goal is to build an entire medieval fantasy world full of interconnected civilizations, but the land between the buildings is just as important to bringing in the life. Today, I am transforming this entire mountain from the default snowy slopes to my own vision, with over 300,000 blocks needed to complete the build. This all needs to start somewhere. In order to build the new mountain, I need to shave off a lot of the old mountain landscape, which first I want to start by removing every single tree. What I thought would only take about 40 minutes turned into over 3 hours of tree chopping, as I tried to save all of the spruce leaves because I want to build some custom trees back on top later. Before we move forward, I should mention, I actually planned out this entire mountain in creative mode on a live stream a while ago. If you want to see the Axiom process start to finish, it's linked in the description. That is going to save me many hours, as I know the end result, so now we can mold the current mountain. Instead of needing to clear cut the entire mountain down, then rebuilding it back up, we can just shave away the parts that I don't need anymore to make space for building the new mountain and placing all of those new blocks down. At the same point, we're also gathering a load of materials I need for the rest of this thing. But in a similar note, this took forever, and I'm already 6 hours into this video. Oh, wait, no, make that 8 hours. And to make it even more annoying, there's powdered snow up here that needs to be removed, which is done most easily with water, and of course I flooded the village below. But another quick 2 hours of mining on the northern slope, we can finally play the game. Which game, you asked? The resource gathering game, one of my favorites. I need over 300,000 blocks for this dang thing. So I started by pulling out what I already have in my storage rooms and placing them down at the castle on the mountain to set up a little base camp. Thankfully, I have all of the grass blocks and dirt blocks I need for the mountain, which is a big bulk of the lower areas. And I use pill moss for a lot of texturing on the slopes to save on tough, since it's easy to farm in the background while I do other things in the area. Like picking up acacia logs and pale oak logs, as yes, they make great stones. What also makes great stones is, well, stone, which I place down up top with the growing monster and then grab some basalt, andesite, and diorite. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough andesite, but I remembered you can craft it with diorite and cobblestone. So that saved me needing to mine out an entire shulker of the stuff. Then we had plenty of gravel and sand, so I made a shulker box of light gray concrete powder and set all of my new boxes down at the mountain monster before continuing on with the grind, where we have everything looted from my storage rooms and I need to mine. I need 2 shulker boxes of tough blocks and about 1.5 shulkers of cobbled deep slate. So I started on the deep slate hoping to find some tough blobs in beacon range. Our cobbled deep slate is now completely done, and I didn't find a single tough block. Rough luck at that. I'll deal with the tough blocks later, as I need 2 shulker boxes of light gray terracotta too, and that just sounds easier first. So I flew out to the mesa and found a spot where it spawns naturally. I set up a small beacon, as we only need haste 1 and efficiency 5 to insta-mine it, and got to work. While I was mining in the mesa, I decided I would just find a new cave for tough afterwards, and then remembered when digging up the river, I uncovered a massive pit that went all the way into the deep slate layers. So breaking into the river, I set up a beacon below and mined up a bunch of blobs of tough. Crazy that this is nearly everything we need for the mountain itself, outside of just like the details, the trees, the snow layers, and that's gonna be for later, as one, I need an entire new snow farm for it, and placing blocks sounds a lot easier than having to build a redstone farm right now. I'm 12 hours in, my brain is mush. We need to start simple, which means a ton of grass blocks and working from the bottom of the hill towards the top of the mountain. Trying to get in the base shapes, as I like the layout we had here already. I just don't want the snow this close to the city anymore, so we can push it back up the mountain by replacing it with our grass blocks. And before I go crazy, I need to draw a line somewhere in the mountain, so everything to the left of this line right here will not be done today. I've already got one entire mountain I need to do. I definitely don't have time for a second, even larger peak. The grass covers a big bulk area of the landscape, so it's very easy to place in first. The rocks will come in after. I tried to push the snow level up a little bit more to match the mountain on the far side of the city so that everything comes together. The inspectors also showed up to make sure everything was up to code for the landscape. So before we get any actual complaints submitted on this one, I'll start adding in all of the rocks down in this lower section, working with every single different block that we just gathered up. Here's a tip for the Lightmatica hackermans like myself. When making your schematic, go into Area Editor and change your selection mode to normal. Then you can create sub-regions for your schematic itself. Now, back in the hardcore world, you can see the full resource list, and it's a little scary. Go into schematic placements, configure, and you can turn off everything except the point you're working on. Refresh your resource list, and yeah, that's a lot nicer to look at. Much better. That type of tech helps me so much with working through these larger projects. One of the main things stopping me from wanting to build in my world is getting overwhelmed with choices and too many things to juggle at once. So clearing down to a smaller task really helps me with continuing to evolve the world. Burnout is a real thing that affects all Minecrafters, even myself. You all see the big fancy final projects come together like this video, but not the multiple hours that go into the work behind the scenes. So I have learned that being efficient in what I do really helps me continue to move forward. This is looking pretty great already. We've got space for will probably be a waterfall coming down here into the pools as we continue to expand the mountain up, and it's wrapped all the way around to the far side of the city behind our vineyard, which I love where the mountain is moving, but all this open space in the middle is more apparent than ever. We've got a side mission of needing to complete the city wall. I hadn't planned to build up the final section of the city wall with this mountain. It just seems like the right thing to do right now, so I had to make a few more trips around to gather materials for the brown and red walls of the city with diorite and deep slate for the tops. We'll have 2 new tower additions coming in, so I need some more spruce, mangrove, and jungle in place to complete those major elements of our build. Then I'm also gonna need some bricks, and well, I'm broke, so I looted as many pumpkins and melons as I could from my farm and headed over to the new farmer villager trading hall I had just finished building to get as many emeralds from them as I can. Thankfully, that was a big success, so I jumped over far to the east to the new stonemason trading hall to purchase bricks from them with my newly acquired emeralds, finishing off the final needed materials. Then plopping down a measly 3 shulker boxes of materials, we can get to work. On the corner overlooking the quarry, I want to mimic the large tower from the other side to give it a more opposing and grand entrance as we enter into the side gate of the city after nearly 4 years building this place. To connect into the mountain, I extended a wall and the final tower sticking into the mountainside itself with a diorite trim for the battlements, before grabbing all of my wood and deep slate to add in the tower tops with the exact same style I've used throughout the rest of the city wall. Of course, we need to throw in a flag for the city of Path right here on the front for a pop of color. That has been a long time coming. Yeah, look at that, just straight across all the way in there. That's really cool to have that in. That's a really cool moment. Next, we need to wrap up the northern slope of the mountain where this happy gas just wanted to be involved so much throughout the building process, and wow, they actually make so much noise, it's kind of insane. I was able to fight through all of that noise and finished up the top end of this peak and part of the snowfield. The top is going to be getting much taller at this side when we're done, but I'm really enjoying the look that we have so far. I also love the little detail where I can see just the top of the castle through this bit of a valley here, a crevice, but I have no idea if that's going to stay. I'm going to need some water buckets for our next step here, as I love my mountain streams, so I want to introduce another one in here, and this hopefully should work to flow down properly all the way. Oh no, there's a hole there. Pale moss, that works. I do want to come in here and bring in some more of our water to fill in these pools, so it's going to continue flowing down if I do that, and then we probably need one more, and now it should flow. Right, ice is up here. Okay, next step before we do the next one, I need my ender chest and bone meal before this whole thing freezes over, and we can just bone meal around the edges and we shouldn't get any ice spawning in those places. Crisis averted, that should do the trick up here. And we've got one more pool right down here before it cascades into the main part. And we could just do the same thing right here where I don't think this is a snowy biome, so we should be fine. But just to be safe, since I have it on me, we'll just throw in a little bit of bone meal around. And now, very importantly, we have water coming all the way down into this pool that flows into the canal going all the way out to the main river in the city harbor. Transitioning to the outside face of the mountain, it's finally time to work on the valley. Since I started this world 4 years ago and built up this castle, I've wanted a pathway leading through the valley, and it's finally time. The first problem is I cannot get a horse through here at all. So as much as I hate to do it, we need to shrink this field down just a touch with something little like that. Oh geez. Forgot I did this. Let's just add in the coarse dirt here to expand it, and that looks much better for horsing. I'm gonna start by throwing all of my mountain building blocks and random little ice bits I've picked up back here into the chest that we have. Well, shulkers, and then we can also take the empty shulkers I no longer need and throw them in here so I can start to shrink this down a bit. For the mountain pathway, I need to grab a few things. I decided mainly coarse dirt will work here, and then using some inspiration from hiking trails I've been on IRL, I want some logs in the path to show that it's been like reinforced over time. The current idea was to bring the land out a touch and flatten it to look like the path was almost carved into the mountainside long ago. And finally, we have a new way to reach the river and villages on the southern side without needing to go around a giant mountain. After that, I realized all of the fields down here have been absolutely torn apart by mobs jumping around forever, so I spent a little while retilling and replanting in the fields so that they're just a little bit cleaner looking. From there, we need to stop the new road from floating above the ground, meaning it's back to mountain building and the break is over, as the western slope needs to go up. With many rounds of picking up blocks from the shulker boxes, I'm roughly clearing an inventory every single Minecraft day in game, which is pretty good. My rate of blocks placed per hour is going up, and that's great, as I'm getting roughly 10,000 blocks placed down on the mountain per hour as we work through the cliffs. That is great and all, but the grind of this project is still insane. I'm well over 20 hours into this build so far, and I'm not nearly close enough to see the light at the end of the tunnel yet. We're still in the dark of many blocks need to be placed down, expanding the cliffs. Where I realized I completely forgot a block for the mountain to smooth out grassy areas. I love to include mossy cobblestone, and I never grabbed it originally, and I want to throw in some near the outpost, so I took a little break from building to go and grab some. As we bring in a lot of gray tones here, I don't want to lose the mountain outpost to all of the gray, as I think it's pretty important to have that popping out from the mountainside. Reaching the upper peaks, we've completed a lot of this area already, and next I want to catch up the south end by filling in the lower grassy areas for some variation to where the cliffs actually start. Mostly because if I just left it as a clean line along the bottom, it can tend to look really artificial, so adding these little changes where the grass goes up a bit, the stones might come down a little bit farther, at almost random intervals can help this appear a lot more natural. This also works on the horizontal axis too to help add interest by pushing the section back. It can give a more natural eroded look to the entire space. Until you see this. That is not natural at all. But more importantly, my new and improved completely intentional mob switch definitely seems to be working out really well down here. It's coming in real nicely underneath the build. If the bad guys spawn down there, they don't spawn on top, and it's so much safer. That's my excuse for not lighting up the inside of an entire mountain, okay? Deal with it. At this point, I want to put back everything that I have here, as we need to load up on a ton of grass, as we've got a ton of it to place in. And real quick though, are there any? Yeah, there's some empty boxes in here. There's another 4 of them cleared out. About to be a load more. Oh, there's 10 left? Really? Come on. I am so ready to be doing anything else but placing blocks on this mountain right now, but we gotta keep moving as I have a hard cutoff. For some reason, I gave myself 2 weeks to build an entire mountain, and we're over a week in and I'm not even halfway done. What you're seeing right now literally took me an entire day of working on the mountain to place in all of these blocks along the back, which is a bunch of good progress, and the mountain is starting to look very cool, but man, oh man, don't do this at home, friends. I just finished running around to patch in all of the holes where I missed placing a block or two on the back slope, and I think I got everything. So naturally, in about 3 weeks, I'm gonna find a giant spot that I missed. One thing I am super excited about though for the mountain is adding to the viewports of sorts that we're creating over here at the rain shrine. And yeah, look at that coming in. I need to get rid of those 2 trees. Every single archway of this almost creates a really cool picture frame that I want to just create something interesting along each of them, and I feel like the mountaintop over here is gonna completely hide that castle as it's gonna keep going up more. But dang, that right there is looking really good. All of that block placing did clear out another 4 entire shulker boxes for us, and I think what I want to do now is take all of the ones that I have and move them back up to the front so it's just easier to see. We're cutting down on a lot of the stone boxes. That's really nice. I still have to get probably reusing almost every single one of these boxes for snow layers, but that's fine. At least we got 4. I'm still putting off building that snow farm. Okay, back to block placing on the mountain. Wrapping around the back of the mountain, we can start to enclose the entire space, and we'll only need to go up, as I plan to stop at the snow plane on the backside as well, right behind the village, where I needed to jump inside for a quick night of sleep and didn't realize I was walking into this. One of the villagers did decide to climb the mountain itself, which is pretty cool to see nature returning to the mountains once the habitat is restored. We'll work on the forested area there soon, but first the peaks need to go up. I can't believe what I've been working on for the last 2 days IRL is gonna be about maybe a minute of content, maybe, for this video. because of how much block placing can I really show in one segment before it gets boring. Which is why, bam, jump cut. Ha, something new. Yeah, look, snow. Yeah, I emptied 2 shulker boxes of it up here to start filling in the snow plains at the top of the mountain. And as per the usual, I forgot a few blocks. Underneath is getting so dangerous. I'm just constantly fighting zombies up here. It's so bad. But you know what? We need a break. It's time to plant a field. And I think it's a perfect time to relocate the sniffers here and build a field to finish off the valley. Plus, I am going to need some spruce fences later, so this is resource gathering. These two, however, I need to grab myself some leads. Oh, I forgot I made a death trap here with sweet berries. We're gonna do this one at a time. Come on, buddy. Come on. No, please don't fly. Please, just, it's okay. You're almost through it. You're almost through the vineyard. Yeah, I know, it's a very deadly vineyard. You're so close. You're so close. Okay. I don't quite know where I want to put these two yet, so they're just gonna be here in the quarry for now. Oh, I feel so bad. Oh no, please live. Okay, it's alive. They can go there. This is a great reminder that even if you've done something already, we can still go back and change it and fix things up if a new idea comes in that can help further success of the entire project as a whole. Let this also be a reminder to subscribe if you haven't already. I'm trying to hit 2 million subscribers, and you might have been watching my videos for months without ever subscribing, so make sure you do so before YouTube pulls a Houdini and they disappear from your recommended tab forever. Our new and improved spot here, where I left in the archway as a little memento to what was here before, and I think this torch flower field, also a memento to our sniffers, fills in the space much better. But now, what the heck do I do with these 2 sniffers? They are the original ones that I ever got in this world, so it feels weird just dropping them off in the ranch. Yes, I do in fact have an entire ranch of sniffers, and I love them so much. Before we jump back into Peak Mountain building, I need to make a quick trip down into the Nether, as all 3 of my elytra are very busted. We can visit the Wither Skeleton Farm. Yeah, that was down to 49 durability. That wasn't lasting much longer. Okay, time to fix everything up. Yeah, I still love this thing. Now that we can fly for a long time, it's time to get to work on the peaks. One final push through building the peaks of this mountain, and we can finally close out this stage of the project with a majority of the blocks being placed down, bringing this mountain up to a higher level than it's ever been. And somehow I miscounted how much wool I need, and I ran out. Thankfully, the sheep farm had a little left over, so I grabbed that to hopefully have enough, which turned to work out to finish off everything for the main peak itself. I need 2 shulker boxes of snow, and we are completely out right now. Yeah, that's not 2 shulker boxes of snow. I have a really bad Wither Rose farm set up at the exit portal at the end. We might have snow in it. Yay! We do have some snow. Is there any more? Yes! Yes! Crisis averted, and back to building to finally finish off everything up top. Completing stage 2 of this project, which we could call a completed mountain. But no, it's me. We still have over 100,000 blocks to place on. Okay, like 80,000 of that is snow layers, but like, still, it's a lot. And we're expanding the mountain for today. As I was looking at this line in the ground here that we have, and it's very rough. And I realized the thumbnail that I'm kind of thinking of for the project as a whole can see about out to that rocky section there. So I want to push the mountain back that way as we need to expand east. For the thumbnail, okay, it's gonna be worth it. It takes a little work off future fWhip's plate for that disgusting mountain. That means it's back to digging, as I need to tame back the current mountain area to make room for some more of the custom range I've already planned out, so it should hopefully not be totally awful to implement. You know when you're digging at an area and you go, yeah, it's small enough, I don't need a beacon, and then you keep going and you're like halfway through and you're like, oh yeah, I should have done that. Yep, that was me for the last hour. Good news though is I did refill a shulker and a half of snow and for an entire shulker box of stone blocks too. Next up, I want to get a lot of the easy stuff done here, so we're just going to take all of the grass that I can and just place it in over most of the snow, to be honest. I'm just really hoping I actually have the materials I need for this thing. The grass is all placed in, and now I just have to hope that I have enough leftover blocks from building this whole side to actually do that. I realized I way over gathered everything. Well, I'm out of wool again. Saw that coming. Another quick trip to the wool farm and we can finish up this new expansion to the mountain range going east another 30 or so blocks, which actually is going to even this out from the front and back for how far we go. Oh, and yeah, I just now realized that. With all the materials I picked up digging out the space, I could actually craft all the snow layers I needed, so I threw those in next. But I'll be honest, I can't tell if it looks better or worse with this even more obvious wall at the end of the train that we've worked on versus what still needs to be done. I'm just gonna focus on this for now. This looks great. Boy. Oh well. The snow layers are in and I can't wait for that to cover the entire mountain. First, I want to build trees. We have these on the back of the mountain already that I randomly threw in before while building the castle, which a few I'm seeing now are randomly floating after the landscaping, so we'll fix that. And I want to expand the forest back here with a few new trees I've just designed. For that, I need to grab a few of the empty shulker boxes, put all of my mess back, and go gather a bunch more stuff. First up, stopping in the market to spend the day picking out the best leaves for my trees, and then as night fell, I jumped inside the quarry to pick up a ton of walls to use for tree trunks. I also need nearly 500 dark oak fences, so we need to do a quick tree chopping session in the different forest so that I can continue building up my new, better forest instead of the stupid default Minecraft forest here. Logs acquired and a quick round of crafting in the lumber mill, and we're good to go. With just another 4 boxes. Why is this starting to feel like almost nothing for me? That might be a problem in itself. But what is not a problem is the trees here along the back, as we can add in a ton of the pine trees I used before on the mountain with a few newer variants added in as well to mix it up a touch. This is looking great for the forest canopy itself. I'm not really worrying about the ground layer too much today. The view from far away, however, is starting to look really good with the trees almost cascading down the mountainside, but from a distance, all the trunks still look fairly samey. And I've got an idea on how we can mix it up. Probably saw it in my inventory, and this is very much a trust the process moment, and hopefully I don't stab my feet too much. But I want to use pointed dripstone here as a tree trunk. Where the unfortunate part is nothing can connect to the pointed dripstone too well, so I've got trapdoors here to look like little branches sticking out. But if we come down here, that looks like a pretty cool tree. And more importantly, from a distance, the shading on the pointed dripstone actually makes it look a little bit rounder. Where is it? It's a bad angle. And also looks a little bit thicker. I think this is a really, really cool way we can add to just pine forest with a touch more detail with these. I added another 3 of the dripstone trunks in the back here, and I think it helps a ton. We could spend many, many hours on this plot of the mountain here, but I am running low on time, so I need to jump to the front side as I don't want to neglect that. So we can yet again set up base camp right over here, grab myself some more rockets and a new elytra as mine is pretty broken again, and take a little schnoozle. Oh, I love this view. And get back to work on building up even more of the trees. Taking inspo from the Cascade Mountains near where I live, I added in a group of aspen trees for something other than pine trees. I think it's also about time to remove these old spruce trees right here. They're just a very old custom tree style that I just don't really enjoy anymore. We'll replace them all eventually, but for now, they just gotta go. And build up some of these new, fancier spruce trees I've learned how to design recently. Of course, a few more trees in the valley going up to the castle works as well. Add another 3 trees in over there, and from here we can take our snow layers, where I've got just under 2 shulker boxes to go, and see how far that can take us. I was gonna do a time lapse because I was like, I got 2 shulker boxes, I can make it so far, and I got there. 2 shulker boxes almost of snow layers. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I don't normally show this, but look at the Lightmatica. All of the yellow needs to have more layers. All of the clear stuff needs to be layers. There's a lot more than just this spot. Okay, it's time for a new snow farm. Inside of the castle itself, I have this one down here, but it's not gonna cut it anymore. For starters, I have to manually craft and sort everything myself, which I'm gonna take these layers for now. And while I'm running the farm, it's just constantly overflowing. So sorry, my golem friends, it's time for a new one. Farm is completely gone, and hey, free emerald ore. One more beaconless digging session later, and a decent amount of the stone that I dug up I can actually turn into some stone bricks for the build. But of course, I still have plenty more stuff that I need. We've done enough resource gathering today, so here's the wood, stones, and other stuff. I figured not only we should build up a farm, but we should also turn it into something nicer to visit, so I decided to turn this into a basement of sorts for the castle. We have a water stream going around with 2 areas set up, one for snow layers and one for snowballs to be auto-crafted into our blocks, and of course a redstone clock to run the entire system. It's almost time to drop our snow golem in here. He's going to be sitting right in this point. But first, I need to run around and set up the filters, and I'm just going to use some kelp. There's side 1. I think I can still squeeze to the second side through the redstone wiring back here. Nope, I can't. I'm going to flood everything if I break any of these blocks. Okay, there we go. Snowball, kelp. I designed this farm to loop around, so if I throw anything else inside, we should eventually see it coming back around here. So if we throw a piece of stone in, it'll zoom all the way around there, and then it loops underneath and eventually should pop out right here. Perfect. Now for my snow golem friend. Oh, well, I need you into there, not there. I'm where I need the golem to be. This is not working. All right. Sorry, buddy. Take 2. Oh, I could have got the pumpkin back. Ooh. Dang it. Okay, let's try this one more time. You just gotta be right in the middle. No. Before I do anything stupid, I want that pumpkin back. Now, yes, perfect. He needed to be in the middle because I've designed a machine here that if I turn it on, those pistons should fire. Yes. And now all I need to do is stand here and I can break both sets of snow layers in there and the items will just get plopped right down into the water stream. Oh yeah, we're snow farming now. Just gotta get 70,000 snow layers. I'm gonna build the rest of this place first. That sounds more fun. Something that at least gives a complete trip down to the farm location itself from the door. And now we can walk inside, opening up this door, head on through this renter room. It's got some nice wallpaper, and I might throw a bed or 2 in here as some benches, but we can go down the staircase into the farm room itself with our snowman over there, and we've got space down here as I need to be dropping a ton of shulker boxes. Well, that would block the barrels that this stuff gets sorted in, so these are just going to sit empty in here for now. Or on top of the other boxes. That's easy too. Now I just need to flip it on and hold left click here for a few hours. No, I just tapped back in and I broke the shovel. Dang it. I made it through 4 of them completely safe, and my 5th silk touch one is gone, and none of those have silk touch on them, so I can't get any more right now. Okay, how did we do? Okay. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, right. Time to fill these. As the hoppers are clearing out behind all of the barrels, we've just about filled up every single shulker box. Look at that. That is 16 shulker boxes full of snow layers with almost a 17th. I think as I just sit here a little longer. There we go. That is fantastic. Placing snow layers by hand is one of the most annoying things to do in Minecraft, so I have decided for this, and only this, to use Lightmatica Printer. This is a mod that, with my Lightmatica schematic, will automatically place blocks in around me within normal placement range. So I did a test on a previous mountain, and it turned an area that took 2 hours to place down to 20 minutes to place, so my quality of life goes up drastically. I placed every snow layer I gathered up already, so it's time for another round where I threw Silk Touch on 2 more of my shovels, then jumped into the nether to repair up everything at the Wither Skeleton farm, to then sit and stare intensely at the shovel durability bar while I mined up some snow layers. Yeah, I broke another shovel. But we might have all of the snow layers that I need, as pretty much every single one of these is full minus these last 2. Plus the 5 stacks behind each of the hoppers, I think we're in business. Oh yeah, that is a lot of snow layers. And we still have more snow layers coming into the storage. Oh, I hope it's enough. Oh my god, it's done. I can't believe it. All of the snow layers are placed in, and just look at this. Oh, it's so cool with the big all smoothed out. Oh, it's amazing. And we have now placed 139,000 snow layers in this world. That's the 5th most used block I have in the game. That's a lot of snow layers. My plan was to turn this castle into the snow storage area so we can pick up the extra shulker boxes, head back inside to the snow farm, and I'm just gonna take all of this and put it back in the barrels. No part of me is worried about this being used, as I know with the other mountain projects, I've still got like 6 or 7 no, we're redoing that, no. Immediate stop. That was actually true. 650 to 750,000 snow layers. Yeah, we're gonna say that instead, because then there won't be any weird comments. Oh, it was completely accidental. I can't believe that happened. Since the worst is behind us now, let's go ahead and clean up everything in here and just throw it as a new shulker monster in front of my house. I've got other stuff to sort, so we might as well just do it all in one big bulk sorting session later, not right now. There we go. That is a much cleaner looking area out here, and got all that drunk too. I feel so organized now. Now the worst is really behind us. And next up for the final block addition I need to the mountains, well, one of them, but we need white stained glass panes, as I like them in the heavily eroded areas to look like snow is sliding down those darker, more shadowed areas, and it hasn't really melted off of the steep faces yet. I also decided to build a little mine entrance where the storage was. This will be important for path in the future. Finally, we need to actually return life to the mountain. And I thought a wild herd of goats could be... Oh, can we get out of the bush? Oh, okay. Anyways, I just thought a wild herd of goats could be kind of cool on top of the mountain, just roaming around as they go. To move the goats, we're going to employ the help of the happy gas that I put in timeout over at this different mountain. This thing's so ridiculously slow. Can I just lead you and then do like a little... Yeah. You are going to be hooked right there. These two are ready to go, so I think we can just shift and... Oh, they just got zoomed over there. Okay, here we have baby goats 5 and 6. And my happy gas is leaving me. Oh, I hate these things. And we're off to drop the goats. Taking the slow flight back to the mountains with my goats, we can safely drop them here at the top. And break them out of their boats so they can live happily up here on the top of the snowy mountain. I've already lost one. I've already lost 2. Nope, they're up there. Oh, nope, they're leaping. The goats are leaping. And you are going back into timeout over at that mountain. Nope. Creeper. Oh, that was close. This completes the second mountain surrounding the city of Path. Finally, the snowy castle no longer sits next to a boring flat top of a default mountain, replaced with this. Something I have had in the back of my mind for so long to see this entire part of my world come together. Now on day 13,011, I can start to see the end of this region of the world. Still many hundreds of thousands of blocks to place, but man, oh man, I'm excited to see Path in all of its glory as we continue customizing this space. 2 mountains remain to transform, and 3 major spaces within the city itself. Not to mention far too many interiors than I care to admit that I am behind on finishing. But that's for future me. Current me can celebrate finishing the mountain behind us and being proud of what I've accomplished. Tiny Takeover Update just dropped a whole lot of new baby animals, and they need a home. From cozy stables, a rabbit hutch, animal pastures, and so much more. I'm designing a full sanctuary for all the adorable creatures, all within a giant farmstead. This project turned out to be so much more work than I ever could have thought. Step 1, I have to build a road. There's a rule in my world that everything needs to be connected, as it helps achieve my main long-term goal of building a fully interconnected fantasy world. Our build location today is smack dab in the middle of my world, but there's no way to reach it by horse on road. I've always built around the space and never actually touched this, so I need to tear through a load of this old growth birch forest to reach the peninsula I want to put the farmstead on. And I quickly realized the road itself is already a large project. About 5 in-game days later, and our road is ready to be laid down from the start with our little village over there. Going back towards the new build site, from here on, I want to lower the road so it doesn't just suddenly drop at the edge into the farmstead itself, which means I need to tear down a bit of the hill to cut a valley through it and smoothing out the sides. Now with these 6 shulker boxes here completely filled up with blocks, I can repurpose a load of the grass blocks to start filling in this part of the terrain over here. Yeah, that's much better. Now for the road itself. I'm gonna grab a bunch of my usual blocks like our coarse dirt in here, rooted dirt, and we can craft a load of our packed mud. The brown to green contrast can be a little much, so I want to also grab some mossy cobblestone to help transition off of our road a little bit. I grabbed a little bit of spruce here that we can use as well to create a small bridge that's going to get us across this stream. And I want it to be something super simple, so I was trying this right here as like a frame of sorts. And then for just a teeny tiny little railing, I thought we could have some jungle trapdoors, and yeah, I think that'll work. We can also mix a little bit of our mud brick into this so that it just has some more texturing to it. It is a very simple bridge, but I think it's gonna do the trick to be able to get us over into the village, and then we need to go this way. I've been trying to find a reason to build something out here for quite a while, and this road is going to branch off to many new project locations, I think, as we continue to develop this Minecraft world for longer and longer. But first, the farmstead, as I can now start today's project, where, yeah, I need to clear cut every tree in this entire space. Will I chop trees again? Here's my story for this project. This is a large farmstead ran by multiple people. It was originally gifted to an important individual in the city of Path to manage and oversee. They'll have a large house in the center and we'll have farmhands living in separate buildings, so we need a lot of space, hence removing the forest biome. I'll share more of the story as I build, as this space is massive and there's so much we can do. First, however, I would like to run around and gather up all of the leaf litter, as I can never get enough of this stuff. Actually, is it faster to just bucket if I can get one that'll spread? Yeah, that's faster. Well, I did that whole section right in there and got 3 shulker boxes full, and I still have all that left. So I think we're just gonna call it 3. 3 shulker boxes seems like a good little thing for fWhip not to have to worry about for a bit. Oh my gosh, there's so much leaf litter in forest biomes. Apparently already had 2 shulkers full, so that's pretty nice to have 5 of them. Major progress, but this landscape isn't the most inspiring. If I raise it all the way up to a hill and have the fields like sloping away from the center back into the water, that could work. But I need nearly 25,000 grass blocks to cover this place, which I do not have. So let's set up a beacon to shave off some blocks on the far side, sloping the sledge down to the water level more smoothly for our fields. Well, that was 15 shulker boxes worth of stuff dug up, and that doesn't even include the few thousand grass blocks I already placed down because it was all overflowing and I didn't want to go get more boxes. Before we get back to that grass block placing, I need to light up the space underneath, as my cozy cute farm is gonna end up with a lot of zombies grumbling. The solution to this takes me into the nether to pick up frog lights on the roof. We should only need a few stacks, so this should be plenty. Turning the light overlay mod on, I just need to make all of these red boxes turn green, and that'll mean everything underneath is spawn-proofed. I'm already on day 2 IRL of building, and I'm ready to move on to building the farmstead itself. So let's finish the landscape with grass blocks and some rocks along the shoreline, complete with a muddy riverbank into the water, which did require a trip over to the mangrove swamp to gather up mud as I ran out partway through, so I gathered up 2 shulkers, which should get me through most of today's project. As now all of the grass is in place, but we're missing the roads to make it feel complete. Time to head back to the city and grab everything I need, which went smoothly outside of rooted dirt, so I had to make a quick trip out to the nearby swamp biome, as I found an azalea tree in there, and then found an even cooler surprise. Did we just dig into a fossil? What is the chance of digging into a fossil? Wait a second, that's so cool. The final step of stage 1 is building the roads, which finally is going to move us into what I'm extremely excited about, that farmstead. But first we need a network of paths going around the region to break apart the fields and pastures. Where, going back in time, we started with this forest, and now we have this clear canvas ready for building. I forgot to fill in the pond over here with water, so I can go ahead and do that real quick, as one of our farm animals is definitely going to be living in here. Much better. Sitting in the center, we need a large house for the owner's family to live in, and I'm gonna leave these boxes right over here. I think I can condense them a bit. Close enough. Then I can take all of these 3 empty ones with me. As per the usual, I need more stuff. I really don't want to do this right now, but probably a lot of what I need is in these boxes right here, so I'm gonna sort them all out before I start gathering other stuff. Last boxes have been sorted, so we can put them all back in there and just take 5 of them back out with me to fill back up with more stuff. Well, I'm having so much fun. Okay, I'm actually so excited to build this farmstead. Let's get all of our stuff together. I just want to do it right now. Getting warmed up with a quick round of log stripping, then flying down into the quarry to pick up some stones, and a trip here into dirt storage. I was going to buy bricks in here, and I just got really concerned. This space is empty. I totally forgot I moved all the villagers out of here. Okay, well, I need to go to Tough Hall next anyways. I do love flying around my world, but man, sometimes I really wish I had another hub hooked up over here. Regardless, we've got bricks and no crafting table. I have 2 on me, so I'm just gonna hide one right over here for all of my flower pots. And for the final materials, I need some copper blocks for the roof. Okay, everything is here except dead coral blocks. I had enough of the brain and the fire, but I need a lot of tube coral, and that's just for this main building here. All of the other structures in the area are probably going to need it too, so I'm just going to take an empty shulker box over and see what I can get in a little bit. Man, I love coral blocks for texturing, but dang, it's so annoying to gather these in bulk. I really wish we had a way to auto farm this with a crafting recipe or something, as mining underwater while trying to keep the blocks is tedious. But now we have everything we need to build up the main exterior of the exterior of the main house, not the main exterior of the house. There's only one exterior, but I've already thrown in the base foundation floor plan over here, so it isn't hollow anymore, as I have fallen through once or twice already, and we've got a good layout for some stuff we'll add in later. I do want to build the interior of everything today, as I really want this space to feel alive and like people actually are living here. With all of the animals that will be hopping around, we need to really make this space feel cohesive, starting with a strong base foundation of the house. Raised up above the road, this would be a great place to relax on a porch and listen to the farm ambiance coming shortly. Is this foreshadowing to drive viewer intention and engagement working? Apparently, me speaking English is not working. Regardless, for now, I would like to cover this porch starting by extending up our mud brick walls that we have here to give it a little bit more headroom. This one, I'm gonna throw a temporary block right here, as I really want to get some hanging signs just going across this space, just to give it a little pop of color we'll see in a minute. And this doesn't do a great job of connecting it, but it's kind of the best thing we have without doing a full block that's just too chonky. So we're going to use these trapdoors that'll kind of look like we've got some vertical beams going. And now we can step up a slab at a time. Yes, we're using more mud brick. It's totally fine. And not fine. The main roof is going to be a lot steeper than this guy, but for now, I want to start introducing what our roof texturing is going to be working from. As we have our mud in here, that's also going to bring in a little bit of our jungle as some highlights. And then to help blend those together, we have our exposed cut copper slabs. And then for our darker shadows, we have our spruce. Which, if we step all the way back here, those little gaps that we have start to connect together with our hanging signs and our trapdoors. And I think it looks pretty good, but one extra detail we can add is it feels a little too open right up here, so we can add that to connect it together. Yep, give me a nice glass of rosé and I could happily spend an afternoon here. Catching up the rest of the structure, I finished off the base stone layer for our first floor, and we're transitioning into a more messy Tudor style for the upper sections of the house. I want this place to look super aged, but also very heavy on the contrast. So dark oak is our main block for the beams, and then birch for the inner areas to give a yellowy tone. Along with using some duller browns with our concrete and wool right over there. I think I cooked with this. I used a reference image, and trying to turn that directly into a build in Minecraft brings out some really cool results. The reference had a ton of hanging banners and tapestries around, which I already brought in here using these hanging signs. But I want to use some actual banners too that they had included, and we can kind of create it right here with this. And I put the trapdoors on the bottom here so I could hang that stuff down, and that just little pop of color is really cool. Also, I threw the chimney stack in itself, but I never actually threw the top of the chimney on. So we're just going to give a little bit of a topper here using some dark oak because I want it to be a bit more decorative. No smoke on this guy though. So we're just going to throw in our grates here to make it look like things can vent out. Shelves to hide 2 of the sides, and then dark oak stairs giving it a little bit of like a topper. And then so it's not fully open, we'll bring in signs. Yeah, it looks a little bit like a face, but I think it's pretty cool looking. It looks like one of those Meep Meep guys from SpongeBob, and I'm never going to be able to unsee that. Next, I throw our main roof on with a slope of slabs to stairs to walls for a nice curve, which we'll look at in just a moment, as over here on the left side of the build, I want the primary bedroom to have its own space, which of course needs another little banner hanging here right off the edge that I cut a little bit of white and light gray and then did the whole bottom side just via lime green. I'm for once having fun working with banners. It's kind of nice. And here I really want this to be like an open concept, so we're just going to fill this in like that. Excuse me. Oh, you sell name tags now? Oh, that's kind of cool. I just need to throw this last little section on here that I'm thinking is just going to be our slabs going up to the top, but this one extending out just a touch as we're bringing this out too. Now, so we can have some amount of movement on the build, I thought for the chimney on this side, we're going to do something a little unique with a note block to look kind of like a more solidified grate, mimicking a little bit of what we did up there, small scale, and then we'll just have the smoke coming out with our soul campfire. And that right there is a thing of beauty. Oh, I'm so happy with how this house has come together. One new thing I've been absolutely loving doing recently is taking the shelves and then a sign and then a shelf and a sign as a bracing of sorts, or a horizontal support. I just think it looks so good. Yes, I didn't really show it too much, but the back is also done too. One final exterior detail, I added azalea leaves trailing up the outside of the chimney. Now for the interior space. Oh no, sorry, you can't live in that. That's gonna be a smith. I've decided for these interiors, I want to just get something in place for each room. I tend to really overthink interiors and stress myself out to the point that I just don't do them, as I feel like I'm not too great of an interior builder compared to my exterior building skills. Today, I decided I just want to start placing blocks and see what all came from it. And to be honest, I'm pretty happy with the result. This is meant to be a bit of a wealthier interior, for the owner was gifted this place from the city of Path, and they've been taking really good care of the farmland from their own family and all of the families that live in the area. So this is our main dining room. We've got a small kids room tucked away up here. And down this hall leads to the primary bedroom that I really like how this turned out. We have 2 more very important details to add onto this before we can move on, and they're going to utilize the golden dandelion that I crafted for the first time ever to decorate out this space. Also, I just updated the texture pack for all of these, so the golden dandelions now have the same varieties as all of the regular dandelions in my pack, and I really like them. That is available now on Patreon and in the Discord for supporters if you'd like to use it yourself. But more importantly, I thought a perma puppy running around the farm could be absolutely adorable. Let's take you, and hopefully we get that puppy. And we did not. That makes sense. Oh my gosh, they're so chunky. They're adorable. But if we keep them as an adorable puppy forever, oh, he's flying. We can feed him that, and yes, he's gonna stay a puppy. I believe. Oh my gosh, look at how cute the legs, they move so fast. Oh, it's adorable. They need a name. Oh, I thought he just died. I was gonna give you a green collar. Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh no, you can't. Okay, he can't eat. Now next, as our puppy is going to be living outside, I thought inside the house we can have 2 kittens hanging out. Let's see, what can we get from you 2? Perfect. You're so adorable too. And between those 2. Yes, that's the one I wanted. We will park the puppy right over here for now. Oh, I can dye their colors too? Well, they need names and colors for colors. His is green. Well, theirs is green. We haven't decided the others. Come on upstairs. Yeah, come on up into the house. I feel like you'd be lounging right here in front of the window. That seems like a cat thing to do. And you, my little friend, let's jump up onto the bed. If only if you had them sitting on a bed, they would actually do the lay down animation like they do at nighttime. It'd be so much better. Right in the middle, as you deserve. They're so cute. Throughout the building process, I brought Radish over here behind, and honestly, I've been trying to find a segue to do this for a very long time, but I want to take the diamond horse armor off of Radish, and now that we've built ourselves a smithy in here, I finally have an excuse to do this. I've got myself a netherite ingot and a netherite upgrade template we can get our netherite horse armor, which goes from 11 armor and 2 toughness to 19 3 toughness and 1 knockback resistance. Radish here is actually the fastest possible horse in Minecraft, so I do not want to lose them at all, and they are looking battle ready, but no battles for you, okay? With the main house completed now, we can move on to the surrounding lands. First, I need a source of fresh water readily available inside so we can finish up this simple well design. Then to lock in the scale of our build before I go too crazy, I want a wall around the entire farmstead, and I think it's gonna help keep them out of here too. So let's grab ourselves some tough bricks. We can grab some tough pale moss, mossy cobblestone, and some of our coral too. A lot of the inspiration pieces I found for medieval farmsteads tended to have a wall around them for defenses and ways to keep the wilds out, protecting the animals and people living in the space, at least to a small extent with this aged, kind of ruined wall we have. This llama has been moonwalking, and I'm really confused by it. Is your trader? He's underground. Oh no. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Oh, they can sell golden dandelions. That's cool. I really like how this has come together. And one other thing I found in a lot of the Insta pics that I was looking at was a big hedge wall that was kind of growing over the top of a more crumbled wooden wall. So we can take our oak leaves and our mangrove and the mangrove roots to give it a little bit of structure and see what we can pile up here. The sun is setting, but I finished up the first side as an example of what we gotta have. And I have these big open spaces because I don't want just green across everywhere to lose the wall that I just spent a lot of time detailing. But I think it looks pretty cool. I do pre-plan a lot of my builds, but I didn't plan out this aspect. I just kind of thought of it as I was doing the wall itself, and I like it. What do we think? Over there versus here? It's definitely a different vibe, and I think for this, for the farming region, I think I'm going to carry that overgrown around. Second half is now done, and yeah, that's worth it. That's looking pretty cool. Now to deal with our 2 entryways. We don't need a big heavy stone gate here, so instead we're bringing thatch in with our bamboo roof over a wooden archway and wooden gate on both ends. Now for some fun, we need to bring in all of the animals to live in the space. I'm thinking rabbits here in red, pigs in the muddy spot in pink, white for the sheep, a storehouse stables combo in yellow for horses and donkeys, and blue as a house for farmhands to live in. And behind the house itself, I'm thinking grain silos and a big old garden over here. Outside the walls, we'll have some other animals like a chicken coop and some big pastures, and probably some axolotls in the pond here because, well, why not? But first, we need to start small, and the new rabbits are so adorable, so we're starting here. Rabbits are accident prone, so I'd like to build their home first before I go try to find any of them, which I recently learned is not called a rabbit hatch, it's called a rabbit hutch. In fact, rabbits do not hatch from eggs in any format outside of Minecraft creative mode, so they'll have this cute little spot to hang out in. Bunnies can jump pretty well? What do you mean bunnies can jump pretty well? They can jump over a fence? What do you mean they can jump over a fence? No. I refuse to believe it. To give our bunnies something to do, I found out on the wiki that they munch on fully grown carrot plants and return them to growth stage 1. So I want to add a few of them inside the pen so they can have some snacks. Now for the bunnies, I flew to a nearby meadow to grab some. I see rabbit. It's a black one too, it's cute. I was gonna get the brown ones originally. I thought that could be kind of cute, but we can do an assortment. I see another one. Freaking cute these chonker rabbits are. Oh, they're adorable, dude. All right, they're gonna die if they go down that way. It would be really sad if we're towing rabbits and every single one of them dies. Okay, we've done it. Boom, 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 boom. He just instantly got out. He just instantly. No, what are you doing? How did a rabbit get up there? Found some brown bunnies at a cherry grove nearby and started to bring them back home, along with a pig who just really liked the carrot I was holding. Somehow the third rabbit returned, and my pigs multiplied, so they're coming home too to wait for their new pig pen to build up next. I decided to rebuild the rabbit hutch with double trapdoors going around it to try and keep the rabbits in more easily, and then bred all of my new rabbit friends and gave the babies golden dandelions to stay as babies forever and ever. Okay. No, no. How are you out here now too? What type of like military barricade wall do I need to keep these bunnies inside? I resorted to attaching the bunnies to leads underground so that they can't escape anymore, and went back to the original fence design as it just looks a lot better in my opinion. Next up, we'll give our pig friends a spot to call home instead of the fountain in the middle. First, requiring a quick trip into the nether for a very important detail. I need to visit a warped forest to pick up some nether sprouts, as I just really like using them and I ran out a while ago. And everything else was ready to go back at home to bring our pig pen together pretty quick. I moved the pigs I already had in and bred them up for our first baby pig romping around. To add some more details, I used some of the leaf litter that I gathered up to mute the mud coloring a bit by covering most of it and the hay on the inside of the pen to add more brown tones to the space overall. I really want some warm pigs as well, so I jumped into a nearby jungle to try and find some, which turned out to be a lot more annoying than expected. But after the first pig, I did find a longhorn cow, which I do want to have later for a cow pasture, so that was a nice bonus, before trying to tame a parrot that was one hungry fella. One cow, one pig, we need one more of each. Pig, cow. Love this game right now. Thankfully, not too far of a journey, and these are infinitely quicker and easier to move than the rabbits. Look at the little pork chop. Oh my lord, he's adorable. That brings us 2 animal homes completed and many baby animals running around the farm. Where next up, I'd like to tackle our final animal living inside the wall, the sheep pen, going for a diagonal lean-to structure with a thatch roof on top of it again and the trapdoor shelf railing going around. The parrot originally was going to have their own tree after I found it, but I think in the middle on the bush will also work. Thankfully, sheep seem to be everywhere in Minecraft, so I was able to jump into the surrounding forests and very quickly got a decent sized flock of sheep to bring back home and leave in their new pen. Where I recently learned from my friend Pixlriffs that baby sheep just absolutely chomp through grass blocks, so this is probably going to be all dirt here soon, and they really are getting stuck on those trapdoors. They're fine. They're just really happy. They love where they are, so they're jumping a lot. While I work on breeding up some more of our longhorn cows to put in a pasture outside the wall, let's finish up our 2 remaining buildings that we need in here. But also, I need to do stuff like this more often. They're just so fun to watch running around. As much as they love to jump into my trapdoors I put in decoratively, it's fine. It's still, look at it, they're so cute. Before I can get into building, I need some more materials for the remaining structures, so we're making the rounds again. Only a few things from each place, as I have a lot of stuff at the farm already, but I keep running out of the detail blocks like campfires, so I had to jump into the villager trading cave to grab some more of them. And breaking my wings apart, I had to fly across the world to Tuffall for some more copper materials to use in the roof texturing and windows. Sometimes I really wish I had a quick nether portal system, but we're back and it's time to build. This just keeps looking worse and worse. Somewhere in the mess of sugar boxes, I should have everything I need to finish building up almost everything today. I hope. And can I breed them again? Yes! You're so freaking cute. You'll have a pasture soon, friends. Don't worry. Before we get to the cow pasture, I want to build up a multi-purpose building that will mainly be a storehouse, but off to the side, we have an attached stable for some horses to live in, and up top in the attic area, I want to add some more living space for farmhands to call home, tucked away from everything. We still need a main living building and the interior for this one, but I like the idea of filling up every space that I can, so we got this little staircase off to the side that will bring you up into here, which is a pretty good amount of room for people to live. And tucked behind the back over here, I've got a little place for chopping down some logs. I need to get an iron axe and just throw it in an item frame here. But my goal is for everything inside the walls to be extremely useful. And with that, it's time to move our cows outside to their pasture. Our cows are still useful. I'm not saying you're not useful, my friends. Look how cute they are. But even little things like berry bushes along all of our pathways, so we have more food producing things inside, I think is going to be a really cool aesthetic. But out here, you can see I built up the pasture. We don't need a massive herd of cows in here, but we'll breed these up a few more times, maybe. And we can start to golden dandelion a few of the calves. 5 adults, 3 babies? Yeah, let's do that. I did make sure that they can't use the wall here to get out. And like many people, I've been obsessed with Crimson Desert recently, and I noticed at the corner of where all of the roads go, they always have these little shrines with some candles and an item you can collect in the game. So I wanted to throw something like that in here just for a little shrine along our roads, just to break it up again. I did also finish up this slightly larger one here on the front using some levers to get a cool angular shape to it, but just little details like this. I'm trying to add more around the world to just add that more human element to it. Just really showing that I'm doing things, you know? Speaking of doing things, we can add in the last housing structure inside the wall. As well, I want to build some grain silos out back behind them as another place to store crops produced here. And I got a little carried away and added in 2 trees in the gap back here between our house and the wall that I don't know. I'm really liking this space. Words are, it's late. Words are hard. But next up, we need to take radish here. But before I do that, grab our golden carrots, grab some actual carrots. By golden carrots, I definitely meant golden dandelions, and then we're gonna make some golden carrots, as I want to take a trip over to the donkey ranch and grab a few donkeys, and then even breed up a mule that we can bring back over here to the farmstead. I don't have my inner chest, and I only have 1 lead. That's not gonna go very well. I'm gonna go ahead and throw radish right here, and I kind of want to see if we can get a super speed mule. I have almost the fastest possible donkey, and radish is the fastest possible horse we can get in Minecraft, so how's our luck gonna be? Turn mini HUD on 14.19. We're looking for 14.569. Close, buddy. Oh my gosh. Mules look so weird. Oh, the baby mule is insane. We're keeping him. Why is his head so wide? What is going on? Otherwise, I'm gonna grab 2 donkeys that are back in here, where I apparently haven't even tamed these donkeys. I think it'd be really cute to have a baby donkey, which is also massive, along with a full-grown donkey, and it looks like they like that guy, so I didn't bring my shears. Oh, the baby's in. Oh, the baby's in. Oh, they're all in. It's an absolute mess. I just lost my baby donkey. Where did that go? Oh, there he is. Right, we've got our full entourage here ready to go, and I want to see, can I just ride Radish and they'll come along with me? Yeah, easy. Trees. Here we have 2 more baby animals coming right into our farmstead, and that is fantastic. Radish, don't go too far. You also don't go too far. I'd like to put the donkeys in here, and somehow the mule got stuck inside. Can I just, okay, he's out. Our baby mule can come into this one. And then if I ever need to drop Radish off over here, we can park inside of the middle one. Perfect. The farmstead is starting to really come together here, but we have 2 major issues that need to be fixed. Both of the structures I just built are completely empty on the interior, and we can't have that. And well, a 3rd issue. We need a reason to come back to the farmstead. These are the last dandelions, so I think I need a farm for them. But first, interiors, which required a quick trip out to the nearby jungle and spruce forest to chop down some trees to restock my supplies, meaning we can transform the inside of the storehouse into a great workshop for the farmstead. And of course, in the small attic space, I was able to squeeze in a decent amount of living space with a little kitchen and seating area over here, and then we got 2 bedrooms crammed into the back that are looking pretty good. I really like the dark oak support beams that I did underneath the roof, and it's kind of a little overgrown and not super well maintained up here. I just thought it was kind of fun to be able to throw all this stuff in. I made sure to spend a lot of time detailing out the lower space because we'll be able to see it as we walk around. So we've got a lot of different storage options in here, and then a back room that's just storing some more, some more hay bales if I could get by the little ladder there. That leaves us with 1 building left that still doesn't even have a floor in it. The idea here was the main living area with a fireplace and kitchen is in the basement level, so the heat would rise up and keep the entire house warmed up, with the bedrooms on the top floor crammed into a bunch of smaller rooms. Quick tangent. My baby pigs are stuck in a composter. I guess I'm just gonna leave them here for now. Yeah, they're fine. More importantly, the interior is done. We can come in this way. There's a small little sitting room up here that I thought was pretty cool. And you can come down this way underneath the hanging signs into a big open concept kitchen with a small dining room And we've got a nice fireplace that they got a little statue with a copper golem just for a pop of color, and I think this place is pretty fun. I did also add a ladder here to the back. I typically don't do ladders going to upper floors, but I had no other way to make it work, and we've got this very skinny hallway that I, just to give myself a little bit like block and a half space, I did trapdoors and shelves on this side, and inside of these we literally just have some beds. It's really not the fanciest of place, but there's enough space in here for people to live, and that's the important part. And the reason why I allowed the ladder to work over there is we do have a staircase on this side to get back out if anybody actually needs to get up top. Next, I need to come over here to my second shulker monster and grab a few grass blocks and bone meal, as we need to set up that dandelion farm where we can head down into the basement of the main house. And I've got this off to the side here where I'm hoping, yeah, we're basically at ground level, so I can honestly just turn this space into a flower farm real fast. In a forest biome, only 2 types of flowers can actually grow, so we're either going to get our dandelions, which we want, or we're going to get poppies, which we don't want. And whatever flower gets bone mealed here, that's going to be permanently the one that's in here. So this is a lot of poppies. Sometimes raising it up a block, though, can give a different result, and it's looking still pretty poppy heavy. Man, I'm now not going to be able to fully avoid poppies, but dang, that's a lot of poppies in here compared to dandelions. Looks like my best spread is going to be somewhere over there as far as the top half goes, and we'll just hope that the bottom half isn't all poppies. It'll be fine. It's a little cramped down here, but there we have it, a working flower farm for all of the dandelions that we can need. Just flip that guy and we will be getting a ton of them in here. And of course, a load of poppies too. A load more poppies. Oh, like twice as many poppies as dandelions. Oh, that's sad. Oh yeah, literally 2x the poppies to dandelions. Oh man. Oh well, the poppies can just go right in over here and they'll get composted down into more bone meal that we can use to cycle and keep running the farm. With the structures done, we can finish detailing inside the walls with a bunch of plants, including loads of sweet berries, as I really want this space to be food producing, along with all of the flowers, of course. Now over in this corner here, I want to add in a small carrot patch so that we can have something in behind the pig pen. That's pretty good for the lower area, and then we can just hide another water source right here below the leaf. Fill in these gross gaps. And perfect. That only leaves the space behind the main house, which I think could be a great garden back in here. And our sunflowers face that direction, so we'll do them over on this edge, just a few rows. And I'm kind of making this up as we go here, but we could do a little footpath maybe into there and something like this. I always like gardens that are a mix of plants in the ground versus plants like in flower pots. I just think is a cool aesthetic. A little bench here along the back. Now we just need to start filling in plants. We could also add a small trellis of sorts right here. And the Wandering Trader is actually selling eye blossoms, so I'm gonna buy those and throw those in too. Okay, this corner over here is looking pretty good. And we can just fill in a little bit of fluff back there. Do these stay permanently open? I thought they would close. Some torch flowers always look good, and I do really love pink petals, so we'll throw in a bit of a gap of them in here. Just going for a lot of color where I can. And our small wildflowers, because they kind of work like the dandelions, just little baby ones. Almost completely forgot, we should probably put some golden dandelions back here, as that's kind of what this place is for, with some regular dandelions mixed in. That right there is looking like a pretty fruitful flower garden back here. And I am really happy with how it's come together. This feels awesome to have the entire farmstead completed within the walls. Now we can turn our attention outside, as we have a lot of animals that still need homes. First, we need to build up some custom trees to dot around the region. No major forest elements, just a few to provide some shade and natural habitats. Which of course we need to texture the pond as well, instead of just a pit of mud. I also added the swing here onto the tree, and I really love it. It's such a good spot. To finish off the pond and add a new mob into the area, I want axolotls. But not just any axolotls. No. It's time to flex. Buckets in hand, this leads us to the far west side of the world, to the deserts of New Papyrus. And I need to catch some tropical fish. You've probably seen the regular baby axolotls by now, but have you seen the permanent baby blue axolotl? Huh? You take that. Booger, you take that. He's the OG. Oh my gosh. And we're gonna leave that one as a permanent one in here. You take that. And you take that. I lost which one. I think I need that one. Yeah. And we're gonna pick you. Nope. Taking you with me. And now, back at the farm, we can have a permanent baby blue axolotl, and I brought over one of the adults to keep them company as they can just swim around in their little pond. And I think we can add a little bit of seagrass in here too. Oh, he's already stuck. No, baby axolotl, no. Okay, right. We're just gonna walk away, and that axolotl, as far as I know, is gonna stay there alive forever and ever. I've been working out front here to complete the view as we walk up, and I've got this fenced off space, added in some boulders and some of our dandelions. In here, however, I want to add some bees because the new baby bee is absolutely adorable. So we'll throw some bees on here soon, but first we need to go breed them up. And I also wanted just some equipment or something over here to make it look like people are working in the space, where we can just do a little like storage rack like that and some barrels, and that's pretty good. I've got my beehives, but as you can see, 0 out of 3 bees in every single one of them. Not gonna do too great on that. We can take some of the poppies that we've been getting from our farm below though, and head back over here to my starter base, as I've got a bee farm in that building, and this little greenhouse here is where I breed up all of my bees. Let's make sure that they don't get out. And we can just hold right click and breed up a ton more of these. Oh no, they got out. Right. Only face this way. They should all go back in their hives soon as the sun is setting. Yeah, there they all go. Oh, do you guys need homes? Do we have too many now? Here's a nice hive. I grabbed 4 filled up hives, and we got another one with a single bee in it, and I left a bunch behind in there so I can breed them up in the future. And we can just place everybody back down here. Oh, there's a baby. Yes, stay up, baby. Ooh, second baby. Third. Yeah. 4. Nope, I already got that one. There we go, 4 baby bees. Right next to the bees, I think the space around the boulder here, we can just take some sweet berries and start to plant in some big rows going between the wall and the little road we have over here. Thankfully, these are pretty easy to reproduce with some bone meal. And there we have it, all the way over to the cattle pen. Yeah, that's a good way to fill in that space. Before we can do anything else, as I've got a bit of exploring ahead of me, yes, I want to get llamas and chickens in here. Llamas are the one that we're going to need to explore for. All 3 of my elytra are about to fall apart. So we're gonna make a quick trip back to my house and repair everything up. As hidden here behind these trees, I've got a very, very special farm. We've got an LA Experience farm hidden in here. I'll be here for a bit. Wings are ready to fly again, and I've got the pasture in place for our llamas once we find some of them. And this time, I'm gonna try and do this the smart way with some boats. Oh no. Cool. Oh, some of that didn't flood everything. Oh, I'd have been so sad. I just finished all the detailing. Right, llamas on Java Edition are really hard to find naturally spawning, so we've got an adventure ahead of us. I know there's a tiny savanna plateau biome over here that we might get lucky. I'm just seeing sheep and cows. Not a single llama. Nope, that's a sheep. Right, next location. Underneath this custom landscape project, I really got to get back to someday. There's actually a windswept hills biome in here, so we might have llamas. It'll just be the first time they've seen sun in a very, very long time. Nope, I'm pretty sure wolves fight them. So that's not looking good. That's a no, but that's a very cute fox. Okay, 3rd location time. Found a new savanna, and we have to go on top of the plateaus, otherwise no llamas. And of course, the hill is not savanna biome. Llama! 3 llamas! Yes! Grab you. Grab you. And you. Oh, armadillos. I always forget those are in the game. I was really hoping to find more colors of llama, but you know, this is gonna work. Now, if I just put them in the boats here, lead the boats to me, and then we pillar up. Nope, not working. In fact, not working at all. As long as 2 llamas live, that's all I need. It's dying. It's dying while I'm sleeping. Nope. Oh, it's alive. What's the worst that can happen. Let's do it. As long as I don't use a rocket, they shouldn't break. I'm gonna have to clean that pillar up. That's really gross. More llamas. This is a great outcome. Just gonna scoop up a llama here. No, come on. Yeah. There we go. 6 llamas in tow. Let's get it back to the farm. And we are off. Should have brought Radish with me. This would be so much faster. I've resorted to boating along the rivers all the way back. It's gonna be a lot easier. And we've made it. Oh gosh, that took way too long. Let's do this the safe way so I don't accidentally kill them, because I don't have to get more llamas. And somehow everybody has made it home safely. Now, so they don't despawn, I do need to tame every single one of them. And there we go, number 6. Next up, pretty sure it's hay bales to breed these guys. As of course, we need to get some baby llamas. Oh my gosh, oh yeah, they do look cute. Oh wow. I thought they were the same for a second. I was gonna be really sad. There we go, that's a decent herd for our llamas. I like it. With the llamas home, we can add in the final animal enclosure to our farm, chickens. They can just hang out here outside of the wall in some coops to fill out the corner space and still be relatively close to everything. And right in the birch forest behind the farmstead, I managed to find 4 chickens right there, so we could just bring them in pretty easily. You're doing great, boys. You're doing great. And they should be able to jump over the trapdoor that way, and then they can't get back out. Perfect. And then if we breed them, we should get the most adorable little baby chicks ever. The little tennis balls. All right, there's 1 and 2. Any others from the eggs? We did get one. Yes, perfect. No, don't run from me. Have a dandelion. You know, I think I actually still have an egg farm back at home. Right in here. Yeah. Oh, that's a lot of eggs. I don't want an army of chickens, but with 2 coops, we can definitely have a few out here. Wait, no, come over here. Okay, that should be all of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 8. Oh, I just got 4 chickens. Okay, well, I ran out of golden dandelions, but that's probably enough chickens for here. Nah, we can have a few more. I bet you thought I forgot to do something. Think again. It's time to plant a field. And by a field, I mean I want to plant wheat fields around this entire peninsula. So we need a load of these shulker boxes to fill up with seeds. As I have to take a quick trip through the nether, again out to the deserts of New Papyrus to visit the monument, where I can flip the lever to turn on this amazing farm that magically produces seeds that shoot out the top waterfall. And a little while later, I now have all 4 shulker boxes filled up with wheat seeds. I really hope it's enough. Back at the farm, we can start to plant the largest section of fields I think I have ever done in a single episode, creating large blobs of wheat to go around the entire farmstead and really polish off the entire peninsula and bring the build together. This is one of those things I always recommend as build ideas to make a space look lived in. Just like I recommend subscribing to my YouTube channel. If you have enjoyed the video so far, you'll probably enjoy my other content. So subscribe and click the like button as it helps me out a ton. I ran out of seeds. I'm so close. Oh, there's only that much left. Oh, man. New seeds have been acquired, so we could just use some of these to finish off the last bit of the farm. Yep, that looks really good. Why do I wish I could golden dandelion the wheat so it doesn't grow any farther? It just looks so cool with this like partially grown look. I love it. One thing I want to do quickly is grabbing some of our bone blocks for bone meal to add a little bit of grass along the edges of everything. I'm gonna tear out all of the flowers so it just adds that fluffiness to mess up the flat terraform land that I've done already. It just needs something else to it. Oh, you can bone meal wildflowers? What? All of the grass is in around the landscape now and looking lovely. That finishes off the entire farmstead. Don't forget to leave your name ideas in the comments for all of the animals at the farm. I have really loved building up this space, and I really have so many more ideas for this region of the world. Don't forget to subscribe if you did enjoy today's video. Click the like button as well. And with that, my friends, I'll catch y'all on the flip side.